47544. Legends. Short novels by the masters of modern fantasy. Edited by Robert Silverberg. Copyright 1998 by Agberg Limited. Read by Kristin Allison.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Library of Congress annotation. Each author of these 11 tales has set a story in his or her well-established universe. Some episodes take place at earlier times in the history of their worlds, and some simply enhance sideline events. Includes work of Stephen King, Orson Scott Card, Ursula K. Guin, Terry Goodkind, and McCaffrey and Robert Jordan. Some strong language. 1998. From the book jacket. Here they are, the writers and the worlds that have satisfied millions of avid readers. Now in a big lavish volume enhanced with color and illustrative materials, each of them returns to their compelling special places to tell a new story that enriches and illuminates their most famous creations. Many of the stories take place at an earlier moment in the history of their worlds and cast new light on the famous epics. Others are stories that fit into the already established patterns of their worlds, but happen off-stage from the main action. All are essential reading for the millions of fans of these writers and worlds. About the authors. Stephen King tells a tale of Roland, the gunslinger, in the world of the Dark Tower, in The Little Sisters of Eluria. Terry Pratchett relates an amusing incident in Discworld of a magical contest and the witch Granny Weatherwax in The Sea and Little Fishes. Terry Goodkind tells of the origin of the border between realms in the world of the Sword of Truth, in Dead of Bones. Orson Scott Card spins a yarn of Alvin and his apprentice from the tales of Alvin Maker, in Grinning Man. Robert Silverberg returns to Majapur and to Lord Valentine's adventure in an ancient tomb in The Seventh Shrine. Ursula K. Guin adds a sequel to her famous books of Earthsea, portraying a woman who wants to learn magic in Dragonfly. Tad Williams tells a dark and enthralling story of a great and haunted castle in the age before memory, sorrow, and thorn in The Burning Man. George R.R. Martin sets his piece a generation before his epic, A Song of Ice and Fire, in The Adventure of the Hedge Knight. Anne McCaffrey, the poet of Pern, returns once again to her world of romance and adventure in Runner of Pern. Raymond E. Feist's Rift War saga is the setting of the tale of the Wood Boy. Robert Jordan, in New Spring, tells of crucial events in the years leading up to the Wheel of Time, of the meeting of Lan and Moiraine, and the beginning of the search for the child who must grow to lead in the last battle. For Marty and Ralph, who certainly know why. Contents. Introduction. Robert Silverberg. Side 1, Tone 2. The Dark Tower, The Little Sisters of Eluria, Stephen King. Side 1, Tone 3. Discworld, The Sea and Little Fishes, Terry Pratchett. Side 2, Tone 1. The Sword of Truth, Dead of Bones, Terry Goodkind. Side 4, Tone 1. Tales of Alvin Maker, Grinning Man, Orson Scott Card. Side 5, Tone 1. Majapur, The Seventh Shrine, Robert Silverberg. Side 6, Tone 1. Earthsea, Dragonfly, Ursula K. Guin. Side 8, Tone 1. Memory, Sorrow, and Thorn, The Burning Man, Tad Williams. Side 10, Tone 1. A Song of Ice and Fire, The Hedge Knight, George R.R. Martin. Side 11, Tone 1. Pern, Runner of Pern, Anne McCaffrey, Side 13, Tone 1. The Rift War Saga, The Wood Boy, Raymond E. Feist, Side 15, Tone 1. The Wheel of Time, New Spring, Robert Jordan, Side 16, Tone 1. Reader's Note: captions to maps found in the print edition are not included in this recording. End of Reader's Note. Introduction. Here is a book of visions and miracles, 11 rich, robust new stories by the best-known and most accomplished modern creators of fantasy fiction, each one set in the special universe of the imagination that made that writer famous throughout the world. Fantasy is the oldest branch of imaginative literature, as old as the human imagination itself. It is not difficult to believe that the same artistic impulse that produced the extraordinary cave paintings of Altamira and Chauvet 15 and 20 and even 30,000 years ago also probably produced astounding tales of gods and demons, of talismans and spells, of dragons and werewolves, of wondrous lands beyond the horizon, tales that fur-clad shamans recited to fascinated audiences around the campfires of Ice Age Europe. So too in torrid Africa, in the China of prehistory, in ancient India, in the Americas, everywhere in fact, on and on back through time for thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. I like to think that the storytelling impulse is universal, that there have been storytellers as long as there have been beings in this world that could be spoken of as human, and that those storytellers have in particular devoted their skills and energies and talents throughout our long evolutionary path to the creation of extraordinary marvels and wonders. We will never know, of course, what tales the Cro-Magnon storytellers told their spellbound audiences on those frosty nights in ancient France, but surely there were strong components of the fantastic in them. The evidence of the oldest stories that have survived argues in favor of that. If fantasy can be defined as literature that depicts the world beyond that of mundane reality, and mankind's struggle to assert dominance over that world, then the most ancient story that has come down to us, the Sumerian tale of the hero Gilgamesh, which dates from about 2500 BC, is fantasy, for its theme is Gilgamesh's quest for eternal life. Homer's Odyssey, abounding as it does in shapeshifters and wizards and sorceresses, in cyclopses and many-headed, man-eating creatures, is rich with fantastic elements too, as are any number of other Greek and Roman tales. As we come closer to our own times, we meet the dread monster Grendel of the Anglo-Saxon Beowulf, the Midgard serpent and the dragon Fafnir, and the apocalyptic Fenris wolf of the Norse sagas, the hapless, immortality-craving Dr. Faustus of German legend, the myriad enchanters of the 1001 Nights, the far larger-than-life heroes of the Welsh Mabinogion and the Persian Shah-Nama, and an infinity of other strange and wonderful creations. Nor did the impulse toward the creation of the fantastic disappear as the modern era, the era of microscopes and telescopes, of steam engines and railway systems, of telegraphs and phonographs and electric light, came into being. Our fascination with the unseen and the unseeable did not end simply because so many things previously thought impossible now had become realities. What is more fantastic, after all, than having the sound of an entire symphony orchestra rise up out of a flat disk of plastic, or to speak into a device that one holds in one's hand and be heard and understood 10,000 miles away? But the same century that gave us the inventions of Thomas Alva Edison and Alexander Graham Bell gave us Lewis Carroll's two incomparable tales of Alice's adventures in other realities, H. Rider Haggard's innumerable novels of lost civilizations, and Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley's Frankenstein. Nor did the 20th century, the century of air travel and atomic energy, of television and computers, of open-heart surgery and sex-change operations, see us losing our taste for tales of the extraordinary. a host of machine-age fantasists, James Branch Cabell and A. Merritt and Lord Dunsany, E.R. Edison and Mervyn Peake and L. Frank Baum, H.P. Lovecraft and Robert E. Howard and J.R.R. Tolkien, to name a few of the best-known ones, kept the world well supplied with wondrous tales of the fantastic. One change of tone did occur in the 20th century, though, with the rise to popularity of science fiction, the branch of fantasy that applies immense ingenuity to the task of making the impossible, or at least the implausible, seem altogether probable. As science fiction, which was given its essential nature well over 100 years ago by Jules Verne and H.G. Wells, and developed in modern times by such writers as Robert A. Heinlein, Isaac Asimov, and Aldous Huxley, came to exert its immense appeal on the atomic age reading public, pure fantasy fiction, that is, fantasy that makes no attempt at empirical explanation of its wonders, came to be thought of as something largely reserved for children, like myths and fairy tales. The older kind of fantasy never disappeared, of course, but in the United States at least it went into eclipse for nearly 50 years. Science fiction, meanwhile, manifested itself to the reading public in the form of magazines with names like Amazing Stories and Astounding Science Fiction, and readerships composed largely of boys and earnest young men with an interest in gadgets and scientific disputation. The only American magazine dealing in the material we define as fantasy fiction was Weird Tales, founded in 1923, but that magazine published not only fantasy, but a great many other kinds of genre fiction that might not be thought of as fantasy today. Tales of pure terror, for example, with no speculative content. The separation between fantasy and science fiction is not always easy to locate, but some distinctions are fairly clear-cut, if not entirely rigid. Stories that deal with androids and robots, spaceships, alien beings, time machines, viruses from outer space, galactic empires, and the like usually can be described as science fiction. These are all matters that are conceptually possible within the framework of scientific law as we currently understand it, although such things as time machines and faster-than-light vehicles certainly stretch that framework to its limits, and perhaps beyond them. Fantasy, meanwhile, uses as its material that which is generally believed to be impossible or non-existent in our culture. Wizards and warlocks, elves and goblins, werewolves and vampires, unicorns and enchanted princesses, efficacious incantations and spells. Fantasy fiction per se did not have a real magazine of its own until 1939, when John W. Campbell, Jr., the foremost science fiction editor of his time, brought Unknown, later called Unknown Worlds, into being in order to allow his writers greater imaginative latitude than his definitions of science fiction would permit. Many of the same writers who had turned Campbell's astounding science fiction into the most notable magazine of its type yet published, Robert A. Heinlein, L. Sprague de Camp, Theodore Sturgeon, Lester Del Rey, Jack Williamson, also became mainstays of Unknown, and the general structural approach was similar. Postulate a far-out idea and develop all its consequences to a logical conclusion. The stories about being nasty to water gnomes or selling your soul to the devil wound up in Unknown. Those about traveling in time or voyaging to distant planets were published in Astounding. But Unknown, though it was cherished with great fondness by its readers and writers, never attained much of a public following, and when wartime paper shortages forced Campbell to choose between his two magazines in 1943, Unknown was swiftly killed, never to reappear. Post-war attempts by nostalgic ex-contributors to Unknown to recapture its special flavor were largely unsuccessful. H.L. Gould's Beyond lasted 10 issues. Lester Del Rey's Fantasy Fiction managed only 4. Only the Magazine of Fantasy, edited by Anthony Boucher and J. Francis McComas, succeeded in establishing itself as a permanent entity, and even that magazine found it wisest to change its name to Fantasy and Science Fiction with its second issue. When science fiction became a fixture of paperback publishing in the 1950s, fantasy once again lagged behind. Few fantasy novels were paperbacked, and most of them, Jack Vance's The Dying Earth and the early reprints of H.P. Lovecraft and Robert E. Howard are good examples, quickly vanished from view and became collector's items. It all began to change in the late 1960s when the sudden availability of paperback editions of J.R.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings trilogy, previously kept from paperback by an unwilling hardcover publisher, aroused a hunger for fantasy fiction in millions of readers that has so far been insatiable. Tolkien's books were such an emphatic commercial success that publishers rushed to find writers who could produce imitative trilogies, and the world was flooded with huge Hobbit-esque novels, many of which sold in extraordinary quantities themselves. Robert Howard's Conan novels, once admired only by a small band of ardent cultists, began to win vast new readers about the same time. And a few years later, Ballantine Books, Tolkien's paperback publisher, brought out an extraordinary series of books in its adult fantasy series, edited by Lynn Carter, which made all the elegant classic masterpieces of such fantasists as E.R. Edison, James Branch Cabell, Lord Dunsany, and Mervyn Peake available to modern readers. And ever since, fantasy has been a dominant factor in modern publishing. What was a neglected step-sibling of science fiction 50 years ago is today an immensely popular genre. In the wake of the great success of the Tolkien trilogy, newer writers have come along with their own deeply imagined worlds of fantasy and have captured large and enthusiastic audiences themselves. In the late 1960s, Ursula Le Guin began her searching and sensitive Earthsea series, and Anne McCaffrey co-opted the ancient fantastic theme of the dragon for her Pern novels, which live on the borderline between fantasy and science fiction. Stephen King, some years later, won a readership of astounding magnitude by plumbing the archetypal fears of humanity and transforming them into powerful novels that occupied fantasy's darker terrain. Terry Pratchett, on the other hand, has magnificently demonstrated the comic power of satiric fantasy. Such writers as Orson Scott Card and Raymond E. Feist have won huge followings for their Alvin Maker and Rift War books. More recently, Robert Jordan's Mammoth Wheel of Time series, George R.R. Martin's Song of Ice and Fire books, and Terry Goodkind's Sword of Truth tales have taken their place in the pantheon of modern fantasy, as has Tad Williams' Memory, Sorrow, and Thorn series. And here is the whole bunch of them, brought together in one huge anthology in which fantasy enthusiasts can revel for weeks. A new Earthsea story, a new tale of Pern, a new Dark Tower adventure, a new segment in Pratchett's playful Discworld series, and all the rest that you'll find herein. There has never been a book like this before. Gathering such an elite collection of first-magnitude stars into a single volume has not been an easy task. My gratitude herewith for the special assistance of Martin H. Greenberg, Ralph Vicinanza, Stephen King, John Helfers, and Virginia Kidd, who in one way or another made my editorial task immensely less difficult than it otherwise would have been. And, too, although it goes without saying that I'm grateful to my wife Karen for her inestimable help in every phase of this intricate project, I think I'll say it anyway. Not just because she's a terrific person, but because she came up with what unquestionably was the smartest idea of the whole enterprise. Robert Silverberg, December 1997. The Dark Tower, Stephen King. The Gunslinger, 1982. The Drawing of the Three, 1987. The Wastelands, 1991. Wizard and Glass, 1997. These novels, using thematic elements from Robert Browning's poem Childe Roland, To the Dark Tower Came, tell the saga of Roland, last of the gunslingers, who embarks on a quest to find the Dark Tower for reasons that the author has yet to reveal. Along the way, Roland encounters the remains of what was once a thriving society, feudal in nature but technologically quite advanced, that now has fallen into decay and ruin. King combines elements of fantasy with science fiction into a surreal blend of past and future. The first book, The Gunslinger, introduces Roland, who is chasing the Dark Man, an enigmatic sorcerer figure, across a vast desert. Through flashbacks, the reader learns that Roland was a member of a noble family in the Dark Tower world, and that that world may or may not have been destroyed with help from the Dark Man. Along the way, Roland encounters strange inhabitants of this unnamed world, including Jake, a young boy who, even though he is killed by the end of the first book, will figure prominently in later volumes. Roland does catch up with the Dark Man and learns that he must seek out the Dark Tower to find the answers to the questions of why he must embark on this quest and what is contained in the tower. The next book, The Drawing of the Three, shows Roland recruiting 3 people from present-day Earth to join him on his way to the Dark Tower. They are Eddie, a junkie mule working for the Mafia, Susanna, a paraplegic with multiple personalities, and Jake, whose arrival is startling to Roland, who sacrificed Jake in his own world during his pursuit of the Dark Man. Roland saves Jake's life on Earth, but the resulting schism nearly drives him insane. Roland must also help the other 2 battle their own demons, Eddie's being his heroin addiction and guilt over not being able to save his brother's life, and Susanna's the war between her different personalities, one a kind and gentle woman, the other a racist psychopath. Each of the 3 deals with his problems with the help of the others, and together the quartet set out on the journey to the tower. The third book, The Wastelands, chronicles the first leg of that journey, examining the background of the 3 Earthborn characters in detail. The book reaches its climax when Jake is kidnapped by a cult thriving in the ruins of a crumbling city, led by a man known only as Flag, a character who has appeared in several of King's other novels as the embodiment of pure evil. Roland rescues him, and the group escapes the city on a monorail system whose artificial intelligence program has achieved sentience at the cost of its sanity. The monorail challenges them to a riddle contest, with their lives as the prize if they can stump the machine, who claims to know every riddle ever created. Wizard and Glass, the 4th volume in the series, finds Roland, Jake, Eddie, and Susanna continuing their journey toward the Dark Tower, moving through a deserted part of mid-world that is eerily reminiscent of 20th century Earth. During their travels, they encounter a thinny, a dangerous weakening of the barrier between different times and places. Roland recognizes it and realizes that his world is breaking down faster than he had thought. The thinny prompts him to recall the first time he encountered it, many years before on a trip out west with his friends Cuthbert and Alain, when Roland had just earned his gunslinger status. It is this story, of the 3 boys uncovering a plot against the ruling government, and of Roland's first love, a girl named Susan Delgado, that is the central focus of the book. While the 3 manage to destroy the conspirators, Susan is killed during the fight by the townspeople of Hambry. The story gives Jake, Eddie, and Susanna new insight into Roland's background and why he may sacrifice them to attain his ultimate goal of saving his world. The book ends with the foursome moving onward once more toward the tower. The Little Sisters of Eluria, Stephen King. Author's note. The Dark Tower books begin with Roland of Gilead, the last gunslinger, in an exhausted world that is moved on, pursuing a magician in a black robe. Roland has been chasing Walter for a very long time. In the first book of the cycle, he finally catches up. This story, however, takes place while Roland is still casting about for Walter's trail. A knowledge of the books is therefore not necessary for you to understand, and hopefully enjoy, the story which follows. S.K. 1. Full Earth, the empty town, the bells, the dead boy, the overturned wagon, the green folk. On a day in full Earth, so hot that it seemed to suck the breath from his chest before his body could use it, Roland of Gilead came to the gates of a village in the Desatoya Mountains. He was traveling alone by then, and would soon be traveling afoot as well. This whole last week he had been hoping for a horse doctor, but guessed such a fellow would do him no good now, even if this town had one. His mount, a 2-year-old roan, was pretty well done for. The town gates, still decorated with flowers from some festival or other, stood open and welcoming, but the silence beyond them was all wrong. The gunslinger heard no clip-clop of horses, no rumble of wagon wheels, no merchants' huckstering cries from the marketplace. The only sounds were the low hum of crickets, some sort of bug at any rate. They were a bit more tuneful than crickets at that. A queer wooden knocking sound, and the faint, dreamy tinkle of small bells. Also, the flowers twined through the wrought-iron staves of the ornamental gate were long dead. Between his knees, Topsy gave 2 great hollow sneezes, ka-chow, ka-chow, and staggered sideways. Roland dismounted, partly out of respect for the horse, partly out of respect for himself. He didn't want to break a leg under Topsy if Topsy chose this moment to give up and canter into the clearing at the end of his path. The gunslinger stood in his dusty boots and faded jeans under the beating sun, stroking the roan's matted neck, pausing every now and then to yank his fingers through the tangles of Topsy's mane, and stopping once to shoo off the tiny flies clustering at the corners of Topsy's eyes. Let them lay their eggs and hatch their maggots there after Topsy was dead, but not before. Roland thus honored his horse as best he could, listening to those distant, dreamy bells and the strange wooden talking sound as he did. After a while he ceased his absent grooming and looked thoughtfully at the open gate. The cross above its center was a bit unusual, but otherwise the gate was a typical example of its type, a Western commonplace which was not useful but traditional. All the little towns he had come to in the last 10 months seemed to have one such where you came in, grand, and one more such where you went out, not so grand. None had been built to exclude visitors, certainly not this one. It stood between 2 walls of pink adobe that ran into the scree for a distance of about 20 feet on either side of the road, and then simply stopped. Close the gate, lock it with many locks, and all that meant was a short walk around one bit of adobe wall or the other. Beyond the gate, Roland could see what looked in most respects like a perfectly ordinary high street. An inn, 2 saloons, one of which was called the Bustling Pig, the sign over the other was too faded to read, a mercantile, a smithy, a gathering hall. There was also a small but rather lovely wooden building with a modest bell tower on top, a sturdy fieldstone foundation on the bottom, and a gold-painted cross on its double doors. The cross, like the one over the gate, marked this as a worshipping place for those who held to the Jesus man. This wasn't a common religion in Midworld, but far from unknown. That same thing could have been said about most forms of worship in those days, including the worship of Baal, Asmodeus, and 100 others. Faith, like everything else in the world these days, had moved on. As far as Roland was concerned, God of the Cross was just another religion which taught that love and murder were inextricably bound together, that in the end God always drank blood. Meanwhile, there was the singing hum of insects that sounded almost like crickets, the dreamlike tinkle of the bells, and that queer wooden thumping like a fist on a door or on a coffin top. Something here's a long way from right, the gunslinger thought. Where, Roland? This place has a reddish odor. He led Topsy through the gate with its adornments of dead flowers and down the high street. On the porch of the mercantile, where the old men should have congregated to discuss crops, politics, and the follies of the younger generation, there stood only a line of empty rockers. Lying beneath one, as if dropped from a careless and long-departed hand, was a charred corncob pipe. The hitching rack in front of the Bustling Pig stood empty. The windows of the saloon itself were dark. One of the bat-wing doors had been yanked off and stood propped against the side of the building. The other hung ajar, its faded green slats splattered with maroon stuff that might have been paint, but probably wasn't. The shop front of the livery stable stood intact, like the face of a ruined woman who has access to good cosmetics, but the double barn behind it was a charred skeleton. That fire must have happened on a rainy day, the gunslinger thought, or the whole damned town would have gone up in flames. A jolly spin and rarey show for anyone around to see it. To his right now, halfway up to where the street opened into the town square, was the church. There were grassy borders on both sides, one separating the church from the town's gathering hall, the other from the little house set aside for the preacher and his family, if this was one of the Jesus sects which allowed its shamans to have wives and families, that was. Some of them, clearly administered by lunatics, demanded at least the appearance of celibacy. There were flowers in these grassy strips, and while they looked parched, most were still alive. So whatever had happened here to empty the place out had not happened long ago. A week, perhaps, 2 at the outside, given the heat. Topsy sneezed again, ka-chow, and lowered his head wearily. The gunslinger saw the source of the tinkling. Above the cross on the church doors, a cord had been strung in a long, shallow arc. Hung from it were perhaps 24 tiny silver bells. There was hardly any breeze today, but enough so these smalls were never quite still. And if a real wind should rise, Roland thought, the sound made by the tintinnabulation of the bells would probably be a good deal less pleasant, more like the strident parley of gossips' tongues. "Hello," Roland called, looking across the street at what a large, false-fronted sign proclaimed to be the Good Beds Hotel. "Hello, the town." No answer but the bells, the tunesome insects, and that odd wooden clunking. No answer. No movement. But there were folk here. Folk or something. He was being watched. The tiny hairs on the nape of his neck had stiffened. Roland stepped onward, leading Topsy toward the center of town, puffing up the unlaid high street dust with each step. 40 paces farther along, he stopped in front of a low building marked with a single curt word. Law. The sheriff's office, if they had such this far from the inners, looked remarkably similar to the church. Wooden boards stained a rather forbidding shade of dark brown above a stone foundation. The bells behind him rustled and whispered. He left the roan standing in the middle of the street and mounted the steps to the law office. He was very aware of the bells, of the sun beating against his neck, and of the sweat trickling down his sides. The door was shut but unlocked. He opened it, then winced back, half raising a hand as the heat trapped inside rushed out in a soundless gasp. If all the closed buildings were this hot inside, he mused, the livery barns would soon not be the only burned-out hulks, and with no rain to stop the flames, and certainly no volunteer fire department, not any more, the town would not be long for the face of the earth. He stepped inside, trying to sip at the stifling air rather than taking deep breaths. He immediately heard the low drone of flies. There was a single cell, commodious and empty, its barred door standing open. Filthy skin shoes, one of the pair coming unsewn, lay beneath a bunk sodden with the same dried maroon stuff that had marked the bustling pig. Here was where the flies were, crawling over the stain, feeding from it. On the desk was a ledger. Roland turned it toward him and read what was embossed upon its red cover. Registry of Misdeeds and Redress in the years of our Lord, Eluria. So now he knew the name of the town at least, Eluria. Pretty, yet somehow ominous as well. But any name would have seemed ominous, Roland supposed, given these circumstances. He turned to leave and saw a closed door secured by a wooden bolt. He went to it, stood before it for a moment, then drew one of the big revolvers he carried low on his hips. He stood a moment longer, head down, thinking. Cuthbert, his old friend, liked to say that the wheels inside Roland's head ground slow, but exceedingly fine, and then retracted the bolt. He opened the door and immediately stood back, leveling his gun, expecting a body, Eluria's sheriff, mayhap, to come tumbling into the room with his throat cut and his eyes gouged out, victim of a misdeed in need of redress. Nothing. Well, 6 stained jumpers, which longer-term prisoners were probably required to wear, 2 bows, a quiver of arrows, an old dusty motor, a rifle that had probably last been fired 100 years ago, and a mop. But in the gunslinger's mind, all that came down to nothing, just a storage closet. He went back to the desk, opened the register, and leafed through it. Even the pages were warm, as if the book had been baked. In a way, he supposed it had been. If the High Street layout had been different, he might have expected a large number of religious offenses to be recorded, but he wasn't surprised to find none here. If the Jesus Man Church had coexisted with a couple of saloons, the church folk must have been fairly reasonable. What Roland found was the usual petty offenses, and a few not so petty. A murder, a horse thieving, the distressal of a lady, which probably meant rape. The murderer had been removed to a place called Lexingworth to be hanged. Roland had never heard of it. One note toward the end read, "Green folk sent hence." It meant nothing to Roland. The most recent entry was this: 12 FE 99, Chas Freeborn, cattle thief to be tried. Roland wasn't familiar with the notation 12 FE 99, but as this was a long stretch from February, he supposed FE might stand for full earth. In any case, the ink looked about as fresh as the blood on the bunk in the cell, and the gunslinger had a good idea that Chas Freeborn, cattle thief, had reached the clearing at the end of his path. He went out into the heat and the lacy sound of bells. Topsy looked at Roland dully, then lowered his head again, as if there were something in the dust of the High Street which could be cropped. As if he would ever want to crop again, for that matter. The gunslinger gathered up the reins, slapped the dust off them against the faded no-color of his jeans, and continued on up the street. The wooden knocking sound grew steadily louder as he walked. He had not holstered his gun when leaving Law, nor cared to holster it now. And as he neared the town square, which must have housed the Eluria market in more normal times, Roland at last saw movement. On the far side of the square was a long watering trough, made of ironwood from the look, what some called sequoia out here, apparently fed in happier times from a rusty steel pipe which now jutted waterless above the trough's south end. Lolling over one side of this municipal oasis, about halfway down its length, was a leg clad in faded gray pants and terminating in a well-chewed cowboy boot. The chewer was a large dog, perhaps 2 shades grayer than the corduroy pants. Under other circumstances, Roland supposed the mutt would have had the boot off long since, but perhaps the foot and lower calf inside it had swelled. In any case, the dog was well on its way to simply chewing the obstacle away. It would seize the boot and shake it back and forth. Every now and then the boot's heel would collide with the wooden side of the trough, producing another hollow knock. The gunslinger hadn't been so wrong to think of coffin tops after all, it seemed. Why doesn't it just back off a few steps, jump into the trough, and have at him? Roland wondered. No water coming out of the pipe, so it can't be afraid of drowning. Topsy uttered another of his hollow, tired sneezes, and when the dog lurched around in response, Roland understood why it was doing things the hard way. One of its front legs had been badly broken and crookedly mended. Walking would be a chore for it, jumping out of the question. On its chest was a patch of dirty white fur. Growing out of this patch was black fur in a roughly cruciform shape. A Jesus dog, mayhap, hoping for a spot of afternoon communion. There was nothing very religious about the snarl which began to wind out of its chest, however, or the roll of its rheumy eyes. It lifted its upper lip in a trembling sneer, revealing a goodish set of teeth. "Light out," Roland said, "while you can." The dog backed up until its hindquarters were pressed against the chewed boot. It regarded the oncoming man fearfully, but clearly meant to stand its ground. The revolver in Roland's hand held no significance for it. The gunslinger wasn't surprised. He guessed the dog had never seen one, had no idea it was anything other than a club of some kind, which could only be thrown once. "Hie on with you, now," Roland said, but still the dog wouldn't move. He should have shot it. It was no good to itself, and a dog that had acquired a taste for human flesh could be no good to anyone else. But he somehow didn't like to. Killing the only thing still living in this town, other than the singing bugs that was, seemed like an invitation to bad luck. He fired into the dust near the dog's good forepaw, the sound crashing into the hot day and temporarily silencing the insects. The dog could run, it seemed, although at a lurching trot that hurt Roland's eyes, and his heart a little too. It stopped at the far side of the square, by an overturned flatbed wagon. There looked to be more dried blood splashed on the freighter's side, and glanced back. It uttered a forlorn howl that raised the hairs on the nape of Roland's neck even further. Then it turned, skirted the wrecked wagon, and limped down a lane which opened between two of the stalls. This way toward Eluria's back gate, Roland guessed. Still leading his dying horse, the gunslinger crossed the square to the ironwood trough and looked in. The owner of the chewed boot wasn't a man, but a boy who had just been beginning to get his man's growth, and that would have been quite a large growth indeed, Roland judged, even setting aside the bloating effects which had resulted from being immersed for some unknown length of time in 9 inches of water simmering under a summer sun. The boy's eyes, now just milky balls, stared blindly up at the gunslinger like the eyes of a statue. His hair appeared to be the white of old age, although that was the effect of the water. He had likely been a towhead. His clothes were those of a cowboy, although he couldn't have been much more than 14 or 16. Around his neck, gleaming blearily in water that was slowly turning into a skin stew under the summer sun, was a gold medallion. Roland reached into the water, not liking to, but feeling a certain obligation. He wrapped his fingers around the medallion and pulled. The chain parted, and he lifted the thing, dripping, into the air. He rather expected a Jesus man's sigil, what was called the crucifix or the rood, but a small rectangle hung from the chain instead. The object looked like pure gold. Engraved into it was this legend: James, loved of family, loved of God. Roland, who had been almost too revolted to reach into the polluted water, as a younger man he could never have brought himself to do that, was now glad he'd done it. He might never run into any of those who had loved this boy, but he knew enough of Ka to think it might be so. In any case, it was the right thing. So was giving the kid a decent burial, assuming, that was, he could get the body out of the trough without having it break apart inside the clothes. Roland was considering this, trying to balance what might be his duty in this circumstance against his growing desire to get out of this town, when Topsy finally fell dead. The roan went over with a creak of gear and a last whiffling groan as it hit the ground. Roland turned and saw 8 people in the street walking toward him in a line, like beaters who hoped to flush out birds or drive small game. Their skin was waxy green. Folk wearing such skin would likely glow in the dark like ghosts. It was hard to tell their sex, and what could it matter, to them or anyone else? They were slow mutants, walking with the hunched deliberation of corpses, reanimated by some arcane magic. The dust had muffled their feet like carpet. With the dog banished, they might well have gotten within attacking distance if Topsy hadn't done Roland the favor of dying at such an opportune moment. No guns that Roland could see. They were armed with clubs. These were chair legs and table legs for the most part, but Roland saw one that looked made rather than seized. It had a bristle of rusty nails sticking out of it, and he suspected it had once been the property of a saloon bouncer, possibly the one who kept school in the Bustling Pig. Roland raised his pistol, aiming at the fellow in the center of the line. Now he could hear the shuffle of their feet and the wet snuffle of their breathing, as if they all had bad chest colds. Came out of the mines, most likely, Roland thought. There are radium mines somewhere about. That would account for the skin. I wonder that the sun doesn't kill them. Then, as he watched, the one on the end, a creature with a face like melted candle wax, did die, or collapsed at any rate. He, Roland was quite sure it was a male, went to his knees with a low gobbling cry, groping for the hand of the thing walking next to it, something with a lumpy bald head and red sores sizzling on its neck. This creature took no notice of its fallen companion, but kept its dim eyes on Roland, lurching along in rough step with its remaining companions. "Stop where you are," Roland said. "Wear me if you'd lived to see day's end. Wear me very well." He spoke mostly to the one in the center, who wore ancient red suspenders over rags of shirt and a filthy bowler hat. This gent had only one good eye, and it peered at the gunslinger with a greed as horrible as it was unmistakable. The one beside Bowler Hat, Roland believed this one might be a woman, with the dangling vestiges of breasts beneath the vest it wore, threw the chair leg it held. The arc was true, but the missile fell 10 yards short. Roland thumbed back the trigger of his revolver and fired again. This time the dirt displaced by the slug kicked up on the tattered remains of Bowler Hat's shoe instead of on a lame dog's paw. The green folk didn't run, as the dog had, but they stopped, staring at him with their dull greed. Had the missing folk of Eluria finished up in these creatures' stomachs? Roland couldn't believe it, although he knew perfectly well that such as these held no scruple against cannibalism. And perhaps it wasn't cannibalism, not really. How could such things as these be considered human, whatever they might once have been? They were too slow, too stupid. If they had dared come back into town after the sheriff had run them out, they would have been burned or stoned to death. Without thinking about what he was doing, wanting only to free his other hand to draw his second gun if the apparitions didn't see reason, Roland stuffed the medallion that he had taken from the dead boy into the pocket of his jeans, pushing the broken fine-link chain in after. They stood staring at him, their strangely twisted shadows drawn out behind them. What next? Tell them to go back where they'd come from? Roland didn't know if they'd do it, and in any case had decided he liked them best where he could see them, and at least there was no question now about staying to bury the boy named James. That conundrum had been solved. "Stand steady," he said in the low speech, beginning to retreat. "First fellow that moves—" Before he could finish, one of them, a thick-chested troll with a pouty toad's mouth and what looked like gills on the sides of his waddled neck, lunged forward, gibbering in a high-pitched and peculiarly flabby voice. It might have been a species of laughter. He was waving what looked like a piano leg. Roland fired. Mr. Toad's chest caved in like a bad piece of roofing. He ran backward several steps, trying to catch his balance and clawing at his chest with the hand not holding the piano leg. His feet, clad in dirty red velvet slippers with curled-up toes, tangled in each other, and he fell over, making a queer and somehow lonely gargling sound. He let go of his club, rolled over on one side, tried to rise, and then fell back into the dust. The brutal sun glared into his open eyes, and as Roland watched, white tendrils of steam began to rise from his skin, which was rapidly losing its green undertint. There was also a hissing sound, like a gob of spit on top of a hot stove. "Saves explaining, at least," Roland thought, and swept his eyes over the others. "All right, he was the first one to move. Who wants to be the second?" None did, it seemed. They only stood there, watching him, not coming at him, but not retreating either. He thought, as he had about the crucifixed dog, that he should kill them as they stood there, just draw his other gun and mow them down. It would be the work of seconds only, and child's play to his gifted hands, even if some ran. But he couldn't. Not just cold like that. He wasn't that kind of killer. At least not yet. Very slowly he began to step backward, first bending his course around the watering trough, then putting it between him and them. When Bowler Hat took a step forward, Roland didn't give the others in the line a chance to copy him. He put a bullet into the dust of High Street an inch in advance of the Bowler Hat's foot. "That's your last warning," he said, still using the low speech. He had no idea if they understood it, didn't really care. He guessed they caught this tune's music well enough. "Next bullet I fire eats up someone's heart. The way it works is you stay and I go. You get this one chance. Follow me and you all die. It's too hot to play games and I've lost my—" "Boo!" cried a rough, liquidy voice from behind him. There was unmistakable glee in it. Roland saw a shadow grow from the shadow of the overturned freight wagon, which he had now almost reached, and had just time to understand that another of the green folk had been hiding beneath it. As he began to turn, a club crashed down on Roland's shoulder, numbing his right arm all the way to the wrist. He held on to the gun and fired once, but the bullet went into one of the wagon wheels, smashing a wooden spoke and turning the wheel on its hub with a high screeing sound. Behind him, he heard the green folk in the street uttering hoarse, yapping cries as they charged forward. The thing which had been hiding beneath the overturned wagon was a monster with 2 heads growing out of his neck, one with the vestigial slack face of a corpse. The other, although just as green, was more lively. Broad lips spread in a cheerful grin as he raised his club to strike again. Roland drew with his left hand, the one that wasn't numbed and distant. He had time to put one bullet through the bushwhacker's grin, flinging him backward in a spray of blood and teeth, the bludgeon flying out of his relaxing fingers. Then the others were on him, clubbing and drubbing. The gunslinger was able to slip the first couple of blows, and there was one moment when he thought he might be able to spin around to the rear of the overturned wagon, spin and turn and go to work with his guns. Surely he would be able to do that. Surely his quest for the Dark Tower wasn't supposed to end on the sun-blasted street of a little far western town called Eluria, at the hands of a half-a-dozen green-skinned slow mutants. Surely Ka could not be so cruel. But Bowler Hat caught him with a vicious side-hand blow, and Roland crashed into the wagon's slowly spinning rear wheel instead of skirting around it. As he went to his hands and knees, still scrambling and trying to turn, trying to evade the blows which rained down on him, he saw there were now many more than half a dozen. Coming up the street toward the town square were at least 30 green men and women. This wasn't a clan, but a damned tribe of them. And in broad, hot daylight. Slow mutants were, in his experience, creatures that loved the dark, almost like toadstools with brains, and he had never seen any such as these before. The one in the red vest was female. Her bare breasts swinging beneath the dirty red vest were the last things he saw clearly as they gathered around and above him, bashing away with their clubs. The one with the nails studded in it came down on his lower right calf, sinking its stupid rusty fangs in deep. He tried again to raise one of the big guns. His vision was fading now, but that wouldn't help them if he got to shooting. He had always been the most hellishly talented of them. Jamie de Curry had once proclaimed that Roland could shoot blindfolded because he had eyes in his fingers. And it was kicked out of his hand and into the dust. Although he could still feel the smooth sandalwood grip of the other, he thought it was nevertheless already gone. He could smell them, the rich, rotted smell of decaying meat. Or was that only his hands, as he raised them in a feeble and useless effort to protect his head? His hands, which had been in the polluted water where flecks and strips of the dead boy's skin floated. The clubs slamming down on him, slamming down all over him, as if the green folk wanted not just to beat him to death, but to tenderize him as they did so. And as he went down into the darkness of what he most certainly believed would be his death, he heard the bugs singing, the dog he had spared barking, and the bells hung on the church door ringing. These sounds merged together into strangely sweet music. Then that was gone too. The darkness ate it all. 2. Rising, hanging suspended, white beauty, 2 others, the medallion. The gunslinger's return to the world wasn't like coming back to consciousness after a blow, which he'd done several times before, and it wasn't like waking from sleep either. It was like rising. I'm dead, he thought at some point during this process, when the power to think had been at least partially restored to him. Dead and rising into whatever afterlife there is. That's what it must be. The singing I hear is the singing of dead souls. Total blackness gave way to the dark gray of rain clouds, then to the lighter gray of fog. This brightened to the uniform clarity of a heavy mist moments before the sun breaks through, and through it all was that sense of rising, as if he had been caught in some mild but powerful updraft. As the sense of rising began to diminish and the brightness behind his eyelids grew, Roland at last began to believe he was still alive. It was the singing that convinced him. Not dead souls, not the heavenly host of angels sometimes described by the Jesus-man preachers, but only those bugs, a little like crickets, but sweeter voiced, the ones he had heard in Eluria. On this thought he opened his eyes. His belief that he was still alive was severely tried, for Roland found himself hanging suspended in a world of white beauty. His first bewildered thought was that he was in the sky, floating within a fair-weather cloud. All around him was the reedy singing of the bugs. Now he could hear the tinkling of bells, too. He tried to turn his head and swayed in some sort of harness. He could hear it creaking. The soft singing of the bugs, like crickets in the grass at the end of day back home in Gilead, hesitated and broke rhythm. When it did, what felt like a tree of pain grew up Roland's back. He had no idea what its burning branches might be, but the trunk was surely his spine. A far deadlier pain sank into one of his lower legs. In his confusion, the gunslinger could not tell which one. "That's where the club with the nails in it got me," he thought. And more pain in his head. His skull felt like a badly cracked egg. He cried out, and could hardly believe that the harsh crow's caw he heard came from his own throat. He thought he could also hear, very faintly, the barking of the cross-dog, but surely that was his imagination. Am I dying? Have I awakened once more at the very end? A hand stroked his brow. He could feel it, but not see it. Fingers trailing across his skin, pausing here and there to massage a knot or a line. Delicious, like a drink of cool water on a hot day. He began to close his eyes, and then a horrible idea came to him. Suppose that hand were green, its owner wearing a tattered red vest over her hanging dugs. What if it is? What could you do? "Hush, man," a young woman's voice said. Or perhaps it was the voice of a girl. Certainly the first person Roland thought of was Susan, the girl from Magus, she who had spoken to him as thee. Where, hush, stir not, 'tis far too soon. The pain in his back was subsiding now, but the image of the pain as a tree remained, for his very skin seemed to be moving like leaves in a light breeze. How could that be? He let the question go, let all questions go, and concentrated on the small, cool hand stroking his brow. "Hush, pretty man, God's love be upon ye. Yet it's sore hurt ye are. Be still. Heal." The dog had hushed its barking, if it had ever been there in the first place, and Roland became aware of that low creaking sound again. It reminded him of horse tethers or something. Hang ropes, he didn't like to think of. Now he believed he could feel pressure beneath his thighs, his buttocks, and perhaps, yes, his shoulders. I'm not in a bed at all. I think I'm above a bed. Can that be? He supposed he could be in a sling. He seemed to remember once as a boy that some fellow had been suspended that way in the horse doctor's room behind the great hall, a stable hand who had been burned too badly by kerosene to be laid in a bed. The man had died, but not soon enough. For 2 nights his shrieks had filled the sweet summer air of the gathering fields. Am I burned, then? Nothing but a cinder with legs hanging in a sling? The fingers touched the center of his brow, rubbing away the frown forming there, and it was as if the voice which went with the hand had read his thoughts, picking them up with the tips of her clever, soothing fingers. "Ye'll be fine if God wills, say." The voice which went with the hand said, "But time belongs to God, not to you." "No," he would have said if he had been able, "time belongs to the tower." Then he slipped down again, descending as smoothly as he had risen, going away from the hand and the dreamlike sounds of the singing insects and chiming bells. There was an interval that might have been sleep, or perhaps unconsciousness, but he never went all the way back down. At one point he thought he heard the girl's voice, although he couldn't be sure, because this time it was raised in fury or fear or both. "No," she cried. "Ye can't have it off him, and ye know it. Go your course and stop talking of it. Do!" When he rose back to consciousness the second time, he was no stronger in body, but a little more himself in mind. What he saw when he opened his eyes wasn't the inside of a cloud, but at first that same phrase, white beauty, recurred to him. It was in some ways the most beautiful place Roland had ever been in his life, partially because he still had a life, of course, but mostly because it was so fey and peaceful. It was a huge room, high and long. When Roland at last turned his head, cautiously, so cautiously, to take its measure as well as he could, he thought it must run at least 200 yards from end to end. It was built narrow, but its height gave the place a feeling of tremendous airiness. There were no walls or ceilings such as those he was familiar with, although it was a little like being in a vast tent. Above him the sun struck and diffused its light across billowy panels of thin white silk, turning them into the bright swags that he had first mistaken for clouds. Beneath this silk canopy the room was as gray as twilight, the walls also silk, rippled like sails in a faint breeze. Hanging from each wall panel was a curved rope bearing small bells. These lay against the fabric and rang in low and charming unison, like wind chimes when the walls rippled. An aisle ran down the center of the long room. On either side of it were scores of beds, each made up with clean white sheets and headed with crisp white pillows. There were perhaps 40 on the far side of the aisle, all empty, and another 40 on Roland's side. There were 2 other occupied beds here, one next to Roland on his right. This fellow— It's the boy. The one who was in the trough. The idea ran goosebumps up Roland's arms and gave him a nasty, superstitious start. He peered more closely at the sleeping boy. "Can't be. You're just dazed, that's all. It can't be." Yet closer scrutiny refused to dispel the idea. It certainly seemed to be the boy from the trough, probably ill. Why else would he be in a place like this? But far from dead. Roland could see the slow rise and fall of his chest, and the occasional twitch of the fingers that dangled over the side of the bed. You didn't get a good enough look at him to be sure of anything, and after a few days in that trough his own mother couldn't have said for sure who it was. But Roland, who'd had a mother, knew better than that. He also knew that he'd seen the gold medallion around the boy's neck. Just before the attack of the green folk, he had taken it from this lad's corpse and put it in his pocket. Now someone, the proprietors of this place most likely, them who had sorcerously restored the lad named James to his interrupted life, had taken it back from Roland and put it around the boy's neck again. Had the girl with the wonderfully cool hand done that? Did she in consequence think Roland a ghoul who would steal from the dead? He didn't like to think so. In fact, the notion made him more uncomfortable than the idea that the young cowboy's bloated body had been somehow returned to its normal size and then reanimated. Farther down the aisle on this side, perhaps a dozen empty beds away from the boy and Roland Deschain, the gunslinger saw a third inmate of this queer infirmary. This fellow looked at least 4 times the age of the lad, twice the age of the gunslinger. He had a long beard, more gray than black, that hung to his upper chest in 2 straggly forks. The face above it was sun-darkened, heavily lined, and pouched beneath the eyes. Running from his left cheek and across the bridge of his nose was a thick, dark mark, which Roland took to be a scar. The bearded man was either asleep or unconscious, Roland could hear him snoring, and was suspended 3 feet above his bed, held up by a complex series of white belts that glimmered in the dim air. These crisscrossed each other, making a series of figure 8s all the way around the man's body. He looked like a bug in some exotic spider's web. He wore a gauzy white bed dress. One of the belts ran beneath his buttocks, elevating his crotch in a way that seemed to offer the bulge of his privates to the gray and dreaming air. Farther down his body, Roland could see the dark shadow shapes of his legs. They appeared to be twisted like ancient dead trees. Roland didn't like to think in how many places they must have been broken to look like that. And yet they appeared to be moving. How could they be if the bearded man was unconscious? It was a trick of the light, perhaps, or of the shadows. Perhaps the gauzy singlet the man was wearing was stirring in a light breeze, or... Roland looked away, up at the billowy silk panels high above, trying to control the accelerating beat of his heart. What he saw hadn't been caused by the wind or a shadow or anything else. The man's legs were somehow moving without moving, as Roland had seemed to feel his own back moving without moving. He didn't know what could cause such a phenomenon, and didn't want to know, at least not yet. "I'm not ready," he whispered. His lips felt very dry. He closed his eyes again, wanting to sleep, wanting not to think about what the bearded man's twisted legs might indicate about his own condition. But you'd better get ready. That was the voice that always seemed to come when he tried to slack off, to scamp a job, or take the easy way around an obstacle. It was the voice of Court, his old teacher, the man whose stick they had all feared as boys. They hadn't feared his stick as much as his mouth, however. His jeers when they were weak, his contempt when they complained or tried whining about their lot. "Are you a gunslinger, Roland? If you are, you better get ready." Roland opened his eyes again and turned his head to the left again. As he did, he felt something shift against his chest. Moving very slowly, he raised his right hand out of the sling that held it. The pain in his back stirred and muttered. He stopped moving until he decided the pain was going to get no worse, if he was careful at least, then lifted the hand the rest of the way to his chest. It encountered finely woven cloth. Cotton. He lowered his chin to his breastbone and saw that he was wearing a bed dress like the one draped on the body of the bearded man. Roland reached beneath the neck of the gown and felt a fine chain. A little farther down, his fingers encountered a rectangular metal shape. He thought he knew what it was, but had to be sure. He pulled it out, still moving with great care, trying not to engage any of the muscles in his back. A gold medallion. He dared the pain, lifting it until he could read what was engraved upon it. James, loved of family, loved of God. He tucked it into the top of the bed dress again and looked back at the sleeping boy in the next bed. In it, not suspended over it. The sheet was only pulled up to the boy's rib cage, and the medallion lay on the pristine white breast of his bed dress. The same medallion Roland now wore. Except... Roland thought he understood, and understanding was a relief. He looked back at the bearded man and saw an exceedingly strange thing. The thick black line of scar across the bearded man's cheek and nose was gone. Where it had been was the pinkish-red mark of a healing wound, a cut, or perhaps a slash. "I imagined it." "No, gunslinger," Court's voice returned. "Such as you was not made to imagine, as you well know." The little bit of movement had tired him out again, or perhaps it was the thinking which had really tired him out. The singing bugs and chiming bells combined and made something too much like a lullaby to resist. This time when Roland closed his eyes, he slept. 3. 5 sisters. Jenna, the doctors of Eluria, the medallion, a promise of silence. When Roland awoke again, he was at first sure that he was still sleeping. Dreaming. Having a nightmare. Once, at the time he had met and fallen in love with Susan Delgado, he had known a witch named Rhea, the first real witch of mid-world he had ever met. It was she who had caused Susan's death, although Roland had played his own part. Now, opening his eyes and seeing Rhea not just once but 5 times over, he thought, "This is what comes of remembering those old times. By conjuring Susan, I've conjured Rhea of the Coos as well, Rhea and her sisters." The 5 were dressed in billowing habits as white as the walls and the panels of the ceiling. Their antique crones' faces were framed in wimples just as white, their skin as gray and runneled as droughted earth by comparison. Hanging like phylacteries from the bands of silk imprisoning their hair, if they indeed had hair, were lines of tiny bells which chimed as they moved or spoke. Upon the snowy breasts of their habits was embroidered a blood-red rose, the sigil of the Dark Tower. Seeing this, Roland thought, I am not dreaming. These harridans are real. "He wakes," one of them cried in a gruesomely coquettish voice. "Ooh, ooh, ah." They fluttered like birds. The one in the center stepped forward, and as she did, their faces seemed to shimmer like the silk walls of the ward. They weren't old after all, he saw, middle-aged perhaps, but not old. Yes, they are old. They changed. The one who now took charge was taller than the others, and with a broad, slightly bulging brow. She bent toward Roland, and the bells that fringed her forehead tinkled. The sound made him feel sick somehow, and weaker than he had felt a moment before. Her hazel eyes were intent, greedy mayhap. She touched his cheek for a moment, and a numbness seemed to spread there. Then she glanced down, and a look which could have been disquiet cramped her face. She took her hand back. "Ye wake, pretty man, so you do. 'Tis well." "Who are you? Where am I?" "We are the little sisters of Eluria," she said. "I am Sister Mary. Here is Sister Louise, and Sister Michaela, and Sister Coquina, and Sister Tamra," said the last. "A lovely lass of 21, she giggled. Her face shimmered, and for a moment she was again as old as the world, hooked of nose, gray of skin. Roland thought once more of Rhea. They moved closer, encircling the complication of harness in which he lay suspended, and when Roland shrank back, the pain roared up his back and injured leg again. He groaned. The straps holding him creaked. "Ooh, it hurts! Hurts him! Hurts so fierce!" They pressed even closer as if his pain fascinated them, and now he could smell them, a dry and earthy smell. The one named Sister Michaela reached out. "Go away, leave him. Have I not told you before?" They jumped back from this voice, startled. Sister Mary looked particularly annoyed, but she stepped back with one final glare, Roland would have sworn it, at the medallion lying on his chest. He had tucked it back under the bed dress at his last waking, but it was out again now. A sixth sister appeared, pushing rudely in between Mary and Tamra. This one perhaps was only 21, with flushed cheeks, smooth skin, and dark eyes. Her white habit billowed like a dream. The red rose over her breast stood out like a curse. "Go! Leave him!" "Oh, my dear!" cried Sister Louise in a voice both laughing and angry. "Here's Jenna, the baby, and has she fallen in love with him?" "She has," laughed Tamra. "Baby's heart is his for the purchase." "Oh, so it is," agreed Sister Coquina. Mary turned to the newcomer, lips pursed into a tight line. "Ye have no business here, saucy girl." "I do if I say I do," Sister Jenna replied. She seemed more in charge of herself now. A curl of black hair had escaped her wimple and lay across her forehead in a comma. "Now go. He's not up to your jokes and laughter." "Order us not," Sister Mary said, "for we never joke. So you know, Sister Jenna." The girl's face softened a little, and Roland saw she was afraid. It made him afraid for her, for himself as well. "Go," she repeated. "'Tis not the time. Are there not others to tend?" Sister Mary seemed to consider. The others watched her. At last she nodded and smiled down at Roland. Again her face seemed to shimmer, like something seen through a heat haze. What he saw, or thought he saw, beneath was horrible and watchful. "Bide well, pretty man," she said to Roland. "Bide with us a bit, and we'll heal ye." What choice have I? Roland thought. The others laughed, bird-like titters which rose into the dimness like ribbons. Sister Michaela actually blew him a kiss. "Come, ladies," Sister Mary cried. "We'll leave Jenna with him a bit in memory of her mother, who we loved well." And with that she led the others away, 5 white birds flying off down the center aisle, their skirts nodding this way and that. "Thank you," Roland said, looking up at the owner of the cool hand, for he knew it was she who had soothed him. She took up his fingers as if to prove this, and caressed them. "They mean you no harm," she said, yet Roland saw she believed not a word of it, nor did he. He was in trouble here, very bad trouble. "What is this place?" "Our place," she said simply. "The home of the Little Sisters of Eluria. Our convent, if ye like." "This is no convent," Roland said, looking past her at the empty beds. "It's an infirmary, isn't it?" "A hospital," she said, still stroking his fingers. "We serve the doctors, and they serve us." He was fascinated by the black curl lying on the cream of her brow, would have stroked it if he had dared reach up, just to tell its texture. He found it beautiful because it was the only dark thing in all this white. The white had lost its charm for him. "We are hospitalers, or were before the world moved on." "Are you for the Jesus men?" She looked surprised for a moment, almost shocked, and then laughed merrily. "No, not us." "If you are hospitalers, nurses, where are the doctors?" She looked at him, biting at her lip, as if trying to decide something. Roland found her doubt utterly charming, and he realized that, sick or not, he was looking at a woman as a woman for the first time since Susan Delgado had died, and that had been long ago. The whole world had changed since then, and not for the better. "Would you really know?" "Yes, of course," he said, a little surprised, a little disquieted, too. He kept waiting for her face to shimmer and change, as the faces of the others had done. It didn't. There was none of that unpleasant, dead earth smell about her either. "Wait," he cautioned himself. "Believe nothing here, least of all your senses. Not yet." "I suppose you must," she said with a sigh. It tinkled the bells at her forehead, which were darker in color than those the others wore. Not black like her hair, but charry somehow, as if they had been hung in the smoke of a campfire. Their sound, however, was brightest silver. "Promise me you'll not scream and wake the pube in yonder bed." "Pube?" "The boy. Do ye promise?" "Aye," he said, falling into the half-forgotten patois of the outer ark without even being aware of it. Susan's dialect. "It's been long since I screamed, pretty." She colored more definitely at that, roses more natural and lively than the one on her breast mounting in her cheeks. "Don't call pretty what ye can't properly see," she said. "Then push back the wimple you wear." Her face he could see perfectly well, but he badly wanted to see her hair, hungered for it almost. A full flood of black and all this dreaming white. Of course it might be cropped, those of her order might wear it that way, but he somehow didn't think so. No, 'tis not allowed. By who? Big Sister. She who calls herself Mary? Aye, her. She started away, then paused and looked back over her shoulder. In another girl her age, one as pretty as this, that look back would have been flirtatious. This girl's was only grave. "Remember your promise." "Aye, no screams." She went to the bearded man, skirt swinging. In the dimness, she cast only a blur of shadow on the empty beds she passed. When she reached the man, this one was unconscious, Roland thought, not just sleeping. She looked back at Roland once more. He nodded. Sister Jenna stepped close to the suspended man's side on the far side of his bed, so that Roland saw her through the twists and loops of woven white silk. She placed her hands lightly on the left side of his chest, bent over him, and shook her head from side to side, like one expressing a brisk negative. The bell she wore on her forehead rang sharply, and Roland once more felt that weird stirring up his back, accompanied by a low ripple of pain. It was as if he had shuddered without actually shuddering, or shuddered in a dream. What happened next almost did jerk a scream from him. He had to bite his lips against it. Once more the unconscious man's legs seemed to move without moving, because it was what was on them that moved. The man's hairy shins, ankles, and feet were exposed below the hem of his bed dress. Now a black wave of bugs moved down them. They were singing fiercely, like an army column that sings as it marches. Roland remembered the black scar across the man's cheek and nose, the scar that had disappeared. More such as these, of course, and they were on him as well. That was how he could shiver without shivering. They were all over his back, battening on him. No, keeping back a scream wasn't as easy as he had expected it to be. The bugs ran down to the tips of the suspended man's toes, then leaped off them in waves, like creatures leaping off an embankment and into a swimming hole. They organized themselves quickly and easily on the bright white sheet below and began to march down to the floor in a battalion about a foot wide. Roland couldn't get a good look at them. The distance was too far and the light too dim, but he thought they were perhaps twice the size of ants and a little smaller than the fat honeybees which had swarmed the flower beds back home. They sang as they went. The bearded man didn't sing. As the swarms of bugs that had coated his twisted legs began to diminish, he shuddered and groaned. The young woman put her hand on his brow and soothed him, making Roland a little jealous even in his revulsion at what he was seeing. And was what he was seeing really so awful? In Gilead, leeches had been used for certain ailments, swellings of the brain, the armpits, and the groin primarily. When it came to the brain, the leeches, ugly as they were certainly preferable to the next step, which was trepanning. Yet there was something loathsome about them, perhaps only because he couldn't see them well, and something awful about trying to imagine them all over his back as he hung here, helpless. Not singing, though. Why? Because they were feeding? Sleeping? Both at once? The bearded man's groans subsided. The bugs marched away across the floor, toward one of the mildly rippling silken walls. Roland lost sight of them in the shadows. Jenna came back to him, her eyes anxious. "Ye did well, yet I see how ye feel. It's on your face." "The doctors," he said. "Yes, their power is very great, but—" She dropped her voice. "I believe that drover is beyond their help. His legs are a little better, and the wounds on his face are all but healed, but he has injuries where the doctors cannot reach." She traced a hand across her midsection, suggesting the location of these injuries, if not their nature. "And me?" Roland asked. "Ye were ta'en by the green folk," she said. "You must have angered them powerfully, for them not to kill ye outright. They roped ye and dragged ye instead. Tamra, Michaela, and Louise were out gathering herbs. They saw the green folk at play with ye, and bade them stop, but—" "Do the muties always obey you, Sister Jenna?" She smiled, perhaps pleased he remembered her name. "Not always, but mostly. This time they did, or ye'd have now found the clearing in the trees." "I suppose so." "The skin was stripped almost clean off your back. Red ye were from nape to waist. Ye'll always bear the scars, but the doctors have gone far toward healing ye, and their singing is passing fair, is it not?" "Yes," Roland said, but the thought of those black things all over his back, roosting in his raw flesh, still revolted him. "I owe you thanks, and give it freely. Anything I can do for you—" "Tell me your name, then. Do that." "I'm Roland of Gilead, a gunslinger. I had revolvers, Sister Jenna. Have you seen them?" "I've seen no shooters," she said, but cast her eyes aside. The roses bloomed in her cheeks again. She might be a good nurse and fair, but Roland thought her a poor liar. He was glad. Good liars were common. Honesty, on the other hand, came dear. Let the untruth pass for now, he told himself. She speaks it out of fear, I think. "Jenna!" The cry came from the deeper shadows at the far end of the infirmary. Today it seemed longer than ever to the gunslinger, and Sister Jenna jumped guiltily. "Come away! Ye've passed words enough to entertain 20 men. Let him sleep." "Aye," she called, then turned back to Roland. "Don't let on that I showed you the doctors." Mum is the word, Jenna. She paused, biting her lip again, then suddenly swept back her wimple. It fell against the nape of her neck in a soft chiming of bells. Freed from its confinement, her hair swept against her cheeks like shadows. Am I pretty? Am I? Tell me the truth, Roland of Gilead. No flattery, for flattery's kind only a candle's length. Pretty as a summer night. What she saw in his face seemed to please her more than his words, because she smiled radiantly. She pulled the wimple up again, tucking her hair back in with quick little finger pokes. Am I decent? Decent as fair, he said, then cautiously lifted an arm and pointed at her brow. One curl's out. Just there. Aye, always that one to devil me. With a comical little grimace, she tucked it back. Roland thought how much he would like to kiss her rosy cheeks, and perhaps her rosy mouth for good measure. All's well, he said. Jenna! The cry was more impatient than ever. Meditations! I'm coming just now, she called, and gathered her voluminous skirts to go. Yet she turned back once more, her face now very grave and very serious. One more thing, she said in a voice only a step above a whisper. She snatched a quick look around. The gold medallion ye wear it because it's yours. Do we understand? James? Yes. He turned his head a bit to look at the sleeping boy. This is my brother. If they ask, yes. To say different would be to get Jenna in serious trouble. How serious he did not ask, and she was gone in any case, seeming to flow along the aisle between the empty beds, her skirt caught up in one hand. The roses had fled from her face, leaving her cheeks and brow ashy. He remembered the greedy look on the faces of the others, how they had gathered around him in a tightening knot, and the way their faces had shimmered. 6 women, 5 old and 1 young. Doctors that sang and then crawled away across the floor when dismissed by jingling bells. And an improbable hospital ward of perhaps 100 beds, a ward with a silk roof and silk walls. And all the beds empty save 3. Roland didn't understand why Jenna had taken the dead boy's medallion from his pants pocket and put it around his neck. But he had an idea that if they found out she had done so, the Little Sisters of Eluria might kill her. Roland closed his eyes, and the soft singing of the doctor insects once again floated him off into sleep. 4. A bowl of soup, the boy in the next bed, the night nurses. Roland dreamed that a very large bug, a doctor bug mayhap, was flying around his head and banging repeatedly into his nose, collisions which were annoying rather than painful. He swiped at the bug repeatedly, and although his hands were eerily fast under ordinary circumstances, he kept missing it, and each time he missed, the bug giggled. I'm slow because I've been sick, he thought. No, ambushed. Dragged across the ground by slow mutants, saved by the Little Sisters of Eluria. Roland had a sudden vivid image of a man's shadow growing from the shadow of an overturned freight wagon, heard a rough, gleeful voice cry, "Boo!" He jerked awake hard enough to set his body rocking in its complication of slings, and the woman who had been standing beside his head, giggling as she tapped his nose lightly with a wooden spoon, stepped back so quickly that the bowl in her other hand slipped from her fingers. Roland's hands shot out, and they were as quick as ever. His frustrated failure to catch the bug had been only part of his dream. He caught the bowl before more than a few drops could spill. The woman, Sister Coquina, looked at him with round eyes. There was pain all up and down his back from the sudden movement, but it was nowhere near as sharp as it had been before, and there was no sensation of movement on his skin. Perhaps the doctors were only sleeping, but he had an idea they were gone. He held out his hand for the spoon Coquina had been teasing him with. He found he wasn't surprised at all that one of these would tease a sick and sleeping man in such a way. It only would have surprised him if it had been Jenna. and she handed it to him, her eyes still big. "How speedy ye are," she said. "'Twas like a magic trick, and you still rising from sleep." "Remember it, Si," he said, and tried the soup. There were tiny bits of chicken floating in it. He probably would have considered it bland under other circumstances, but under these it seemed ambrosial. He began to eat greedily. "What do we mean by that?" she asked. The light was very dim now, the wall panels across the way a pinkish orange that suggested sunset. In this light, Coquina looked quite young and pretty, but it was a glamour, Roland was sure, a sorceress kind of makeup. "I mean nothing in particular." Roland dismissed the spoon as too slow, preferring to tilt the bowl itself to his lips. In this way he disposed of the soup in 4 large gulps. "You have been kind to me." "Aye, so we have," she said rather indignantly. "And I hope your kindness has no hidden motive. If it does, sister, remember that I'm quick. And as for myself, I have not always been kind." She made no reply, only took the bowl when Roland handed it back. She did this delicately, perhaps not wanting to touch his fingers. Her eyes dropped to where the medallion lay, once more hidden beneath the breast of his bed dress. He said no more, not wanting to weaken the implied threat by reminding her that the man who made it was unarmed, next to naked, and hung in the air because his back couldn't yet bear the weight of his body. "Where's Sister Jenna?" he asked. "Ooh," Sister Coquina said, raising her eyebrows. "We like her, do we? She makes our heart go." She put her hand against the rose on her breast and fluttered it rapidly. "Not at all, not at all," Roland said, "but she was kind. I doubt she would have teased me with a spoon as some would." Sister Coquina's smile faded. She looked both angry and worried. "Say nothing of that to Mary if she comes by later. Ye might get me in trouble." "Should I care?" "I might get back at one who caused me trouble by causing little Jenna trouble," Sister Coquina said. "She's in Big Sister's black books just now anyway. Sister Mary doesn't care for the way Jenna spoke to her about ye, nor does she like it that Jenna came back to us wearing the dark bells." This was no more out of her mouth before Sister Coquina put her hand over that frequently imprudent organ, as if realizing she had said too much. Roland, intrigued by what she'd said but not liking to show it just now, only replied, "I'll keep my mouth shut about you if you keep your mouth shut to Sister Mary about Jenna." Coquina looked relieved. "Aye, that's a bargain." She leaned forward confidingly. "She's in Thoughtful House. That's the little cave in the hillside where we have to go and meditate when Big Sister decides we've been bad. She'll have to stay and consider her impudence until Mary lets her out." She paused, then said abruptly, "Who's this beside ye? Do ye know?" Roland turned his head and saw that the young man was awake and had been listening. His eyes were as dark as Jenna's. "Know him?" Roland asked, with what he hoped was the right touch of scorn. "Should I not know my own brother?" "Is he, now, and him so young and you so old?" Another of the sisters materialized out of the darkness, Sister Tamra, who had called herself 1 in 20. In the moment before she reached Roland's bed, her face was that of a hag who will never see 80 again, or 90. Then it shimmered and was once more the plump, healthy countenance of a 30-year-old matron, except for the eyes. They remained yellowish in the corneas, gummy in the corners, and watchful. "He's the youngest, I the eldest," Roland said. "Betwixt us are 7 others, and 20 years of our parents' lives." "How sweet! And if he's your brother, then ye'll know his name, won't ye? Know it very well." Before the gunslinger could flounder, the young man said, "They think you've forgotten such a simple hook as John Norman. What colleens they be, eh, Jimmy?" Coquina and Tamra looked at the pale boy in the bed next to Roland's, clearly angry, and clearly trumped, for the time being at least. "You've fed him your muck," the boy, whose medallion undoubtedly proclaimed him John, loved of family, loved of God, said. "Why don't you go and let us have a natter?" "Well," Sister Coquina huffed, "I like the gratitude around here, so I do." I'm grateful for what's given me, Norman responded, looking at her steadily, but not for what folk would take away. Tamra snorted through her nose, turned violently enough for her swirling dress to push a draft of air into Roland's face, and then took her leave. Coquina stayed a moment. Be discreet, and mayhap someone ye like better than ye like me will get out of hack in the morning instead of a week from tonight. Without waiting for a reply, she turned and followed Sister Tamra. Roland and John Norman waited until they were both gone, and then Norman turned to Roland and spoke in a low voice. My brother. Dead? Roland nodded. The medallion I took in case I should meet with any of his people. It rightly belongs to you. I'm sorry for your loss. Thank ye, Si. John Norman's lower lip trembled, then firmed. I knew the green men did for him, although these old biddies wouldn't tell me for sure. They did for plenty and scotched the rest. Perhaps the sisters didn't know for sure. They knew, don't you doubt it. They don't say much, but they know plenty. The only one any different is Jenna. That's who the old battle-axe meant when she said your friend, aye? Roland nodded. And she said something about the dark bells. I'd know more of that if wood were could. She's something special, Jenna is, more like a princess, someone whose place is made by bloodline and can't be refused, than like the other sisters. I lie here and look like I'm asleep. It's safer, I think, but I've heard 'em talking. Jenna's just come back among 'em recently, and those dark bells mean something special, but Mary's still the one who swings the weight. I think the dark bells are only ceremonial, like the rings the old barons used to hand down from father to son. Was it she who put Jimmy's medal around your neck? Yes. Don't take it off, whatever you do. His face was strained, grim. I don't know if it's the gold or the god, but they don't like to get too close. I think that's the only reason I'm still here. Now his voice dropped all the way to a whisper. They ain't human. Well, perhaps a bit fey and magical, but no! With what was clearly an effort, the boy got up on one elbow. He looked at Roland earnestly. You're thinking about hubber women or witches. These ain't hubbers nor witches either. They ain't human. Then what are they? Don't know. How came you here, John? Speaking in a low voice, John Norman told Roland what he knew of what had happened to him. He, his brother, and 4 other young men who were quick and owned good horses had been hired as scouts, riding Drogon forward, protecting a long-haul caravan of 7 freight wagons taking goods, seeds, food, tools, mail, and 4 ordered brides, to an unincorporated township called Tewas, some 200 miles farther west of Eluria. The scouts rode fore and aft of the goods train in turn and turnabout fashion. One brother rode with each party because, Norman explained, when they were together, they fought like brothers, Roland suggested. John Norman managed a brief, pained smile. Aye, he said. The trio of which John was a part had been riding Drogue, about 2 miles behind the freight wagons, when the green mutants had sprung an ambush in Eluria. How many wagons did you see when you got there? He asked Roland. Only one, overturned. How many bodies? Only your brother's. John Norman nodded grimly. They wouldn't take him because of the medallion, I think. The muties? The sisters. The muties care nothing for gold or god. These bitches, though. He looked into the dark, which was now almost complete. Roland felt lethargy creeping over him again, but it wasn't until later that he realized the soup had been drugged. The other wagons? Roland asked. The ones not overturned? The muties would have taken them, and the goods as well, Norman said. They don't care for gold or god. The sisters don't care for goods. Like as not, they have their own foodstuffs, something I'd as soon not think of. Nasty stuff. Like those bugs. He and the other drogue riders galloped into Eluria, but the fight was over by the time they got there. Men had been lying about, some dead, but many more still alive. At least 2 of the ordered brides had still been alive as well. Survivors able to walk were being herded together by the green folk. John Norman remembered the one in the bowler hat very well, and the woman in the ragged red vest. Norman and the other two had tried to fight. He had seen one of his pards gut shot by an arrow, and then he saw no more. Someone had cracked him over the head from behind, and the lights had gone out. Roland wondered if the ambusher had cried boo before he had struck, but didn't ask. "When I woke up again, I was here," Norman said. "I saw that some of the others, most of them, had those cursed bugs on them." "Others?" Roland looked at the empty beds. In the growing darkness, they glimmered like white islands. "How many were brought here?" "At least 20. They healed. The bugs healed them, and then one by one they disappeared. You'd go to sleep, and when you woke up, there'd be one more empty bed. One by one they went, until only me and that one down yonder was left." He looked at Roland solemnly. "And now you." "Norman," Roland's head was swimming. I reckon I know what's wrong with you," Norman said. He seemed to speak from far away, perhaps from all the way around the curve of the earth. "It's the soup. But a man has to eat, a woman too, if she's a natural woman anyway. These ones ain't natural. Even Sister Jenna's not natural. Nice don't mean natural." Farther and farther away. "And she'll be like them in the end. Mark me well." "Can't move." Saying even that required a huge effort. It was like moving boulders. "No." Norman suddenly laughed. It was a shocking sound, and echoed in the growing blackness which filled Roland's head. "It ain't just sleep medicine they put in their soup. It's can't-move medicine, too. There's nothing much wrong with me, brother. So why do you think I'm still here?" Norman was now speaking not from around the curve of the earth, but perhaps from the moon. He said, "I don't think either of us is ever going to see the sun shining on a flat piece of ground again." "You're wrong about that," Roland tried to reply, and more in that vein as well, but nothing came out. He sailed around to the black side of the moon, losing all his words in the void he found there. Yet he never quite lost awareness of himself. Perhaps the dose of medicine in Sister Kokina's soup had been badly calculated, or perhaps it was just that they had never had a gunslinger to work their mischief on, and did not know they had one now. Except, of course, for Sister Jenna. She knew. At some point in the night, whispering, giggling voices and lightly chiming bells brought him back from the darkness where he had been biding, not quite asleep or unconscious. Around him, so constant he now barely heard it, were the singing doctors. Roland opened his eyes. He saw pale and chancy light dancing in the black air. The giggles and whispers were closer. Roland tried to turn his head, and at first couldn't. He rested, gathered his will into a hard blue ball, and tried again. This time his head did turn, only a little, but a little was enough. It was 5 of the little sisters, Mary, Louise, Tamra, Kokina, Michaela. They came up the long aisle of the black infirmary, laughing together like children out on a prank, carrying long tapers in silver holders, the bells lining the forehead bands of their wimples, chiming little silver runs of sound. They gathered about the bed of the bearded man. From within their circle, candle glow rose in a shimmery column that died before it got halfway to the silken ceiling. Sister Mary spoke briefly. Roland recognized her voice, but not the words. It was neither low speech nor the high, but some other language entirely. One phrase stood out. Conde loch mi him en tow, and he had no idea what it might mean. He realized that now he could hear only the tinkle of bells. The doctor bugs had stilled. "Rossmay, on, on!" Sister Mary cried in a harsh, powerful voice. The candles went out. The light that had shone through the wings of their wimples as they gathered around the bearded man's bed vanished, and all was darkness once more. Roland waited for what might happen next, his skin cold. He tried to flex his hands or feet, and could not. He had been able to move his head perhaps 15 degrees. Otherwise he was as paralyzed as a fly neatly wrapped up and hung in a spider's web. The low jingle of bells in the black, and then sucking sounds. As soon as he heard them, Roland knew he'd been waiting for them. Some part of him had known what the Little Sisters of Eluria were all along. If Roland could have raised his hands, he would have put them to his ears to block those sounds out. As it was, he could only lie still, listening and waiting for them to stop. For a long time, forever it seemed, they did not. The women slurped and grunted like pigs snuffling half-liquefied feed up out of a trough. There was even one resounding belch followed by more whispered giggles. These ended when Sister Mary uttered a single curt word, "Heis!" And once there was a low, moaning cry from the bearded man, Roland was quite sure. If so, it was his last on this side of the clearing. In time, the sounds of their feeding began to taper off. As it did, the bugs began to sing again, first hesitantly, then with more confidence. The whispering and giggling recommenced. The candles were relit. Roland was by now lying with his head turned in the other direction. He didn't want them to know what he'd seen, but that wasn't all. He had no urge to see more on any account. He had seen and heard enough. But the giggles and whispers now came his way. Roland closed his eyes, concentrating on the medallion that lay against his chest. "I don't know if it's the gold or the god, but they don't like to get too close," John Norman had said. It was good to have such a thing to remember as the Little Sisters drew nigh, gossiping and whispering in their strange other tongue, but the medallion seemed a thin protection in the dark. Faintly, at a great distance, Roland heard the cross dog barking. As the sisters circled him, the gunslinger realized he could smell them. It was a low, unpleasant odor like spoiled meat. And what else would they smell of such as these? "Such a pretty man it is, Sister Mary." She spoke in a low, meditative tone. "But such an ugly sigil it wears, Sister Tamra." "We'll have it off him," Sister Louise. "And then we shall have kisses," Sister Coquina. "Kisses for all," exclaimed Sister Michaela with such fervent enthusiasm that they all laughed. Roland discovered that not all of him was paralyzed after all. Part of him had, in fact, arisen from its sleep at the sound of their voices, and now stood tall. A hand reached beneath the bed-dress he wore, touched that stiffened member, encircled it, caressed it. He lay in silent horror, feigning sleep, as wet warmth almost immediately spilled from him. The hand remained where it was for a moment, the thumb rubbing up and down the wilting shaft. Then it let him go and rose a little higher, found the wetness pooled on his lower belly. Giggles, soft as wind. Chiming bells. Roland opened his eyes the tiniest crack and looked up at the ancient faces laughing down at him in the light of their candles, glittering eyes, yellow cheeks, hanging teeth that jutted over lower lips. Sister Michaela and Sister Louise appeared to have grown goatees, but of course that wasn't the darkness of hair, but of the bearded man's blood. Mary's hand was cupped. She passed it from sister to sister. Each licked from her palm in the candlelight. Roland closed his eyes all the way and waited for them to be gone. Eventually they were. "I'll never sleep again," he thought, and was 5 minutes later lost to himself and the world. 5. Sister Mary, a message, a visit from Ralph, Norman's fate, Sister Mary again. When Roland awoke, it was full daylight, the silk roof overhead a bright white and billowing in a mild breeze. The doctor bugs were singing contentedly. Beside him, on his left, Norman was heavily asleep, with his head turned so far to one side that his stubbly cheek rested on his shoulder. Roland and John Norman were the only ones here. Farther down on their side of the infirmary, the bed where the bearded man had been was empty, its top sheet pulled up and neatly tucked in, the pillow neatly nestled in a crisp white case. The complication of slings in which his body had rested was gone. Roland remembered the candles, the way their glow had combined and streamed up in a column, illuminating the sisters as they gathered around the bearded man, giggling, their damned bells jingling. Now, as if summoned by his thoughts, came Sister Mary, gliding along rapidly with Sister Louise in her wake. Louise bore a tray and looked nervous. Mary was frowning, obviously not in good temper. To be grumpy after you've fed so well, Roland thought. Fie, sister. She reached the gunslinger's bed and looked down at him. I have little to thank ye for, Si, she said with no preamble. Have I asked for your thanks? He responded in a voice that sounded as dusty and little used as the pages of an old book. She took no notice. You've made one who was only impudent and restless with her place outright rebellious. Well, her mother was the same way, and died of it not long after returning Jenna to her proper place. Raise your hand, thankless man. I can't move at all. Oh, Cully, haven't you heard it said, fool not your mother, lest she's out of face? I know pretty well what ye can and can't do. Now raise your hand. Roland raised his right hand, trying to suggest more effort than it actually took. He thought that this morning he might be strong enough to slip free of the slings. But what then? Any real walking would be beyond him for hours yet, even without another dose of medicine. And behind Sister Mary, Sister Louise was taking the cover from a fresh bowl of soup. As Roland looked at it, his stomach rumbled. Big Sister heard and smiled a bit. Even lying in bed builds an appetite in a strong man, if it's done long enough. Wouldn't you say so, Jason, brother of John? My name is James, as you well know, sister. Do I? She laughed angrily. Oh, la! And if I whipped your little sweetheart hard enough and long enough, until the blood jumped out of her back like drops of sweat, let us say, should I not whip a different name out of her? Or didn't ye trust her with it during your little talk? Touch her and I'll kill you. She laughed again. Her face shimmered. Her firm mouth turned into something that looked like a dying jellyfish. Speak not of killing to us, Cully, lest we speak of it to you. Sister, if you and Jenna don't see eye to eye, why not release her from her vows and let her go her course? Such as us can never be released from our vows, nor be let go. Her mother tried and then came back, her dying and the girl sick. Why, it was we nursed Jenna back to health after her mother was nothing but dirt in the breeze that blows out toward Endworld. And how little she thanks us. Besides, she bears the dark bells, the sigil of our sisterhood, of our quartet. Now eat. Your belly says you're hungry. Sister Louise offered the bowl, but her eyes kept drifting to the shape the medallion made under the breast of his bed dress. Don't like it, do you? Roland thought, and then remembered Louise by candlelight, the freighter's blood on her chin, her ancient eyes eager as she leaned forward to lick his spend from Sister Mary's hand. He turned his head aside. I want nothing. But ye're hungry, Louise protested. If he don't eat, James, how will he get his strength back? Send Jenna. I'll eat what she brings. Sister Mary's frown was black. Ye'll see her no more. She's been released from Thoughtful House only on her solemn promise to double her time of meditation, and to stay out of infirmary. Now eat, James, or whoever ye are. Take what's in the soup, or we'll cut ye with knives and rub it in with flannel poultices. Either way makes no difference to us, does it, Louise? Nar, Louise said. She still held out the bowl. Steam rose from it, and the good smell of chicken. But it might make a difference to you. Sister Mary grinned humorlessly, baring her unnaturally large teeth. Flowing blood's risky around here. The doctors don't like it. It stirs them up. It wasn't just the bugs that were stirred up at the sight of blood, and Roland knew it. He also knew he had no choice in the matter of the soup. He took the bowl from Louise and ate slowly. He would have given much to wipe out the look of satisfaction he saw on Sister Mary's face. "Good," she said after he had handed the bowl back and she had peered inside to make sure it was completely empty. His hand thumped back into the sling which had been rigged for it, already too heavy to hold up. He could feel the world drawing away again. Sister Mary leaned forward, the billowing top of her habit touching the skin of his left shoulder. He could smell her, an aroma both ripe and dry, and would have gagged if he'd had the strength. "Have that foul gold thing off ye when your strength comes back a little. Put it in the pissoir under the bed, where it belongs. For to be even this close to where it lies hurts my head and makes my throat close." Speaking with enormous effort, Roland said, "If you want it, take it. How can I stop you, you bitch?" Once more her frown turned her face into something like a thunderhead. He thought she would have slapped him if she had dared touch him so close to where the medallion lay. Her ability to touch seemed to end above his waist, however. "I think you had better consider the matter a little more fully," she said. "I can still have Jenna whipped if I like. She bears the dark bells, but I am the big sister. Consider that very well." She left. Sister Louise followed, casting one look, a strange combination of fright and lust, back over her shoulder. Roland thought, "I must get out of here. I must." Instead, he drifted back to that dark place which wasn't quite sleep. Or perhaps he did sleep, at least for a while. Perhaps he dreamed. Fingers once more caressed his fingers, and lips first kissed his ear, and then whispered into it, "Look beneath your pillow, Roland, but let no one know I was here." At some point after this, Roland opened his eyes again, half expecting to see Sister Jenna's pretty young face hovering above him, and that comma of dark hair once more poking out from beneath her wimple. There was no one. The swags of silk overhead were at their brightest, and although it was impossible to tell the hours in here with any real accuracy, Roland guessed it to be around noon, perhaps 3 hours since his second bowl of the sisters' soup. Beside him, John Norman still slept, his breath whistling out in faint nasal snores. Roland tried to raise his hand and slide it under his pillow. The hand wouldn't move. He could wiggle the tips of his fingers, but that was all. He waited, calming his mind as well as he could, gathering his patience. Patience wasn't easy to come by. He kept thinking about what Norman had said, that there had been 20 survivors of the ambush, at least to start with. One by one they went, until only me and that one down yonder was left, and now you. The girl wasn't here. His mind spoke in the soft, regretful tone of Alain, one of his old friends, dead these many years now. She wouldn't dare, not with the others watching. That was only a dream you had. But Roland thought perhaps it had been more than a dream. Some length of time later, the slowly shifting brightness overhead made him believe it had been about an hour. Roland tried his hand again. This time he was able to get it beneath his pillow. This was puffy and soft, tucked snugly into the wide sling that supported the gunslinger's neck. At first he found nothing, but as his fingers worked their slow way deeper, they touched what felt like a stiffish bundle of thin rods. He paused, gathering a little more strength. Every movement was like swimming in glue, and then burrowed deeper. It felt like a dead bouquet. Wrapped around it was what felt like a ribbon. Roland looked around to make sure the ward was still empty and Norman still asleep, then drew out what was under the pillow. It was 6 brittle stems of fading green with brownish reed heads at the tops. They gave off a strange, yeasty aroma that made Roland think of early morning begging expeditions to the great house kitchens as a child, forays he had usually made with Cuthbert. The reeds were tied with a wide, white silk ribbon and smelled like burned toast. Beneath the ribbon was a fold of cloth. Like everything else in this cursed place, it seemed, the cloth was of silk. Roland was breathing hard and could feel drops of sweat on his brow. Still alone, though. Good. He took the scrap of cloth and unfolded it. Printed painstakingly in blurred charcoal letters was this message. Nibble heads. Once each hour. Too much. Cramps or death. Tomorrow night. Can't be sooner. Be careful. No explanation, but Roland supposed none was needed. Nor did he have any option. If he remained here, he would die. All they had to do was have the medallion off him, and he felt sure Sister Mary was smart enough to figure a way to do that. He nibbled at one of the dry reed heads. The taste was nothing like the toast they had begged from the kitchen as boys. It was bitter in his throat and hot in his stomach. Less than a minute after his nibble, his heart rate had doubled. His muscles awakened, but not in a pleasant way, as after good sleep. They felt first trembly and then hard, as if they were gathered into knots. This feeling passed rapidly, and his heartbeat was back to normal before Norman stirred awake an hour or so later, but he understood why Jenna's note had warned him not to take more than a nibble at a time. This was very powerful stuff. He slipped the bouquet of reeds back under the pillow, being careful to brush away the few crumbles of vegetable matter which had dropped to the sheet. Then he used the ball of his thumb to blur the painstaking charcoaled words on the bit of silk. When he was finished, there was nothing on the square but meaningless smudges. The square he also tucked back under his pillow. When Norman awoke, he and the gunslinger spoke briefly of the young scout's home. Delane it was, sometimes known jestingly as Dragon's Lair, or Liar's Heaven. All tall tales were said to originate in Delane. The boy asked Roland to take his medallion and that of his brother home to their parents, if Roland was able, and explain as well as he could what had happened to James and John, sons of Jesse. "You'll do all that yourself," Roland said. "No." Norman tried to raise his hand, perhaps to scratch his nose, and was unable to do even that. The hand rose perhaps 6 inches, then fell back to the counterpane with a small thump. "I think not. It's a pity for us to have run up against each other this way, you know. I like you. And I you, John Norman. Would that we were better met. Aye, when not in the company of such fascinating ladies." He dropped off to sleep again soon after. Roland never spoke with him again, although he certainly heard from him. Yes, Roland was lying above his bed, shamming sleep as John Norman screamed his last. Sister Michaela came with his evening soup just as Roland was getting past the shivery muscles and galloping heartbeat that resulted from his second nibble of brown reed. Michaela looked at his flushed face with some concern, but had to accept his assurances that he did not feel feverish. She couldn't bring herself to touch him, and judged the heat of his skin for herself. The medallion held her away. With the soup was a popkin. The bread was leathery and the meat inside it tough, but Roland demolished it greedily just the same. Michaela watched with a complacent smile, hands folded in front of her, nodding from time to time. When he had finished the soup, she took the bowl back from him carefully, making sure their fingers did not touch. "You're healing," she said. "Soon you'll be on your way, and we'll have just your memory to keep, Jim." "Is that true?" he asked quietly. She only looked at him, touched her tongue against her upper lip, giggled, and departed. Roland closed his eyes and lay back against his pillow, feeling lethargy steal over him again. Her speculative eyes, her peeping tongue. He had seen women look at roast chickens and joints of mutton that same way, calculating when they might be done. His body badly wanted to sleep, but Roland held on to wakefulness for what he judged was an hour, then worked one of the reeds out from under the pillow. With a fresh infusion of their can't-move medicine in his system, this took an enormous effort, and he wasn't sure he could have done it at all, had he not separated this one reed from the ribbon holding the others. Tomorrow night, Jenna's note had said. If that meant escape, the idea seemed preposterous. The way he felt now, he might be lying in this bed until the end of the age. He nibbled. Energy washed into his system, clenching his muscles and racing his heart. But the burst of vitality was gone almost as soon as it came, buried beneath the sister's stronger drug. He could only hope. And sleep. When he woke, it was full dark, and he found he could move his arms and legs in their network of slings almost naturally. He slipped one of the reeds out from beneath his pillow and nibbled cautiously. She had left half a dozen, and the first 2 were now almost entirely consumed. The gunslinger put the stem back under the pillow, then began to shiver like a wet dog in a downpour. I took too much, he thought. I'll be lucky not to convulse. His heart racing like a runaway engine. And then, to make matters worse, he saw candlelight at the far end of the aisle. A moment later he heard the rustle of their gowns and the whisk of their slippers. Gods, why now? They'll see me shaking, they'll know. Calling on every bit of his willpower and control, Roland closed his eyes and concentrated on stilling his jerking limbs. If only he had been in bed instead of in these cursed slings, which seemed to tremble as if with their own ague at every movement. The little sisters drew closer. The light of their candles bloomed red within his closed eyelids. Tonight they were not giggling, nor whispering among themselves. It was not until they were almost on top of him that Roland became aware of the stranger in their midst, a creature that breathed through its nose in great slobbery gasps of mixed air and snot. The gunslinger lay with his eyes closed, the gross twitches and jumps of his arms and legs under control, but with his muscles still knotted and crampy, thrumming beneath the skin. Anyone who looked at him closely would see at once that something was wrong with him. His heart was larruping away like a horse under the whip. Surely they must see. But it wasn't him they were looking at. Not yet, at least. "Have it off him," Mary said. She spoke in a bastardized version of the low speech Roland could barely understand. "Then t'other un. Go on, Ralph." "Usa has whiskey?" the slobberer asked, his dialect even heavier than Mary's. "Usa has baccy." Yes, plenty whiskey and plenty smoke, but not until you have these wretched things off." Impatient, perhaps afraid as well. Roland cautiously rolled his head to the left and cracked his eyelids open. 5 of the 6 little sisters of Eluria were clustered around the far side of the sleeping John Norman's bed, their candles raised to cast their light upon him. It also cast light upon their own faces, faces which would have given the strongest man nightmares. Now, in the ditch of the night, their glamours were set aside, and they were but ancient corpses in voluminous habits. Sister Mary had one of Roland's guns in her hand. Looking at her holding it, Roland felt a bright flash of hate for her, and promised himself she would pay for her temerity. The thing standing at the foot of the bed, strange as it was, looked almost normal in comparison with the sisters. It was one of the green folk. Roland recognized Ralph at once. He would be a long time forgetting that bowler hat. Now Ralph walked slowly around to the side of Norman's bed, closest to Roland, momentarily blocking the gunslinger's view of the sisters. The mutie went all the way to Norman's head, however, clearing the hags to Roland's slitted view once more. Norman's medallion lay exposed. The boy had perhaps wakened enough to take it out of his bed dress, hoping it would protect him better so. Ralph picked it up in his melted tallow hand. The sisters watched eagerly in the glow of their candles as the green man stretched it to the end of its chain, and then put it down again. Their faces drooped in disappointment. "Don't care for such as that," Ralph said in his clotted voice. "Want whiskey, want baccy." "You shall have it," Sister Mary said. "Enough for you and all your verminous clan. But first you must have that horrid thing off him. Off both of them, do you understand? And you shan't tease us." "Or what?" Ralph asked. He laughed. It was a choked and gargly sound, the laughter of a man dying from some evil sickness of the throat and lungs. But Roland still liked it better than the giggles of the sisters. "Or what, Sister Mary? You'll drink my bluid droppy dead where he stand, and glowing in the dark." Mary raised the gunslinger's revolver and pointed it at Ralph. Take that wretched thing, or you die where you stand. And die after I've done what you want, likely." Sister Mary said nothing to that. The others peered at him with their black eyes. Ralph lowered his head, appearing to think. Roland suspected his friend Bowler Hat could think, too. Sister Mary and her cohorts might not believe that, but Ralph had to be trigged to have survived as long as he had. But of course, when he came here, he hadn't considered Roland's guns. "Smasher was wrong to give them shooters to you," he said at last. "Give 'em and not tell me. Did you give him whiskey? Give him baccy?" "That's none of yours," Sister Mary replied. "You have that gold piece off the boy's neck right now, or I'll put one of yonder man's bullets in what's left of your brain." "All right," Ralph said. "Just as you wish, Si." Once more he reached down and took the gold medallion in his melted fist. That he did slow. What happened after happened fast. He snatched it away, breaking the chain and flinging the gold heedlessly into the dark. With his other hand he reached down, sank his long and ragged nails into John Norman's neck, and tore it open. Blood flew from the hapless boy's throat in a jetting, heart-driven gush, more black than red in the candlelight, and he made a single bubbly cry. The women screamed, but not in horror. They screamed as women do in a frenzy of excitement. The Green Man was forgotten. Roland was forgotten. All was forgotten save the life's blood pouring out of John Norman's throat. They dropped their candles. Mary dropped Roland's revolver in the same hapless, careless fashion. The last the gunslinger saw as Ralph darted away into the shadows, whiskey and tobacco another time, wily Ralph must have thought. Tonight he had best concentrate on saving his own life. Was the sisters bending forward to catch as much of the flow as they could before it dried up. Roland lay in the dark, muscles shivering, heart pounding, listening to the harpies as they fed on the boy lying in the bed next to his own. It seemed to go on forever, but at last they had done with him. The sisters relit their candles and left, murmuring. When the drug in the soup once more got the better of the drug in the reeds, Roland was grateful, yet for the first time since he'd come here his sleep was haunted. In his dream he stood looking down at the bloated body in the town trough, thinking of a line in the book marked Registry of Misdeeds and Redress. Green folk sent hence, it had read, and perhaps the green folk had been sent hence. But then a worse tribe had come. The Little Sisters of Eluria, they called themselves. And a year hence they might be the Little Sisters of Tewas, or of Combero, or some other far western village. They came with their bells and their bugs. From where? Who knew? Did it matter? A shadow fell beside his on the scummy water of the trough. Roland tried to turn and face it. He couldn't. He was frozen in place. Then a green hand grasped his shoulder and whirled him about. It was Ralph. His bowler hat was cocked back on his head. John Norman's medallion, now red with blood, hung around his neck. "Boo!" cried Ralph, his lips stretching in a toothless grin. He raised a big revolver with worn sandalwood grips. He thumbed the hammer back. And Roland jerked awake, shivering all over, dressed in skin both wet and icy cold. He looked at the bed on his left. It was empty, the sheet pulled up and tucked about neatly, the pillow resting above it in its snowy sleeve. Of John Norman there was no sign. It might have been empty for years, that bed. Roland was alone now. God's help him, he was the last patient of the Little Sisters of Eluria, those sweet and patient hospitalers, the last human being still alive in this terrible place, the last with warm blood flowing in his veins. Roland, lying suspended, gripped the gold medallion in his fist and looked across the aisle at the long row of empty beds. After a little while, he brought one of the reeds out from beneath his pillow and nibbled at it. When Mary came 15 minutes later, the gunslinger took the bowl she brought with a show of weakness he didn't really feel. Porridge instead of soup this time, but he had no doubt the basic ingredient was still the same. "How well ye look this morning, Si," Big Sister said. She looked well herself. There were no shimmers to give away the ancient vampire hiding inside her. She had supped well, and her meal had firmed her up. Roland's stomach rolled over at the thought. "You'll be on your pins in no time, I'll warrant." "That's shit," Roland said, speaking in an ill-natured growl. "Put me on my pins, and you'd be picking me up off the floor directly after. I've started to wonder if you're not putting something in the food." She laughed merrily at that. "La, you lads, always eager to blame your weakness on a scheming woman. How scared of us ye are. Aye, way down in your little boys' hearts, how scared ye are. Where's my brother? I dreamed there was a commotion about him in the night, and now I see his bed's empty." Her smile narrowed, her eyes glittered. "He came over fevery and pitched a fit. We've taken him to Thoughtful House, which has been home to contagion more than once in its time." "To the grave is where you've taken him," Roland thought. "Mayhap that is a thoughtful house, but little would you know it, sigh, one way or another." "I know ye're no brother to that boy," Mary said, watching him eat. Already Roland could feel the stuff hidden in the porridge draining his strength once more. "Sigil or no sigil, I know you're no brother to him. Why do you lie? 'Tis a sin against God." "What gives you such an idea, Si?" Roland asked, curious to see if she would mention the guns. "Big sister knows what she knows. Why not fess up, Jimmy? Confession's good for the soul, they say." "Send me Jenna to pass the time, and perhaps I'd tell you much," Roland said. The narrow bone of smile on Sister Mary's face disappeared like chalk writing in a rainstorm. "Why would ye talk to such as her?" "She's passing fair," Roland said, "unlike some." Her lips pulled back from her overlarge teeth. "Ye'll see her no more, Cully. Ye've stirred her up, so you have, and I won't have that." She turned to go. Still trying to appear weak, and hoping he would not overdo it, acting was never his forte, Roland held out the empty porridge bowl. "Do you not want to take this?" "Put it on your head and wear it as a nightcap for all of me, or stick it in your ass. You'll talk before I'm done with ye, Cully. Talk till I bid you shut up, and then beg to talk some more." On this note she swept regally away, hands lifting the front of her skirt off the floor. Roland had heard that such as she couldn't go about in daylight, and that part of the old tales was surely a lie. Yet another part was almost true, it seemed. A fuzzy, amorphous shape kept pace with her, running along the row of empty beds to her right, but she cast no real shadow at all. 6. Jenna, Sister Coquina, Tamra, Michaela, Louise. The Cross Dog. What Happened in the Sage. That was one of the longest days of Roland's life. He dozed, but never deeply. The reeds were doing their work, and he had begun to believe that he might, with Jenna's help, actually get out of here. And there was the matter of his guns as well. Perhaps she might be able to help there, too. He passed the slow hours thinking of old times, of Gilead and his friends, of the riddling he had almost won at one wide earth fair. In the end, another had taken the goose, but he'd had his chance, aye. He thought of his mother and father. He thought of Abel Vinay, who had limped his way through a life of gentle goodness, and Eldred Jonas, who had limped his way through a life of evil, until Roland had blown him loose of his saddle one fine desert day. He thought, as always, of Susan. "If you love me, then love me," she'd said. And so he had. So he had. In this way the time passed. At rough hourly intervals he took one of the reeds from beneath his pillow and nibbled it. Now his muscles didn't tremble so badly as the stuff passed into his system, nor his heart pound so fiercely. The medicine in the reeds no longer had to battle the sister's medicine so fiercely, Roland thought. The reeds were winning. The diffused brightness of the sun moved across the white silk ceiling of the ward, and at last the dimness, which always seemed to hover at bed level, began to rise. The long room's western wall bloomed with the rose melting to orange shades of sunset. It was Sister Tamra who brought him his dinner that night. soup and another pupkin. She also laid a desert lily beside his hand. She smiled as she did it. Her cheeks were bright with color. All of them were bright with color today, like leeches that had gorged until they were full almost to bursting. "From your admirer, Jimmy," she said. "She's so sweet on ye. The lily means do not forget my promise. What has she promised ye, Jimmy, brother of Johnny?" "That she'd see me again and we'd talk." Tamra laughed so hard that the bells lining her forehead jingled. She clasped her hands together in a perfect ecstasy of glee. "Sweet as honey. Oh, yes." She bent her smiling gaze on Roland. "It's sad such a promise can never be kept. You'll never see her again, pretty man." She took the bowl. "Big sister has decided." She stood up, still smiling. "Why not take that ugly gold sigil off?" "I think not." "Your brother took his off. Look." She pointed, and Roland spied the gold medallion lying far down the aisle where it had landed when Ralph threw it. Sister Tamra looked at him, still smiling. "He decided it was part of what was making him sick and cast it away. Ye'd do the same were ye wise." Roland repeated, "I think not." "So," she said dismissively, and left him alone with the empty beds glimmering in the thickening shadows. Roland hung on, in spite of growing sleepiness, until the hot colors bleeding across the infirmary's western wall had cooled to ashes. Then he nibbled one of the reeds and felt strength. Real strength, not a jittery, heart-thudding substitute, bloom in his body. He looked toward where the castaway medallion gleamed in the last light and made a silent promise to John Norman. He would take it with the other one to Norman's kin if Ka chanced that he should encounter them in his travels. Feeling completely easy in his mind for the first time that day, the gunslinger dozed. When he awoke, it was full dark. The doctor bugs were singing with extraordinary shrillness. He had taken one of the reeds out from under the pillow and had begun to nibble on it when a cold voice said, "So, Big Sister was right. You've been keeping secrets." Roland's heart seemed to stop dead in his chest. He looked around and saw Sister Coquina getting to her feet. She had crept in while he was dozing and hidden under the bed on his right side to watch him. "Where did ye get that?" she asked. "Was it—" "He got it from me." Coquina whirled about. Jenna was walking down the aisle toward them. Her habit was gone. She still wore her wimple with its forehead fringe of bells, but its hem rested on the shoulders of a simple checkered shirt. Below this, she wore jeans and scuffed desert boots. She had something in her hands. It was too dark for Roland to be sure, but he thought, "You," Sister Coquina whispered with infinite hate. "When I tell Big Sister—" "You'll tell no one anything," Roland said. If he had planned his escape from the slings that entangled him, he no doubt would have made a bad business of it. But, as always, the gunslinger did best when he thought least. His arms were free in a moment, so was his left leg. His right caught at the ankle, however, twisting, hanging him up with his shoulders on the bed and his leg in the air. Coquina turned on him, hissing like a cat, her lips pulled back from teeth that were needle-sharp. She rushed at him, her fingers splayed. The nails at the ends of them looked sharp and ragged. Roland clasped the medallion and shoved it out toward her. She recoiled from it, still hissing, and whirled back to Sister Jenna in a flare of white skirt. "I'll do for ye, ye interfering trull," she cried in a low, harsh voice. Roland struggled to free his leg and couldn't. It was firmly caught, the shitting sling actually wrapped around the ankle somehow like a noose. Jenna raised her hands, and he saw he had been right. It was his revolver she had brought, holstered and hanging from the 2 old gun belts he had worn out of Gilead after the last burning. "Shoot her, Jenna, shoot her!" Instead, still holding the holstered guns up, Jenna shook her head as she had on the day when Roland had persuaded her to push back her wimple so he could see her hair. The bells rang with a sharpness that seemed to go into the gunslinger's head like a spike. The dark bells, the sigil of their quartet. What? The sound of the doctor bugs rose to a shrill, reedy scream that was eerily like the sound of the bells Jenna wore. Nothing sweet about them now. Sister Kokina's hands faltered on their way to Jenna's throat. Jenna herself had not so much as flinched or blinked her eyes. "No," Kokina whispered. "You can't." "I have," Jenna said, and Roland saw the bugs. Descending from the legs of the bearded man, he'd observed a battalion. What he saw coming from the shadows now was an army to end all armies. Had they been men instead of insects, there might have been more than all the men who had ever carried arms in the long and bloody history of Midworld. Yet the sight of them advancing down the boards of the aisle was not what Roland would always remember, nor what would haunt his dreams for a year or more. It was the way they coated the beds. These were turning black 2 by 2 on both sides of the aisle like pairs of dim rectangular lights going out. Kokina shrieked and began to shake her own head, to ring her own bells. The sound they made was thin and pointless compared with the sharp ringing of the dark bells. Still the bugs marched on, darkening the floor, blacking out the beds. Jenna darted past the shrieking Sister Kokina, dropped Roland's guns beside him, then yanked the twisted sling straight with one hard pull. Roland slid his leg free. "Come," she said. "I've started them, but staying them could be a different thing." Now Sister Kokina's shrieks were not of horror, but of pain. The bugs had found her. "Don't look," Jenna said, helping Roland to his feet. He thought that never in his life had he been so glad to be upon them. "Come, we must be quick. She'll rouse the others. I've put your boots and clothes aside up the path that leads away from here. I carried as much as I could. How are ye? Are ye strong?" "Thanks to you." How long he would stay strong, Roland didn't know, and right now it wasn't a question that mattered. He saw Jenna snatch up 2 of the reeds. In his struggle to escape the slings, they had scattered all over the head of the bed, and then they were hurrying up the aisle, away from the bugs and from Sister Kokina, whose cries were now failing. Roland buckled on his guns and tied them down without breaking stride. They passed only 3 beds on each side before reaching the flap of the tent, and it was a tent he saw, not a vast pavilion. The silk walls and ceiling were fraying canvas, thin enough to let in the light of a 3/4 kissing moon. And the beds weren't beds at all, but only a double row of shabby cots. He turned and saw a black, writhing hump on the floor where Sister Kokina had been. At the sight of her, Roland was struck by an unpleasant thought. "I forgot John Norman's medallion." A keen sense of regret, almost of mourning, went through him like wind. Jenna reached into the pocket of her jeans and brought it out. It glimmered in the moonlight. "I picked it up off the floor." He didn't know which made him gladder, the sight of the medallion or the sight of it in her hand. It meant she wasn't like the others. Then, as if to dispel that notion before it got too firm a hold on him, she said, "Take it, Roland, I can hold it no more." And as he took it, he saw unmistakable marks of charring on her fingers. He took her hand and kissed each burn. "Thank ye, Si," she said, and he saw she was crying. "Thank ye, dear. To be kissed so is lovely, worth every pain. Now—" Roland saw her eyes shift and followed them. Here were bobbing lights descending a rocky path. Beyond them he saw the building where the Little Sisters had been living. Not a convent, but a ruined hacienda that looked 1,000 years old. There were 3 candles. As they drew closer, Roland saw that there were only 3 sisters. Mary wasn't among them. He drew his guns. "Ooh, it's a gunslinger man he is," Louise. "A scary man," Michaela. "And he's found his lady love as well as his shooters," Tamra. "His slut whore," Louise. Laughing angrily. Not afraid, at least not of his weapons. "Put them away," Jenna told him, and when she looked, saw that he already had. The others, meanwhile, had drawn closer. "Ooh, see, she cries," Tamra. "Doffed her habit she has," Michaela. "Perhaps it's her broken vows she cries for." "Why such tears, pretty?" Louise. "Because he kissed my fingers where they were burned," Jenna said. "I've never been kissed before. It made me cry." "Ooh, lovely. Next he'll stick his thing in her. Even lovelier." Jenna bore their japes with no sign of anger. When they were done, she said, "I'm going with him. Stand aside." They gaped at her, counterfeit laughter disappearing in shock. "No," Louise whispered. "Are ye mad? Ye know what'll happen." "No, and neither do you," Jenna said. "Besides, I care not." She half-turned and held her hand out to the mouth of the ancient hospital tent. It was a faded olive drab in the moonlight, with an old red cross drawn on its roof. Roland wondered how many towns the sisters had been to with this tent, which was so small and plain on the outside, so huge and gloriously dim on the inside. How many towns and over how many years? Now, cramming the mouth of it in a black, shiny tongue, were the doctor bugs. They had stopped their singing. Their silence was somehow terrible. "Stand aside, or I'll have them on ye," Jenna said. "Ye never would," Sister Michaela cried in a low, horrified voice. "Aye. I've already set them on Sister Coquina. She's a part of their medicine now." Their gasp was like cold wind passing through dead trees. Nor was all of that dismay directed toward their own precious hides. What Jenna had done was clearly far outside their reckoning. "Then you're damned," Sister Tamra said. "Such ones to speak of damnation. Stand aside." They did. Roland walked past them, and they shrank away from him. But they shrank from her more. "Damned?" he asked after they had skirted the hacienda and reached the path beyond it. The kissing moon glimmered above a tumbled scree of rocks. In its light, Roland could see a small black opening low on the scarp. He guessed it was the cave the sisters called Thoughtful House. What did they mean, damned? Never mind. All we have to worry about now is Sister Mary. I like it not that we haven't seen her. She tried to walk faster, but he grasped her arm and turned her about. He could still hear the singing of the bugs, but faintly. They were leaving the place of the sisters behind. Eluria, too, if the compass in his head was still working. He thought the town was in the other direction. The husk of the town, he amended. "Tell me what they meant." "Perhaps nothing. Ask me not, Roland. What good is it? 'Tis done. The bridge burned. I can't go back, nor would if I could." She looked down, biting her lip, and when she looked up again, Roland saw fresh tears falling on her cheeks. "I have supped with them. There were times when I couldn't help it, no more than you could help drinking their wretched soup, no matter if you knew what was in it." Roland remembered John Norman saying, "A man has to eat. A woman, too." He nodded. "I'd go no further down that road. If there's to be damnation, let it be of my choosing, not theirs. My mother meant well by bringing me back to them, but she was wrong." She looked at him shyly and fearfully, but met his eyes. "I'd go beside ye on your road, Roland of Gilead, for as long as I may, or as long as ye'd have me." "You're welcome to your share of my way," he said, "and I am—" "Blessed by your company," he would have finished, but before he could, a voice spoke from the tangle of moonshadow ahead of them, where the path at last climbed out of the rocky, sterile valley in which the little sisters had practiced their glamours. "It's a sad duty to stop such a pretty elopement, but stop it I must." Sister Mary came from the shadows. Her fine white habit with its bright red rose had reverted to what it really was, the shroud of a corpse. Caught, hooded in its grimy folds, was a wrinkled, sagging face from which two black eyes stared. They looked like rotted dates. Below them, exposed by the thing's smile, 4 great incisors gleamed. Upon the stretched skin of Sister Mary's forehead bells tinkled, but not the dark bells, Roland thought. There was that. "Stand clear," Jenna said, "or I'll bring the contam on ye." "No," Sister Mary said, stepping closer, "ye won't. They'll not stray so far from the others. Shake your head and ring those damned bells until the clappers fall out, and still they'll never come." Jenna did as bid, shaking her head furiously from side to side. The dark bells rang piercingly, but without that extra, almost psychic tone quality that had gone through Roland's head like a spike. And the doctor bugs, what Big Sister had called the Con-Tom, did not come. Smiling ever more broadly, Roland had an idea Mary herself hadn't been completely sure they wouldn't come until the experiment was made. The corpse woman closed in on them, seeming to float above the ground. Her eyes flicked toward them. "And put that away," she said. Roland looked down and saw that one of his guns was in his hand. He had no memory of drawing it. "Unless 'tis been blessed or dipped in some sect's holy wet blood, water, semen. It can't harm such as I, gunslinger, for I am more shade than substance, yet still the equal to such as yourself, for all that." She thought he would try shooting her anyway. He saw it in her eyes. "Those shooters are all ye have," her eyes said. "Without 'em, you might as well be back in the tent we dreamed around ye, caught up in our slings and awaiting our pleasure." Instead of shooting, he dropped the revolver back into its holster and launched himself at her with his hands out. Sister Mary uttered a scream that was mostly surprise, but it was not a long one. Roland's fingers clamped down on her throat and choked the sound off before it was fairly started. The touch of her flesh was obscene. It seemed not just alive, but various beneath his hands, as if it was trying to crawl away from him. He could feel it running like liquid, flowing, and the sensation was horrible beyond description. Yet he clamped down harder, determined to choke the life out of her. Then there came a blue flash. Not in the air, he would think later. That flash happened inside his head, a single stroke of lightning as she touched off some brief but powerful brainstorm, and his hands flew away from her neck. For one moment, his dazzled eyes saw great wet gouges in her gray flesh, gouges in the shapes of his hands. Then he was flung backward, hitting the scree on his back and sliding, hitting his head on a jutting rock hard enough to provoke a second, lesser flash of light. "Nay, my pretty man," she said, grimacing at him, laughing with those terrible, dull eyes of hers. "Ye don't choke such as I, and I'll take ye slow for ye impertinence. Cut ye shallow in 100 places to refresh my thirst. First, though, I'll have this vowless girl, and I'll have those damned bells off her in the bargain." "Come and see if you can," Jenna cried in a trembling voice, and shook her head from side to side. The dark bells rang mockingly, provokingly. Mary's grimace of a smile fell away. "Oh, I can," she breathed. Her mouth yawned. In the moonlight, her fangs gleamed in her gums like bone needles poked through a red pillow. "I can, and I—" There was a growl from above them. It rose, then splintered into a volley of snarling barks. Mary turned to her left, and in the moment before the snarling thing left the rock on which it was standing, Roland could clearly read the startled bewilderment on Big Sister's face. It launched itself at her, only a dark shape against the stars, legs outstretched so it looked like some sort of weird bat, but even before it crashed into the woman, striking her in the chest above her half-raised arms and fastening its own teeth on her throat, Roland knew exactly what it was. As the shape bore her over onto her back, Sister Mary uttered a gibbering shriek that went through Roland's head like the dark bells themselves. He scrambled to his feet, gasping. The shadowy thing tore at her, 4 paws on either side of her head, rear paws planted on the grave shroud above her chest, where the rose had been. Roland grabbed Jenna, who was looking down at the fallen sister with a kind of frozen fascination. "Come on," he shouted, "before it decides it wants a bite of you, too." The dog took no notice of them as Roland pulled Jenna past. It had torn Sister Mary's head mostly off. Her flesh seemed to be changing somehow, decomposing very likely. But whatever was happening, Roland did not want to see it. He didn't want Jenna to see it either. They half-walked, half-ran to the top of the ridge, and when they got there, paused for breath in the moonlight, heads down, hands linked, both of them gasping harshly. The growling and snarling below them had faded, but was still faintly audible when Sister Jenna raised her head and asked him, "What was it? You know, I saw it in your face. How could it attack her? We all have power over animals, but she had the most." Not over that one." Roland found himself recalling the unfortunate boy in the next bed. Norman hadn't known why the medallions kept the sisters at arm's length, whether it was the gold or the god. Now Roland knew the answer. "It was a dog, just a town dog. I saw it in the square before the green folk knocked me out and took me to the sisters. I suppose the other animals that could run away did run away, but not that one. It had nothing to fear from the little sisters of Eluria, and somehow it knew it didn't. It bears the sign of the Jesus man on its chest, black fur on white, just an accident of its birth, I imagine. In any case, it's done for her now. I knew it was lurking around. I heard it barking 2 or 3 times. "Why?" Jenna whispered. "Why would it come? Why would it stay? And why would it take on her as it did?" Roland of Gilead responded as he ever had and ever would when such useless, mystifying questions were raised. "Ka. Come on. Let's get as far as we can from this place before we hide up for the day." As far as they could turned out to be 8 miles at most, and probably, Roland thought as the 2 of them sank down in a patch of sweet-smelling sage beneath an overhang of rock, a good deal less, 5 perhaps. It was him slowing them down, or rather it was the residue of the poison in the soup. When it was clear to him that he could not go farther without help, he asked her for one of the reeds. She refused, saying that the stuff in it might combine with the unaccustomed exercise to burst his heart. "Besides," she said as they lay back against the embankment of the little nook they had found, "they'll not follow. Those that are left, Michaela, Louise, Tamra, will be packing up to move on. They know to leave when the time comes. That's why the sisters have survived as long as they have. As we have. We're strong in some ways, but weak in many more. Sister Mary forgot that. It was her arrogance that did for her as much as the cross dog, I think." She had cached not just his boots and clothes beyond the top of the ridge, but the smaller of his 2 purses as well. When she tried to apologize for not bringing his bedroll and the larger purse, she'd tried, she said, but they were simply too heavy. Roland hushed her with a finger to her lips. He thought it a miracle to have as much as he did. And besides, this he did not say, but perhaps she knew it anyway, the guns were the only things that really mattered, the guns of his father, and his father before him, all the way back to the days of Arthur Eld, when dreams and dragons had still walked the earth. "Will you be all right?" he asked her as they settled down. The moon had set, but dawn was still at least 3 hours away. They were surrounded by the sweet smell of the sage, a purple smell, he thought it then, and ever after. Already he could feel it forming a kind of magic carpet under him, which would soon float him away to sleep. He thought he had never been so tired. "Roland, I know not." But even then he thought she had known. Her mother had brought her back once. No mother would bring her back again. And she had eaten with the others, had taken the communion of the sisters. Ka was a wheel. It was also a net from which none ever escaped. But then he was too tired to think much of such things. And what good would thinking have done in any case? As she had said, the bridge was burned. Even if they were to return to the valley, Roland guessed they would find nothing but the cave the sisters had called Thoughtful House. The surviving sisters would have packed their tent of bad dreams and moved on, just a sound of bells and singing insects moving down the late-night breeze. He looked at her, raised a hand, it felt heavy, and touched the curl which once more lay across her forehead. Jenna laughed, embarrassed. "That one always escapes. It's wayward, like its mistress." She raised her hand to poke it back in, but Roland took her fingers before she could. "It's beautiful," he said. "Black as night and as beautiful as forever." He sat up. It took an effort. Weariness dragged at his body like soft hands. He kissed the curl. She closed her eyes and sighed. He felt her trembling beneath his lips. The skin of her brow was very cool, the dark curve of the wayward curl like silk. "Push back your wimple as you did before," he said. She did it without speaking. For a moment he only looked at her. Jenna looked back gravely, her eyes never leaving his. He ran his hands through her hair, feeling its smooth weight. Like rain, he thought, rain with weight. Then took her shoulders and kissed each of her cheeks. He drew back for a moment. "Would ye kiss me as a man does a woman, Roland? On my mouth?" "Aye." And, as he had thought of doing as he lay caught in the silken infirmary tent, he kissed her lips. She kissed back with the clumsy sweetness of one who has never kissed before, except perhaps in dreams. Roland thought to make love to her then. It had been long, and she was beautiful. But he fell asleep instead, still kissing her. He dreamed of the cross dog barking its way across a great open landscape. He followed, wanting to see the source of its agitation, and soon he did. At the far edge of that plain stood the dark tower, its smoky stone outlined by the dull orange ball of a setting sun, its fearful windows rising in a spiral. The dog stopped at the sight of it and began to howl. Bells, peculiarly shrill and as terrible as doom, began to ring. Dark bells, he knew, but their tone was as bright as silver. At their sound, the dark windows of the tower glowed with a deadly red light, the red of poisoned roses. A scream of unbearable pain rose in the night. The dream blew away in an instant, but the scream remained, now unraveling to a moan. That part was real as the tower, brooding in its place at the very end of Endworld. Roland came back to the brightness of dawn and the soft purple smell of desert sage. He had drawn both his guns and was on his feet before he had fully realized he was awake. Jenna was gone. Her boots lay empty beside his purse. A little distance from them, her jeans lay as flat as discarded snakeskins. Above them was her shirt. It was, Roland observed with wonder, still tucked into the pants. Beyond them was her empty wimple, with its fringe of bells lying on the powdery ground. He thought for a moment that they were ringing, mistaking the sound he heard at first. Not bells, but bugs, the doctor bugs. They sang in the sage, sounding a bit like crickets, but far sweeter. "Jenna?" No answer, unless the bugs answered, for their singing suddenly stopped. "Jenna?" Nothing, only the wind and the smell of the sage. Without thinking about what he was doing, like play-acting, reasoned thought was not his strong suit, he bent, picked up the wimple, and shook it. The dark bells rang. For a moment there was nothing. Then 1,000 small dark creatures came scurrying out of the sage, gathering on the broken earth. Roland thought of the battalion marching down the side of the freighter's bed and took a step back. Then he held his position. As he saw, the bugs were holding theirs. He believed he understood. Some of this understanding came from his memory of how Sister Mary's flesh had felt under his hands, how it had felt various, not one thing but many. Part of it was what she had said. "I have supped with them." Such as them might never die, but they might change. The insects trembled, a dark cloud of them blotting out the white, powdery earth. Roland shook the bells again. A shiver ran through them in a subtle wave, and then they began to form a shape. They hesitated, as if unsure of how to go on, regrouped, began again. What they eventually made on the whiteness of the sand there between the blowing fluffs of lilac-colored sage was one of the great letters. The letter C, except it wasn't really a letter, the gunslinger saw. It was a curl. They began to sing, and to Roland it sounded as if they were singing his name. The bells fell from his unnerved hand, and when they struck the ground and chimed there, the mass of bugs broke apart, running in every direction. He thought of calling them back. Ringing the bells again might do that. But to what purpose? To what end? "Ask me not, Roland. 'Tis done. The bridge burned." Yet she had come to him one last time, imposing her will over 1,000 various parts that should have lost the ability to think when the whole lost its cohesion. and yet she had thought, somehow, enough to make that shape. How much effort might that have taken? They fanned wider and wider, some disappearing into the sage, some trundling up the sides of a rock overhang, pouring into the cracks where they would, mayhap, wait out the heat of the day. They were gone. She was gone. Roland sat down on the ground and put his hands over his face. He thought he might weep, but in time the urge passed. When he raised his head again, his eyes were as dry as the desert he would eventually come to, still following the trail of Walter, the man in black. "If there's to be damnation," she had said, "let it be of my choosing, not theirs." He knew a little about damnation himself, and he had an idea that the lessons, far from being done, were just beginning. She had brought him the purse with his tobacco in it. He rolled a cigarette and smoked it, hunkered over his knees. He smoked it down to a glowing roach, looking at her empty clothes the while, remembering the steady gaze of her dark eyes, remembering the scorch marks on her fingers from the chain of the medallion. Yet she had picked it up, because she had known he would want it, had dared that pain, and Roland now wore both around his neck. When the sun was fully up, the gunslinger moved on west. He would find another horse eventually, or a mule, but for now he was content to walk. All that day he was haunted by a ringing, singing sound in his ears, a sound like bells. Several times he stopped and looked around, sure he would see a dark following shape flowing over the ground, chasing after as the shadows of our best and worst memories chase after. But no shape was ever there. He was alone in the low hill country west of Eluria. Quite alone. Discworld. Terry Pratchett. The Color of Magic, 1983. The Light Fantastic, 1988. Equal Rights, 1988. Mort, 1989. Sorcery, 1989. Weird Sisters, 1990. Pyramids, 1990. Guards, 1991. Eric, 1991. Moving Pictures, 1992. Reaper Man, 1992. Witches Abroad, 1994. Small Gods, 1994. Lords and Ladies, 1994. Interesting Times, 1995. Soul Music, 1995. Masquerade, 1995. Men at Arms, 1996. Feet of Clay, 1996. Hogfather, 1996. Jingo, 1997. Discworld is a flat world supported by 4 elephants standing on top of a huge turtle swimming endlessly through space. Using this classic mythological concept as his starting point, Pratchett cheerfully lampoons a vast range of targets: Shakespeare, creationism theory, heroic fantasy, etc., etc., and ventures into such far-flung realms as ancient Egypt, the Aztec Empire, and Renaissance Italy for further raw material. When he is not satirizing historical periods or cultures, Pratchett allows much of the action to center around Ankh-Morpork, a melting pot of a fantasy city that's a mix of Renaissance Florence, Victorian London, and present-day New York. The series uses fantasy as a fairground mirror, reflecting back at us a distorted but recognizable image of 20th century concerns. For example, equal opportunity and affirmative action laws take on new dimensions when you've got vampires, werewolves, and zombies among your citizens. The books can be roughly divided into 4 groups. In the Rincewind series, The Color of Magic, The Light Fantastic, Sorcery, Eric, Interesting Times, the protagonist is an incompetent, cowardly, or very clear-thinking magician who is constantly trying to escape some danger only to run into something 10 times worse. However unfortunate his misadventures become, In the end, he manages to triumph and to restore Discworld to a semblance of order, as order is understood there. The primary satiric target of these books is heroic fantasy, complete with all the genre staples, trolls, wizards, and similar fauna. Sorcery, for example, is a parody of the Lovecraftian netherworlds. Eric is a spoof of the Faustian deal-with-the-devil theme. The Granny Weatherwax group, Equal Rights, Weird Sisters, Witches Abroad, Lords and Ladies, Masquerade, introduces one of the most popular characters in the series, a witch of iron constitution, steel morals, and reinforced concrete pride who takes charge in any situation. Like a Western hero, she's technically a bad witch who does good. A rewriting of The Phantom of the Opera forms the basis for Masquerade, and A Midsummer Night's Dream is lampooned in Lords and Ladies, with Shakespeare's more genteel fairies replaced by haughty, vicious elves from Celtic folklore. The 4 books composing the Death series, Mort, Reaperman, Soul Music, Hogfather, follow the trials of Death, a humorless entity who secretly harbors a soft spot for humanity and whose inability to understand these same humans creates real pathos. In Mort, Death takes a vacation, leaving his even more soft-hearted apprentices to carry on while he's gone. Reaperman follows Death when he becomes, temporarily, mortal, and learns what humanity really means. The City Watch books, Guards, Men-at-Arms, Feet of Clay, combine fantasy with elements of the police procedural mystery novel, with appropriately lively results. Guards finds the grubby but honest Ankh-Morpork Nightwatch battling a dragon who wants to assassinate the city's patrician and install a new puppet ruler. Men-at-Arms tracks a serial killer running amok with Discworld's only gun, designed by Discworld's equivalent of Leonardo da Vinci. The standalone novel Pyramids injects some modern thinking into a version of Egypt of the pharaohs. Moving Pictures uses the Discworld toolbox to examine the real magic of the movies. Small Gods provides a darkly humorous look at the rise of a religion whose one truth is that the Discworld is actually spherical instead of flat. In The Sea and Little Fishes, Pratchett offers a new adventure of Granny Weatherwax, a highly competitive spirit who believes that coming in second is another term for losing. The Sea and Little Fishes, Terry Pratchett. Trouble began, and not for the first time, with an apple. There was a bag of them on Granny Weatherwax's bleached and spotless table, red and round, shiny and fruity. If they'd known the future, they should have ticked like bombs. "Keep the lot. Old Hopcroft said I could have as many as I wanted," said Nanny Ogg. She gave her sister witch a sidelong glance. "Tasty, a bit wrinkled, but a damn good keeper." "He named an apple after you," said Granny. Each word was an acid drop on the air. "'Cause of my rosy cheeks," said Nanny Ogg, "and I cured his leg for him after he felt off that ladder last year, and I made him up some jollop for his bald head." "It didn't work, though," said Granny. "That wig he wears, that's a terrible thing to see on a man still alive." "But he was pleased I took an interest." Granny Weatherwax didn't take her eyes off the bag. Fruit and vegetables grew famously in the mountains hot summers and cold winters. Percy Hopcroft was the premier grower, and definitely a keen man when it came to sexual antics among the horticulture with a camel-hair brush. "He sells his apple trees all over the place," Nanny Ogg went on. "Funny, eh, to think that pretty soon thousands of people will be having a bite of Nanny Ogg?" "Thousands more," said Granny tartly. Nanny's Wild Youth was an open book, although only available in plain covers. "Thank you, Esme." Nanny Ogg looked wistful for a moment, and then opened her mouth in mock concern. "Oh, you ain't jealous, are you, Esme? You ain't begrudging me my little moment in the sun?" "Me? Jealous? Why should I be jealous? It's only an apple. It's not as if it's anything important." "That's what I thought. It's just a little frippery to humor an old lady," said Nanny. "So how are things with you, then?" "Fine. Fine. Got your winter wood in, have you?" "Mostly." "Good," said Nanny. "Good." They sat in silence. On the window pane, a butterfly, awoken by the unseasonable warmth, beat a little tattoo in an effort to reach the September sun. "Your potatoes? Got them dug, then?" said Nanny. "Yes." "We got a good crop off ours this year." "Good." "Salted your beans, have you?" "Yes." "I expect you're looking forward to the trials next week." "Yes." "I expects you've been practicing?" "No." It seemed to Nanny that despite the sunlight, the shadows were deepening in the corners of the room. The very air itself was growing dark. A witch's cottage gets sensitive to the moods of its occupant. But she plunged on. Fools rush in, but they are laggards compared to little old ladies with nothing left to fear. "You coming over to dinner on Sunday?" "What are you having?" "Pork." "With applesauce?" "Yes." "No," said Granny. There was a creaking behind Nanny. The door had swung open. Someone who wasn't a witch would have rationalized this, would have said that of course it was only the wind, and Nanny Ogg was quite prepared to go along with this, but would have added, why was it only the wind, and how come the wind had managed to lift the latch? "Oh, well, can't sit here chatting all day," she said, standing up quickly. "Always busy at this time of year, ain't it?" "Yes." "So I'll be off then." "Goodbye." The wind blew the door shut again as Nanny hurried off down the path. It occurred to her that just possibly she might have gone a bit too far, but only a bit. The trouble with being a witch, at least the trouble with being a witch as far as some people were concerned, was that you got stuck out here in the country. But that was fine by Nanny. Everything she wanted was out here. Everything she'd ever wanted was here, although in her youth she'd run out of men a few times. Foreign parts were all right to visit, but they weren't really serious. They had interest in new drinks, and the grub was fun, but foreign parts was where you went to do what might need to be done, and then you came back here, a place that was real. Nanny Ogg was happy in small places. Of course, she reflected as she crossed the lawn, she didn't have this view out of her window. Nanny lived down in the town, but Granny could look out across the forest and over the plains and all the way to the great round horizon of the Discworld. A view like that, Nanny reasoned, could probably suck your mind right out of your head. They'd told her the world was round and flat, which was common sense, and went through space on the back of 4 elephants standing on the shell of a turtle, which didn't have to make sense. It was all happening out there somewhere, and it could continue to do so with Nanny's blessing and disinterest so long as she could live in a personal world about 10 miles across, which she carried around with her. But Esme Weatherwax needed more than this little kingdom could contain. She was the other kind of witch. And Nanny saw it as her job to stop Granny Weatherwax getting bored. The business with the apples was petty enough, a spiteful little triumph when you got down to it, but Esme needed something to make every day worthwhile, and if it had to be anger and jealousy, then so be it. Granny would now scheme for some little victory, some tiny humiliation that only the two of them would ever know about, and that'd be that. Nanny was confident that she could deal with her friend in a bad mood, but not when she was bored. A witch who is bored might do anything. People said things like, "We had to make our own amusements in those days," as if this signaled some kind of moral worth, and perhaps it did, but the last thing you wanted a witch to do was get bored and start making her own amusements, because witches sometimes had famously erratic ideas about what was amusing, and Esme was undoubtedly the most powerful witch the mountains had seen for generations. Still, the trials were coming up, and they always set Esme Weatherwax all right for a few weeks. She rose to competition like a trout to a fly. Nanny Ogg always looked forward to the witch trials. You got a good day out, and of course there was a big bonfire. Who ever heard of a witch trial without a good bonfire afterward? And afterward you could roast potatoes in the ashes. The afternoon melted into the evening, and the shadows in corners and under stools and tables crept out and ran together. Granny rocked gently in her chair as the darkness wrapped itself around her. She had a look of deep concentration. The logs in the fireplace collapsed into the embers, which winked out one by one. The night thickened. The old clock ticked on the mantelpiece, and for some length of time there was no other sound. There came a faint rustling. The paper bag on the table moved, and then began to crinkle like a deflating balloon. Slowly, the still air filled with a heavy smell of decay. After a while, the first maggot crawled out. Nanny Ogg was back home and just pouring a pint of beer when there was a knock. She put down the jug with a sigh and went and opened the door. "Oh, hello, ladies. What are you doing in these parts, and on such a chilly evening, too?" Nanny backed into the room ahead of 3 more witches. They wore the black cloaks and pointy hats traditionally associated with their craft, although this served to make each one look different. There is nothing like a uniform for allowing one to express one's individuality. A tweak here and a tuck there are little details that scream all the louder in the apparent, well, uniformity. Gammer Beavis' hat, for example, had a very flat brim and a point you could clean your ear with. Nanny liked Gammer Beavis. She might be a bit too educated, so that sometimes it overflowed out of her mouth, but she did her own shoe repairs and took snuff, and in Nanny Ogg's small world view, things like this meant that someone was all right. Old Mother Dismass's clothes had that disarray of someone who, because of a detached retina in her second sight, was living in a variety of times all at once. Mental confusion is bad enough in normal people, but much worse when the mind has an occult twist. You just had to hope it was only her underwear she was wearing on the outside. It was getting worse, Nanny knew. Sometimes her knock would be heard on the door a few hours before she arrived. Her footprints would turn up several days later. Nanny's heart sank at the sight of the third witch, and it wasn't because Lettuce Earwig was a bad woman. Quite the reverse, in fact. She was considered to be decent, well-meaning, and kind, at least to less aggressive animals and the cleaner sort of children, and she would always do you a good turn. The trouble was, though, that she would do you a good turn for your own good, even if a good turn wasn't what was good for you. You ended up mentally turned the other way, and that wasn't good. And she was married. Nanny had nothing against witches being married. It wasn't as if there were rules. She herself had had many husbands, and had even been married to 3 of them. But Mr. Earwig was a retired wizard with a suspiciously large amount of gold, and Nanny suspected that Lettuce did witchcraft as something to keep herself occupied, in much the same way that other women of a certain class might embroider kneelers for the church or visit the poor. And she had money. Nanny did not have money, and therefore was predisposed to dislike those who did. Lettuce had a black velvet cloak so fine that it looked as if a hole had been cut out of the world. Nanny did not. Nanny did not want a fine velvet cloak and did not aspire to such things, so she didn't see why other people should have them. "Evening, Gaitha. How are you keeping in yourself?" said Gammer Beavis. Nanny took her pipe out of her mouth. "Fit as a fiddle. Come on in." "Ain't this rain dreadful?" said Mother Dismass. Nanny looked at the sky. It was frosty purple, but it was probably raining wherever Mother's mind was at. "Come along in and dry off, then," she said kindly. "May fortunate stars shine on this our meeting," said Lettuce. Nanny nodded understandingly. Lettuce always sounded as though she'd learned her witchcraft out of a not very imaginative book. "Yeah, right," she said. There was some polite conversation while Nanny prepared tea and scones. Then Gammer Beavis, in a tone that clearly indicated that the official part of the visit was beginning, said, "We're here as the Trials Committee, Nanny." "Oh? Yes. I expect you'll be entering." "Oh, yes, I'll do my little turn." Nanny glanced at Lettuce. There was a smile on that face that she wasn't entirely happy with. "There's a lot of interest this year," Gammer went on. "More girls are taking it up lately." "To get boys, one feels," said Lettuce, and sniffed. Nanny didn't comment. Using witchcraft to get boys seemed a damn good use for it as far as she was concerned. It was, in a way, one of the fundamental uses. "That's nice," she said. "Always looks good, a big turnout. But—" "I beg your pardon," said Lettuce. "I said but," said Nanny. "'Cause someone's going to say but, right? This little chat has got a big but coming up, I can tell." She knew this was flying in the face of protocol. There should be at least 7 more minutes of small talk before anyone got around to the point, but Lettuce's presence was getting on her nerves. "It's about Esme Weatherwax," said Gammer Beavis. "Yes," said Nanny without surprise. "I suppose she's entering? Never known her stay away." Lettuce sighed. "I suppose you couldn't persuade her not to enter this year?" she said. Nanny looked shocked. "With an axe, you mean?" she said. In unison, the 3 witches sat back. "You see," Gammer began, a bit shamefaced. "Frankly, Mrs. Ogg," said Lettuce, "it is very hard to get other people to enter when they know that Miss Weatherwax is entering. She always wins." "Yes," said Nanny, "it's a competition, but she always wins." "So?" "In other types of competition," said Lettuce, "one is normally only allowed to win for 3 years in a row, and then one takes a back seat for a while." "Yeah, but this is witching," said Nanny. "The rules is different." "How so?" "There ain't none." Lettuce twitched her skirt. "Perhaps it is time there were," she said. "Ah," said Nanny. "And you just going to go up and tell Esme that? You up for this, Gammer?" Gammer Beavis didn't meet her gaze. Old Mother Dismass was gazing at last week. "I understand Miss Weatherwax is a very proud woman," said Lettuce. Nanny Ogg puffed at her pipe again. "You might as well say the sea is full of water," she said. The other witches were silent for a moment. "I dare say that was a valuable comment," said Lettuce, "but I didn't understand it." "If there ain't no water in the sea, it ain't the sea," said Nanny Ogg. "It's just a damn great hole in the ground. Thing about Esme is—" Nanny took another noisy pull at the pipe. "She's all pride, see? She ain't just a proud person." "Then perhaps she should learn to be a bit more humble." "What's she got to be humble about?" said Nanny sharply. But Lettuce, like a lot of people with marshmallow on the outside, had a hard core that was not easily compressed. The woman clearly has a natural talent, and really she should be grateful for— Nanny Ogg stopped listening at this point. The woman, she thought. So that was how it was going. It was the same in just about every trade. Sooner or later someone decided it needed organizing, and the one thing you could be sure of was that the organizers weren't going to be the people who, by general acknowledgement, were at the top of their craft. They were working too hard. To be fair, it generally wasn't done by the worst, neither. They were working hard, too. They had to. No, it was done by the ones who had just enough time and inclination to scurry and bustle. And, to be fair again, the world needed people who scurried and bustled. You just didn't have to like them very much. The lull told her that Lettuce had finished. "Really? Now me," said Nanny. "I'm the one who's naturally talented. Us Oggs have got witchcraft in our blood. I never really had to sweat at it. Esme, now, she's got a bit true enough, but it ain't a lot. She just makes it work harder than hell. And you're going to tell her she's not to?" "We were rather hoping you would," said Lettuce. Nanny opened her mouth to deliver 1 or 2 swear words and then stopped. "Tell you what," she said. "You can tell her tomorrow, and I'll come with you to hold her back." Granny Weatherwax was gathering herbs when they came up the track. Everyday herbs of sick room and kitchen are known as simples. Granny's herbs weren't simples. They were complicateds, or they were nothing. And there was none of the airy-fairy business with a pretty basket and a pair of dainty snippers. Granny used a knife, and a chair held in front of her, and a leather hat, gloves, and apron as secondary lines of defense. Even she didn't know where some of the herbs came from. Roots and seed were traded all over the world and maybe farther. Some had flowers that turned as you passed by, some fired their thorns at passing birds, and several were staked, not so that they wouldn't fall over, but so they'd still be there next day. Nanny Ogg, who never bothered to grow any herb you couldn't smoke or stuff a chicken with, heard her mutter, "Right, you buggers. Good morning, Miss Weatherwax," said Lettuce Earwig loudly. Granny Weatherwax stiffened, and then lowered the chair very carefully and turned around. "It's Mistress," she said. "Whatever," said Lettuce brightly. "I trust you were keeping well?" "Up till now," said Granny. She nodded almost imperceptibly at the other three witches. There was a thrumming silence, which appalled Nanny Ogg. They should have been invited in for a cup of something. That was how the ritual went. It was gross bad manners to keep people standing around. Nearly, but not quite, as bad as calling an elderly unmarried witch Miss. "You've come about the trials," said Granny. Lettuce almost fainted. How did—" "'Cause you look like a committee. It don't take much reasoning," said Granny, pulling off her gloves. "We didn't used to need a committee. The news just got around and we all turned up. Now suddenly there's folk arrangin' things." For a moment Granny looked as though she was fighting some serious internal battle, and then she added in throwaway tones, "Kettle's on, you'd better come in." Nanny relaxed. Maybe there were some customs even Granny Weatherwax wouldn't defy after all. Even if someone was your worst enemy, you invited them in and gave them tea and biscuits. In fact, the worser your enemy, the better the crockery you got out and the higher the quality of the biscuits. You might wish black hell on 'em later, but while they were under your roof, you'd feed 'em till they choked. Her dark little eyes noted that the kitchen table gleamed and was still damp from scrubbing. After cups had been poured and pleasantries exchanged, or at least offered by Lettuce and received in silence by Granny, the self-elected chairwoman wriggled in her seat and said, "There's such a lot of interest in the trials this year, Mistress Weatherwax. Good. It does look as though witchcraft in the Ramtops is going through something of a renaissance, in fact." "A renaissance, eh? There's a thing." "It's such a good route to empowerment for young women, don't you think?" Many people could say things in a cutting way, Nanny knew, but Granny Weatherwax could listen in a cutting way. She could make something sound stupid just by hearing it. "That's a good hat you've got there," said Granny. "Velvet, is it? Not made local, I expect." Lettuce touched the brim and gave a little laugh. "It's from Boggy's in Ankh-Morpork," she said. "Oh, shop-bought?" Nanny Ogg glanced at the corner of the room where a battered wooden cone stood on a stand. Pinned to it were lengths of black calico and strips of willow wood, the foundations for Granny's spring hat. "Tailor-made," said Lettuce. "And those hat pins you've got," Granny went on, "all them crescent moons and cat shapes." "You've got a brooch that's crescent-shaped, too, ain't that so, Esme?" said Nanny Ogg, deciding it was time for a warning shot. Granny occasionally had a lot to say about jewelry on witches when she was feeling in an acid mood. "This is true, Gaitha. I have a brooch what is shaped like a crescent. That's just the truth of the shape it happens to be. Very practical shape for holding a cloak is a crescent. But I don't mean nothing by it. Anyway, you interrupted just as I was about to remark to Mrs. Earwig how fetchin' her hatpins are. Very witchy." Nanny, swiveling like a spectator at a tennis match, glanced at Lettuce to see if this deadly bolt had gone home, but the woman was actually smiling. Some people just couldn't spot the obvious on the end of a 10-pound hammer. "On the subject of witchcraft," said Lettuce, with the born chairwoman's touch for the enforced segue, "I thought I might raise with you the question of your participation in the trials." "Yes? Do you, don't you think it is unfair to other people that you win every year?" Granny Weatherwax looked down at the floor and then up at the ceiling. "No," she said eventually. "I'm better'n them." "You don't think it is a little dispiriting for the other contestants?" Once again, the floor-to-ceiling search. "No," said Granny. "But they start off knowing they're not going to win." "So do I." "Oh, no, you surely—" "I meant that I start off knowing they're not going to win, too," said Granny witheringly. "And they ought to start off knowing I'm not going to win. No wonder they lose if they ain't getting their minds right." "It does rather dash their enthusiasm." Granny looked genuinely puzzled. "What's wrong with 'em striving to come second?" she said. Lettuce plunged on. "What we were hoping to persuade you to do, Esme, is to accept an emeritus position. You would perhaps make a nice little speech of encouragement, present the award, and possibly even be, one of the judges." "There's going to be judges?" said Granny. "We've never had judges. Everyone just used to know who'd won." "That's true," said Nanny. She remembered the scenes at the end of one or two trials. When Granny Weatherwax won, everyone knew. "Oh, that's very true." "It would be a very nice gesture," Lettuce went on. "Who decided there would be judges?" said Granny. The committee, that is, a few of us got together, only to steer things." "Oh, I see," said Granny. "Flags?" "Pardon? Are you going to have them lines of little flags, and maybe someone selling apples on a stick, that kind of thing?" "Some bunting would certainly be—" "Right. Don't forget the bonfire." "So long as it's nice and safe." "Oh, right. Things should be nice and safe," said Granny. Mrs. Earwig perceptibly sighed with relief. "Well, that sorted out nicely," she said. "Is it?" said Granny. "I thought we'd agreed that—" "Had we? Really?" She picked up the poker from the hearth and prodded fiercely at the fire. "I'll give matters my consideration." "I wonder if I may be frank for a moment, Mistress Weatherwax," said Lettuce. The poker paused in mid-prod. "Yes?" "Times are changing, you know. Now, I think I know why you feel it necessary to be so overbearing and unpleasant to everyone, but believe me when I tell you, as a friend, that you'd find it so much easier if you just relaxed a little bit and tried being nicer, like our sister Gaitha here." Nanny Ogg's smile had fossilized into a mask. Lettuce didn't seem to notice. "You seem to have all the witches in awe of you for 50 miles around," she went on. "Now, I dare say you have some valuable skills, but witchcraft isn't about being an old grump and frightening people anymore. I'm telling you this as a friend." "Call again whenever you're passing," said Granny. This was a signal. Nanny Ogg stood up hurriedly. "I thought we could discuss," Lettuce protested. "I'll walk with you all down to the main track," said Nanny, hauling the other witches out of their seats. "Gaitha," said Granny sharply as the group reached the door. "Yes, Esme." "You'll come back here afterward, I expect." "Yes, Esme." Nanny ran to catch up with the trio on the path. Lettuce had what Nanny thought of as a deliberate walk. It had been wrong to judge her by the floppy jowls and the over-fussy hair and the silly way she waggled her hands as she talked. She was a witch, after all. Scratch any witch and, well, you'd be facing a witch you'd just scratched. "She's not a nice person," Lettuce trilled, but it was the trill of some large hunting bird. "You're right there," said Nanny, "but it's high time she was taken down a peg or two." "Well—" "She bullies you most terribly, Mrs. Ogg, a married lady of your mature years, too." Just for a moment, Nanny's eyes narrowed. "It's her way," she said. "A very petty and nasty way, to my mind." "Oh, yes," said Nanny simply. "Ways often are. But look, will you be bringing anything to the produce stall, Gaitha?" said Gammer Beavis quickly. "Oh, a couple of bottles, I expect," said Nanny, deflating. "Oh, homemade wine?" said Lettuce. "How nice." "Sort of like wine, yes. Well, here's the path," said Nanny. I'll just nip back and say good night." "It's belittling, you know, the way you run around after her," said Lettuce. "Yes, well, you get used to people. Good night to you." When she got back to the cottage, Granny Weatherwax was standing in the middle of the kitchen floor with a face like an unmade bed and her arms folded. One foot tapped on the floor. "She married a wizard," said Granny as soon as her friend had entered. "You can't tell me that's right." "Well, wizards can marry, you know. They just have to hand in the staff and pointy hat. There's no actual law says they can't, so long as they gives up wizarding. They're supposed to be married to the job." "I should reckon it's a job being married to her," said Granny, her face screwed up in a sour smile. "Been pickling much this year?" said Nanny, employing a fresh association of ideas around the word vinegar, which had just popped into her head. "My onions all got the screwfly." "That's a pity. You like onions. Even screwflies have got to eat," said Granny. She glared at the door. "Nice," she said. "She's got a knitted cover on the lid in her privy," said Nanny. "Pink?" "Yes." "Nice." "She's not bad," said Nanny. "She does good work over in Fiddler's Elbow. People speak highly of her." Granny sniffed. "Do they speak highly of me?" she said. "No, they speaks quietly of you, Esme." "Good. Did you see her hatpins?" "I thought they were rather nice, Esme." "That's witchcraft today, all jewelry and no drawers." Nanny, who considered both to be optional, tried to build an embankment against the rising tide of ire. "You could think of it as an honor, really, them not wanting you to take part," she said. "That's nice." Nanny sighed. "Sometimes nice is worth trying, Esme," she said. "I never does anyone a bad turn if I can't do 'em a good one, Gytha, you know that. I don't have to do no frills or fancy labels." Nanny sighed. Of course it was true. Granny was an old-fashioned witch. She didn't do good for people, she did right by them. But Nanny knew that people don't always appreciate right. Like old Pollet the other day when he fell off his horse, what he wanted was a painkiller. What he needed was the few seconds of agony as Granny popped the joint back into place. The trouble was, people remembered the pain. You got on a lot better with people when you remembered to put frills round it and took an interest and said things like, "How are you?" Esme didn't bother with that kind of stuff because she knew already. Nanny Ogg knew, too, but also knew that letting on you knew gave people the serious willies. She put her head on one side. Granny's foot was still tapping. "You planning anything, Esme? I know you. You've got that look." "What look, pray?" "That look you had when that bandit was found naked up a tree and crying all the time and going on about the horrible thing that was after him. Funny thing, we never found any paw prints. That look. He deserved more'n that for what he done." "Yeah, well, you had that look just before old Hoggett was found beaten black and blue in his own pigsty and wouldn't talk about it." "You mean old Hoggett the wife-beater, or old Hoggett who won't never lift his hand to a woman no more?" said Granny. The thing her lips had pursed into might have been called a smile. "And it's the look you had the time all the snow slid down on old Milson's house just after he called you an interfering old baggage," said Nanny. Granny hesitated. Nanny was pretty sure that had been natural causes, and also that Granny knew she suspected this, and that pride was fighting a battle with honesty. "That's as may be," said Granny noncommittally. "Like someone who might go along to the trials and—" "Do something," said Nanny. Her friend's glare should have made the air sizzle. "Oh, so that's what you think of me. That's what we've come to, have we?" "Lettuce thinks we should move with the times." "Well, I moves with the times. We ought to move with the times. No one said we ought to give them a push. I expect you'll be wanting to be going, Gytha. I want to be alone with my thoughts." Nanny's own thoughts, as she scurried home in relief, were that Granny Weatherwax was not an advertisement for witchcraft. Oh, she was one of the best at it, no doubt about that. At a certain kind, certainly. But a girl starting out in life might well say to herself, "Is this it? You worked hard and denied yourself things, and what you got at the end of it was hard work and self-denial?" Granny wasn't exactly friendless, but what she commanded mostly was respect. People learned to respect storm clouds, too. They refreshed the ground. You needed them. But they weren't nice. Nanny Ogg went to bed in 3 flannelette nightdresses, because sharp frosts were already pricking the autumn air. She was also in a troubled frame of mind. Some sort of war had been declared, she knew. Granny could do some terrible things when roused, and the fact that they'd been done to those who richly deserved them didn't make them any the less terrible. She'd be planning something pretty dreadful, Nanny Ogg knew. She herself didn't like winning things. Winning was a habit that was hard to break and brought you a dangerous status that was hard to defend. You'd walk uneasily through life, always on the lookout for the next girl with a better broomstick and a quicker hand on the frog. She turned over under the mountain of eiderdowns. In Granny Weatherwax's worldview was no place for second place. You won, or you were a loser. There was nothing wrong with being a loser, except for the fact that, of course, you weren't the winner. Nanny had always pursued the policy of being a good loser. People liked you when you almost won and bought you drinks. "She only just lost" was a much better compliment than "she only just won." Runners-up had more fun, she reckoned, but it wasn't a word Granny had much time for. In her own darkened cottage, Granny Weatherwax sat and watched the fire die. It was a gray-walled room, the color that old plaster gets not so much from dirt as from age. There was not a thing in it that wasn't useful, utilitarian, earning its keep. Every flat surface in Nanny Ogg's cottage had been pressed into service as a holder for ornaments and potted plants. People gave Nanny Ogg things. Cheap fairground tat, Granny always called it, at least in public. What she thought of it in the privacy of her own head she never said. She rocked gently as the last ember winked out. It's hard to contemplate, in the gray hours of the night, that probably the only reason people would come to your funeral would be to make sure you're dead. Next day, Percy Hopcroft opened his back door and looked straight up into the blue stare of Granny Weatherwax. "Oh, my," he said under his breath. Granny gave an awkward little cough. "Mr. Hopcroft, I've come about them apples you named after Mrs. Ogg," she said. Percy's knees began to tremble, and his wig started to slide off the back of his head to the hoped-for security of the floor. "I should like to thank you for doing it because it has made her very happy," Granny went on, in a tone of voice which would have struck one who knew her as curiously monotonous. "She has done a lot of fine work, and it is about time she got her little reward. It was a very nice thought. And so I have brung you this little token." Hopcroft jumped backward as Granny's hand dipped swiftly into her apron and produced a small black bottle, which is very rare because of the rare herbs in it. What are rare, extremely rare herbs? Eventually it crept over Hopcroft that he was supposed to take the bottle. He gripped the top of it very carefully, as if it might whistle or develop legs. Thank you very much," he mumbled. Granny nodded stiffly. "Blessings be upon this house," she said, and turned and walked away down the path. Hopcroft shut the door carefully, then flung himself against it. "You start packing right now," he shouted to his wife, who'd been watching from the kitchen door. "What? Our whole life's here. We can't just run away from it." "Better to run than hop, woman. What she want from me? What she want? She's never nice." Mrs. Hopcroft stood firm. She just got the cottage looking right, and they'd bought a new pump. Some things were hard to leave. "Let's just stop and think, then," she said. "What's in that bottle?" Hopcroft held it at arm's length. "Do you want to find out?" "Stop shaking, man. She didn't actually threaten, did she?" "She said blessings be upon this house. Sounds pretty damn threatening to me. That was Granny Weatherwax, that was." He put the bottle on the table. They stared at it, standing in the cautious leaning position of people who were ready to run if anything began to happen. "Says hair restorer on the label," said Mrs. Hopcroft. "I ain't using it." "She'll ask us about it later. That's her way. If you think for one moment we can try it out on the dog." "That's a good cow." William Porchick awoke from his reverie on the milking stool and looked around the meadow, his hand still working the beast's teats. There was a black pointy hat rising over the hedge. He gave such a start that he started to milk into his left boot. "Gives plenty of milk, does she?" "Yes, Mistress Weatherwax," William quavered. "That's good. Long may she continue to do so, that's what I say. Good day to you." And the pointy hat continued up the lane. Porchick stared after it. Then he grabbed the bucket and, squelching at every other step, hurried into the barn and yelled for his son. "Rummage, you get down here right now." His son appeared at the hayloft, pitchfork still in hand. "What's up, Dad?" "You take Daphne down to the market right now, understand?" "What? But she's our best milker, Dad." "Was, son, was. Granny Weatherwax just put a curse on her. Sell her now before her horns drop off." "What did she say, Dad?" She said, "Long may she continue to give milk." Porchick hesitated. "Doesn't sound awfully like a curse, Dad," said Rummage. "I mean, not like your general curse. Sounds a bit hopeful, really," said his son. "Well, it was the way she said it." "What sort of way, Dad?" "Well, like cheerfully." "You all right, Dad?" "It was the way—" Porchick paused. "Well, it's not right," he continued. "It's not right. She's got no right to go around being cheerful at people. She's never cheerful. And my boot is full of milk." Today Nanny Ogg was taking some time out to tend her secret still in the woods. As a still, it was the best-kept secret there could be, since everyone in the kingdom knew exactly where it was, and a secret kept by so many people must be very secret indeed. Even the king knew, and knew enough to pretend he didn't know, and that meant he didn't have to ask her for any taxes, and she didn't have to refuse. And every year at Hogswatch he got a barrel of what honey might be if only bees weren't teetotal, and everyone understood the situation. No one had to pay any money, and so in a small way the world was a happier place, and no one was cursed until their teeth fell out. Nanny was dozing. Keeping an eye on a still was a day-and-night job, but finally the sound of people repeatedly calling her name got too much for her. No one would come into the clearing, of course. That would mean admitting that they knew where it was. So they were blundering around in the surrounding bushes. She pushed her way through and was greeted with some looks of feigned surprise that would have done credit to any amateur dramatic company. "Well, what do you lot want?" she demanded. "Oh, Mrs. Ogg, we thought you might be taking a walk in the woods," said Porchick, while a scent that could clean glass wafted on the breeze. "You got to do something. It's Mistress Weatherwax." "What's she done?" "You tell her, Mr. Hampicker." The man next to Porchick took off his hat quickly and held it respectfully in front of him in the "Ay, senor, the banditos have raided our villages" position. "Well, ma'am, my lad and I were digging for a well, and then she come past." "Granny Weatherwax?" "Yes'm, and she said—" Hampicker gulped. "You won't find any water there, my good man. You'd be better off looking in the hollow by the chestnut tree. And we dug on down anyway, and we never found no water." Nanny lit her pipe. She didn't smoke around the still since that time when a careless spark had sent the barrel she was sitting on 100 yards into the air. She'd been lucky that a fir tree had broken her fall. "So, then you dug in the hollow by the chestnut tree?" she said mildly. Hampicker looked shocked. "No'm, there's no telling what she wanted us to find there." "And she cursed my cow," said Porchick. Really, what did she say? She said, may she give a lot of milk. Poor Chick stopped. Once again, now that he came to say it. Well, it was the way she said it, he added weakly. And what kind of way was that? Nicely. Nicely? Smiling and everything. I don't dare drink the stuff now. Nanny was mystified. Can't quite see the problem. You tell that to Mr. Hopcroft's dog, said poor Chick. Hopcroft daren't leave the poor thing on account of her. The whole family's going mad. There's him shearing, his wife sharpening the scissors, and the two lads out all the time looking for fresh places to dump the hair. Patient questioning on Nanny's part elucidated the role the hair restorer had played in this. And he gave it half the bottle, Mrs. Ogg. Even though Esme writes a right small spoonful once a week on the label, and even then you need to wear roomy trousers. He said he was so nervous, Mrs. Ogg. I mean, what's she playing at? Our wives are keeping the kids indoors. I mean, s'posen she smiled at them. Well, she's a witch. So am I, and I smiles at 'em, said Nanny Ogg. They're always running after me for sweets. Yes, but you don't, well, and she's a good woman, said Nanny. Common sense prompted her to add, in her own way, I expect there is water down in the hollow, and poor Chick's cow'll give good milk, and if Hopcroft won't read the labels on bottles, then he deserves a head you can see your face in, and if you think Esme Weatherwax'd curse kids, you've got the sense of an earthworm. She'd cuss 'em, yes, all day long, but not curse 'em. She don't aim that low. Yes, poor Chick almost moaned, but it don't feel right, that's what we're saying. Her going round being nice, a man don't know if he's got a leg to stand on. Or hop on, said Hampicker darkly. All right, I'll see about it, said Nanny. People shouldn't go around not doing what you expect, said poor Chick weakly. It gets people on edge. And we'll keep an eye on your said Hampicker, and then staggered backward, grasping his stomach and wheezing. Don't mind him, it's the stress, said poor Chick, rubbing his elbow. Been picking herbs, Mrs. Ogg? That's right, said Nanny, hurrying away across the leaves. So shall I put the fire out for you, then? Poor Chick shouted. Granny was sitting outside her house when Nanny Ogg hurried up the path. She was sorting through a sack of old clothes. Elderly garments were scattered around her. And she was humming. Nanny Ogg started to worry. The Granny Weatherwax she knew didn't approve of music. And she smiled when she saw Nanny, or at least the corner of her mouth turned up. That was really worrying. Granny normally only smiled if something bad was happening to someone deserving. Why, Gaitha, how nice to see you. You all right, Esme? Never felt better, dear. The humming continued. Sorting out rags, are you? Said Nanny. Going to make that quilt? It was one of Granny Weatherwax's firm beliefs that one day she'd make a patchwork quilt. However, it is a task that requires patience, and hence in 15 years she'd got as far as 3 patches. But she collected old clothes anyway, a lot of witches did. It was a witch thing. Old clothes had personality, like old houses. When it came to clothes with a bit of wear left in them, a witch had no pride at all. It's in here somewhere, Granny mumbled. Aha, here we are. She flourished a garment. It was basically pink. Knew it was here, she went on, hardly worn either, and about my size, too. You're going to wear it, said Nanny. Granny's piercing blue, cut-you-off-at-the-knees gaze was turned upon her. Nanny would have been relieved at a reply like, No, I'm going to eat it, you daft old fool. Instead, her friend relaxed and said, a little concerned, You don't think it'd suit me? There was lace around the collar. Nanny swallowed. You usually wear black, she said. Well, a bit more than usually, more like always. And a very sad sight I look, too, said Granny robustly. It's about time I brightened myself up a bit, don't you think? And it's so very pink. Granny put it aside, and to Nanny's horror, took her by the hand and said earnestly, And you know, I reckon I've been far too dog-in-the-manger about this trials business, Gaitha. Bitch in the manger, said Nanny Ogg absent-mindedly. For a moment, Granny's eyes became two sapphires again. What? You'd be a bitch in the manger, Nanny mumbled, not a dog. Ah? Oh, yes. Thank you for pointing that out. Well, I thought it is time I stepped back a bit and went along and cheered on the younger folks. I mean, I have to say, I really haven't been very nice to people, have I? I've tried being nice, Granny went on. It didn't turn out like I expected, I'm sorry to say. You've never been really good at nice, said Nanny. Granny smiled. Hard though she stared, Nanny was unable to spot anything other than earnest concern. Perhaps I'll get better with practice, she said. She patted Nanny's hand, and Nanny stared at her hand as though something horrible had happened to it. It's just that everyone's more used to you being firm, she said. I thought I might make some jam and cakes for the produce stall, said Granny. Oh, good. Are there any sick people want visitin'? Nanny stared at the trees. It was getting worse and worse. She rummaged in her memory for anyone in the locality sick enough to warrant a ministering visit, but still well enough to survive the shock of a ministering visit by Granny Weatherwax. When it came to practical psychology and the more robust type of folk physiotherapy, Granny was without equal. In fact, she could even do the latter at a distance, for many a pain-racked soul had left their bed and walked, nay, run, at the news that she was coming. Everyone's pretty well at the moment, said Nanny diplomatically. Any old folk want cheering up? It was taken for granted by both women that old people did not include them. A witch aged 97 would not have included herself. Old people happened to other people. All fairly cheerful right now, said Nanny. Maybe I could tell stories to the kiddies? Nanny nodded. Granny had done that once before, when the mood had briefly taken her. It had worked pretty well, as far as the children were concerned. They'd listened with open-mouthed attention and apparent enjoyment to a traditional old folk legend. The problem had come when they'd gone home afterward and asked the meaning of words like disemboweled. I could sit in a rocking chair while I tell 'em, Granny added. That's how it's done, I recall. And I could make them some of my special treacle toffee apples. Wouldn't that be nice? Nanny nodded again in a sort of horrified reverie. She realized that only she stood in the way of a wholesale rampage of niceness. Toffee, she said. Would that be the sort you did that shatters like glass? Or that sort where our boy Pusey had to have his mouth levered open with a spoon? I reckon I know what I did wrong last time. You know you and Sugar don't get along, Esme. Remember them all-day suckers you made? They did last all day, Gaitha. Only 'cause our Pusey couldn't get it out of his little mouth until we pulled two of his teeth, Esme. You ought to stick to pickles. You and pickles goes well. I've got to do something, Gaitha. I can't be an old grump all the time. I know. I'll help at the trials. Bound to be a lot that needs doing, eh? Nanny grinned inwardly. So that was it. Why, yes, she said. I'm sure Mrs. Earwig will be happy to tell you what to do, she said. And more fool her if she does, she thought, because I can tell you're planning something. "I shall talk to her," said Granny. "I'm sure there's a million things I could do to help if I set my mind to it." "And I'm sure you will," said Nanny heartily. "I've a feeling you're going to make a big difference." Granny started to rummage in the bag again. "You are going to be along as well, aren't you, Gaitha?" "Me?" said Nanny. "I wouldn't miss it for the world." Nanny got up especially early. If there was going to be any unpleasantness, she wanted a ringside seat. What there was bunting. It was hanging from tree to tree in terrible brightly colored loops as she walked toward the trials. There was something oddly familiar about it, too. It should not technically be possible for anyone with a pair of scissors to be unable to cut out a triangle, but someone had managed it. And it was also obvious that the flags had been made from old clothes, painstakingly cut up. Nanny knew this because not many real flags have collars. In the trials field, people were setting up stalls and falling over children. The committee were standing uncertainly under a tree, occasionally glancing up at a pink figure at the top of a very long ladder. "She was here before it was light," said Lettuce as Nanny approached. "She said she'd been up all night making the flags." "Tell her about the cakes," said Gammer Beavis darkly. "She made cakes?" said Nanny. "But she can't cook." The committee shuffled aside. A lot of the ladies contributed to the food for the trials. It was a tradition and an informal competition in its own right. At the center of the spread of covered plates was a large platter piled high with things of indefinite color and shape. It looked as though a herd of small cows had eaten a lot of raisins and then been ill. They were cakes, prehistoric cakes, cakes of great weight and presence that had no place among the iced dainties. "She's never had the knack of it," said Nanny weakly. "Has anyone tried one?" "Ha, ha, ha," said Gammer solemnly. "Tough, are they? You could beat a troll to death." "But she was so, sort of, proud of them," said Lettuce. "And then there's the jam." It was a large pot. It seemed to be filled with solidified purple lava. "Nice color," said Nanny. "Anyone tasted it?" "We couldn't get the spoon out," said Gammer. "Oh, I'm sure we only got it in with a hammer." "What's she planning, Mrs. Ogg? She's got a weak and vengeful nature," said Lettuce. "You're her friend," she added, her tone suggesting that this was as much an accusation as a statement. "I don't know what she's thinking, Mrs. Earwig." "I thought she was staying away." "She said she was going to take an interest and encourage the young'uns." "She is planning something," said Lettuce darkly. "Those cakes are a plot to undermine my authority." "No, that's how she always cooks," said Nanny. "She just hasn't got the knack." "Your authority, eh?" "She's nearly finished the flags," Gamma reported. "Now she's going to try to make herself useful again." "Well, I suppose we could ask her to do the lucky dip." Nanny looked blank. "You mean where kids fish around in a big tub full of bran to see what they can pull out?" "Yes." "You're going to let Granny Weatherwax do that?" "Yes. Only she's got a funny sense of humor, if you know what I mean." "Good morning to you all." It was Granny Weatherwax's voice. Nanny Ogg had known it for most of her life, but it had that strange edge to it again. It sounded nice. "We was wondering if you could supervise the bran tub, Miss Weatherwax." Nanny flinched, but Granny merely said, "Happy to, Mrs. Earwig. I can't wait to see the expressions on their little faces as they pull out the goodies." "Nor can I," Nanny thought. When the others had scurried off, she sidled up to her friend. "Why are you doing this?" she said. "I really don't know what you mean, Gaitha. I seen you face down terrible creatures, Esme. I once seen you catch a unicorn, for goodness sake. What are you planning?" I still don't know what you mean, Gatha. Are you angry 'cause they won't let you enter, and now you're planning horrible revenge? For a moment they both looked at the field. It was beginning to fill up. People were bowling for pigs and fighting on the greasy pole. The Lancre Volunteer Band was trying to play a medley of popular tunes, and it was only a pity that each musician was playing a different one. Small children were fighting. It was going to be a scorcher of a day, probably the last one of the year. Their eyes were drawn to the roped-off square in the center of the field. "Are you going to enter the trials, Gatha?" said Granny. "You never answered my question." "What question was that?" Nanny decided not to hammer on a locked door. "Yes, I am going to have a go as it happens," she said. "I certainly hope you win, then. I'd cheer you on, only that wouldn't be fair to the others. I shall merge into the background and be as quiet as a little mouse." Nanny tried guile. Her face spread into a wide pink grin, and she nudged her friend. "Right, right," she said. "Only you can tell me, right? I wouldn't like to miss it when it happens, so if you could just give me a little signal when you're going to do it, eh?" "What's it you're referring to, Gatha?" "Esme Weatherwax, sometimes I could really give you a bloody good slap." "Oh, dear." Nanny Ogg didn't often swear, or at least use words beyond the boundaries of what the Lancastrians thought of as colorful language. She looked as if she habitually used bad words and had just thought up a good one, but mostly witches are quite careful about what they say. You can never be sure what the words are going to do when they're out of earshot. But now she swore under her breath and caused small brief fires to start in the dry grass. This put her in just about the right frame of mind for the cursing. It was said that once upon a time this had been done on a living, breathing subject, at least at the start of the event. But that wasn't right for a family day out, and for several 100 years the curses had been directed at Unlucky Charlie, who was, however you looked at it, nothing more than a scarecrow. And since curses are generally directed at the mind of the cursed, this presented a major problem, because even "May your straw go moldly and your carrot fall off" didn't make much impression on a pumpkin. But points were given for general style and inventiveness. There wasn't much pressure for those in any case. Everyone knew what event counted, and it wasn't Unlucky Charlie. One year Granny Weatherwax had made the pumpkin explode. No one had ever worked out how she'd done it. Someone would walk away at the end of the day, and everyone would know that person was the winner, whatever the point said. You could win the Witch with the Pointiest Hat prize and the broomstick dressage, but that was just for the audience. What counted was the trick you'd been working on all summer. Nanny had drawn last place, at number 19. A lot of witches had turned up this year. News of Granny Weatherwax's withdrawal had got around, and nothing moves faster than news in the occult community, since it doesn't just have to travel at ground level. Many pointy hats moved and nodded among the crowds. Witches are among themselves generally as sociable as cats, but, as also with cats, there are locations and times and neutral grounds where they meet at something like peace. And what was going on was a sort of slow, complicated dance. The witches walked around saying hello to one another and rushing to meet newcomers, and innocent bystanders might have believed that here was a meeting of old friends, which at one level it probably was. But Nanny watched through a witch's eyes and saw the subtle positioning, the careful weighing up, the little changes of stance, the eye contact finely tuned by intensity and length. And when a witch was in the arena, especially if she was comparatively unknown, all the others found some excuse to keep an eye on her, preferably without appearing to do so. It was like watching cats. Cats spend a lot of time carefully eyeing one another. When they have to fight, that's merely to rubber stamp something that's already been decided in their heads. Nanny knew all this, and she also knew most of the witches to be kind, on the whole, gentle to the meek, generous to the deserving, The undeserving got more than they bargained for, and by and large quite dedicated to a life that really offered more kicks than kisses. Not one of them lived in a house made of confectionery, although some of the conscientious younger ones had experimented with various crisp breads. Even children who deserved it were not slammed into their ovens. Generally, they did what they'd always done, smoothed the passage of their neighbors into and out of the world and helped them over some of the nastier hurdles in between. You needed to be a special kind of person to do that. You needed a special kind of ear because you saw people in circumstances where they were inclined to tell you things, like where the money was buried, or who the father was, or how come they'd got a black eye again. And you needed a special kind of mouth, the sort that stayed shut. Keeping secrets made you powerful. Being powerful earned you respect. Respect was hard currency. And within this sisterhood, except that it wasn't a sisterhood, it was a loose assortment of chronic non-joiners, a group of witches wasn't a coven, it was a small war. There was always this awareness of position. It had nothing to do with anything the other world thought of as status. Nothing was ever said, but if an elderly witch died, the local witches would attend her funeral for a few last words, and then go solemnly home alone, with the little insistent thought at the back of their minds, I've moved up one. And newcomers were watched very, very carefully. "Morning, Mrs. Ogg," said a voice behind her. "I trust I find you well?" "How do you do, Mistress Shimmy?" said Nanny, turning. Her mental filing system threw up a card. Clarity Shimmy, lives over toward Cutshade with her old mum, takes snuff, good with animals. "How's your mother keepin'?" "We buried her last month, Mrs. Ogg." Nanny Ogg quite liked Clarity because she didn't see her very often. "Oh, dear," she said. "But I shall tell her you asked after her anyway," said Clarity. She glanced briefly toward the ring. "Who's the fat girl on now?" she asked. "Got a backside on her like a bowling ball on a short seesaw." "That's Agnes Knit. That's a good cursin' voice she's got there. You know, you've been cursed with a voice like that." "Oh, yes, she's been blessed with a good voice for cursin'," said Nanny politely. "Esme Weatherwax and me gave her a few tips," she added. Clarity's head turned. At the far edge of the field, a small pink shape sat alone behind the lucky dip. It did not seem to be drawing a big crowd. Clarity leaned closer. "What's she, doing?" "I don't know," said Nanny. "I think she's decided to be nice about it." "Esme? Nice about it?" Yes," said Nanny. It didn't sound any better now she was telling someone. Clarity stared at her. Nanny saw her make a little sign with her left hand and then hurry off. The pointy hats were bunching up now. There were little groups of 3 or 4. You could see the points come together, cluster in animated conversation, and then open out again like a flower and turn toward the distant blob of pinkness. Then a hat would leave that group and head off purposefully to another one, where the process would start all over again. It was a bit like watching very slow nuclear fission. There was a lot of excitement, and soon there would be an explosion. Every so often someone would turn and look at Nanny, so she hurried away among the sideshows until she fetched up beside the stall of the dwarf Zack Strong-in-the-Arm, maker and purveyor of occult knick-knackery to the more impressionable. He nodded at her cheerfully over the top of a display saying lucky horseshoes, $2 each. "Hello, Mrs. Ogg," he said. Nanny realized she was flustered. "What's lucky about 'em?" she said, picking up a horseshoe. "Well, I get $2 each for them," said Strong-in-the-Arm. "And that makes them lucky." "Lucky for me," said Strong-in-the-Arm. "I expect you'll be wanting one too, Mrs. Ogg? I'd have fetched along another box if I'd known they'd be so popular. Some of the ladies have bought too." There was an inflection to the word ladies. "Witches have been buying lucky horseshoes," said Nanny. "Like there's no tomorrow," said Zack. He frowned for a moment. They had been witches, after all. "There will be, won't there?" he added. "I'm very nearly certain of it," said Nanny, which didn't seem to comfort him. "Suddenly been doing a roaring trade in protective herbs, too," said Zack. And being a dwarf, which meant that he'd see the flood as a marvelous opportunity to sell towels, he added, "Can I interest you, Mrs. Ogg?" Nanny shook her head. If trouble was going to come from the direction everyone had been looking, then a sprig of rue wasn't going to be much help. A large oak tree'd be better, but only maybe. The atmosphere was changing. The sky was a wide pale blue, but there was thunder on the horizons of the mind. The witches were uneasy, and with so many in one place, the nervousness was bouncing from one to another, and amplified, rebroadcasting itself to everyone. It meant that even ordinary people who thought that a rune was a dried plum were beginning to feel a deep existential worry, the kind that causes you to snap at your kids and want a drink. She peered through a gap between a couple of stalls. The pink figure was still sitting patiently, and a little crestfallen, behind the barrel. There was, as it were, a huge queue of no one at all. Then Nanny scuttled from the cover of one tent to another until she could see the produce stand. It had already been doing a busy trade, but there, forlorn in the middle of the cloth, was the pile of terrible cakes. And the jar of jam. Some wag had chalked up a sign beside it, "Get thee spoon out of thee jar, 3 tries for a penny." She thought she'd been careful to stay concealed, but she heard the straw rustle behind her. The committee had tracked her down. "That's your handwriting, isn't it, Mrs. Earwig?" she said. "That's cruel. That ain't nice." "We've decided you're to go and talk to Miss Weatherwax," said Lettuce. "She's got to stop it." "Stop what?" "She's doing something to people's heads. She's come here to put the fluence on us, right? Everyone knows she does head magic. We can all feel it. She's spoiling it for everyone." "She's only sitting there," said Nanny. "Ah, yes. But how is she sitting there, we may ask?" Nanny peered around the stall again. "Well, like normal. You know, bent in the middle and the knees." Lettuce waved a finger sternly. "Now you listen to me, Gaitha Ogg." "If you want her to go away, you go and tell her," snapped Nanny. "I'm fed up with—" There was the piercing scream of a child. The witches stared at one another and then ran across the field to the lucky dip. A small boy was writhing on the ground, sobbing. It was Pusey, Nanny's youngest grandchild. Her stomach turned to ice. She snatched him up and glared into Granny's face. "What have you done to him, you—" she began. "Don't want a dolly, don't want a dolly, want a soldier, want a soldier." Now Nanny looked down at the rag doll in Pusey's sticky hand, and the expression of affronted, tearful rage on such of his face as could be seen around his screaming mouth. "Oi want a soldier." And then at the other witches, and at Granny Weatherwax's face, and felt the horrible cold shame welling up from her boots. "I said he could put it back and have another go," said Granny meekly, but he just wouldn't listen. Want a soul—" "Pusey Ogg, if you don't shut up right this minute, Nanny will—" Nanny Ogg began, and dredged up the nastiest punishment she could think of. "Nanny won't give you a sweetie ever again." Pusey closed his mouth, stunned into silence by this unimaginable threat. Then, to Nanny's horror, Lettuce Earwig drew herself up and said, "Miss Weatherwax, we would prefer it if you left." "Am I being a bother?" said Granny. "I hope I'm not being a bother. I don't want to be a bother. He just took a lucky dip, and you're upsetting people." Any minute now, Nanny thought. Any minute now she's going to raise her head and narrow her eyes, and if Lettuce doesn't take 2 steps backward, she'll be a lot tougher than me. "I can't stay and watch," Granny said quietly. "I know your game," said Lettuce. "You're planning to spoil it, aren't you? You can't stand the thought of being beaten, so you're intending something nasty." 3 steps back, Nanny thought. Else there won't be anything left but bones. Any minute now. Oh, I wouldn't like anyone to think I was spoiling anything, said Granny. She sighed and stood up. I'll be off home. No, you won't, snapped Nanny Ogg, pushing her back down onto the chair. What do you think of this, Beryl Dismas? And you, Letty Parkin? They're all, Lettuce began. I weren't talking to you. The witches behind Mrs. Earwig avoided Nanny's gaze. Well, it's not that... I mean, we don't think... Beryl began awkwardly. That is... I've always had a lot of respect for... But, well, it is for everyone... Her voice trailed off. Lettuce looked triumphant. Really? I think we had better be going after all, then, said Nanny sourly. I don't like the company in these parts. She looked around. Agnes, you give me a hand to get Granny home. I really don't need, Granny began. But the other 2 each took an arm and gently propelled her through the crowd, which parted to let them through and turned to watch them go. Probably the best for all concerned in the circumstances, said Lettuce. Several of the witches tried not to look at her face. There were scraps of material all over the floor in Granny's kitchen, and gouts of congealed jam had dripped off the edge of the table and formed an immovable mound on the floor. The jam saucepan had been left in the stone sink to soak, although it was clear that the iron would rust away before the jam ever softened. There was a row of empty pickle jars beside them. Granny sat down and folded her hands on her lap. Want a cup of tea, Esme? Said Nanny Ogg. No, dear, thank you. You get on back to the trials. Don't you worry about me, said Granny. You sure? I'll just sit here quiet. Don't you worry. I'm not going back, Agnes hissed as they left. I don't like the way Lettuce smiles. You once told me you didn't like the way Esme frowns, said Nanny. Yes, but you can trust a frown. You don't think she's losing it, do you? No one'll be able to find it if she has, said Nanny. No, you come on back with me. I'm sure she's planning something. I wish the hell I knew what it is, she thought. I'm not sure I can take any more waiting. She could feel the mounting tension before they reached the field. Of course, there was always tension. That was part of the trials. But this kind had a sour, unpleasant taste. The sideshows were still going on, but ordinary folk were leaving, spooked by sensations they couldn't put their finger on, which nevertheless had them under their thumb. As for the witches themselves, they had that look worn by actors about 2 minutes from the end of a horror movie, when they know the monster is about to make its final leap, and now it's only a matter of which door. Lettuce was surrounded by witches. Nanny could hear raised voices. She nudged another witch who was watching gloomily. What's happening, Winnie? Oh, Rena Trump made a pig's ear of her piece, and her friends say she ought to have another go because she was so nervous. That's a shame. And Virago Johnson ran off 'cause her weather spell went wrong. Left under a bit of a cloud, did she? And I was all thumbs when I had a go. You could be in with a chance, Gaitha. Oh, I've never been one for prizes, Winnie, you know me. It's the fun of taking part that counts. The other witch gave her a skewed look. You almost made that sound believable, she said. Gammer Beavis hurried over. On you go, Gaitha, she said. Do your best, eh? The only contender so far is Mrs. Weavitt and her whistling frog, and it wasn't as if it could even carry a tune. Poor thing was a bundle of nerves. Nanny Ogg shrugged and walked out into the roped-off area. Somewhere in the distance, someone was having hysterics, punctuated by an occasional worried whistle. Unlike the magic of wizards, the magic of witches did not usually involve the application of much raw power. The difference is between hammers and levers. Witches generally tried to find the small point where a little changes made a lot of result. To make an avalanche, you can either shake the mountain, or maybe you can just find exactly the right place to drop a snowflake. This year, Nanny had been idly working on the Man of Straw. It was an ideal trick for her. It got a laugh, it was a bit suggestive, it was a lot easier than it looked, but showed she was joining in, and it was unlikely to win. Damn. She'd been relying on that frog to beat her. She'd heard it whistling quite beautifully on the summer evenings. She concentrated. Pieces of straw rustled through the stubble. All she had to do was use the little bits of wind that drifted across the field, allowed to move here and here, spiral up, and... She tried to stop her hands from shaking. She'd done this 100 times. She could tie the damn stuff in knots by now. She kept seeing the face of Esme Weatherwax and the way she'd just sat there looking puzzled and hurt, while for a few seconds Nanny had been ready to kill. For a moment she managed to get the legs right and a suggestion of arms and head. There was a smattering of applause from the watchers. Then an errant eddy caught the thing before she could concentrate on its first step, and it spun down, just a lot of useless straw. She made some frantic gestures to get it to rise again. It flopped about, tangled itself, and lay still. There was a bit more applause, nervous and sporadic. "Sorry, don't seem to be able to get the hang of it today," she muttered, walking off the field. The judges went into a huddle. "I reckon that frog did really well," said Nanny, more loudly than was necessary. The wind, so contrary a little while ago, blew sharper now. What might be called the psychic darkness of the event was being enhanced by real twilight. The shadow of the bonfire loomed on the far side of the field. No one, as yet, had the heart to light it. Almost all of the non-witches had gone home. Anything good about the day had long drained away. The circle of judges broke up, and Mrs. Earwig advanced on the nervous crowd, her smile only slightly waxen at the corners. "Well, what a difficult decision it has been," she said brightly, "but what a marvelous turnout, too. It really has been a most tricky choice. Between me and a frog that lost its whistle and got its foot stuck in its banjo," thought Nanny. She looked sidelong at the faces of her sister witches. She'd known some of them for 60 years. If she'd ever read books, she'd have been able to read the faces just like one. "We all know who won, Mrs. Earwig," she said, interrupting the flow. "What do you mean, Mrs. Ogg?" "There's not a witch here who could get her mind right today," said Nanny, "and most of 'em have bought Lucky Charms, too. Witches buying Lucky Charms!" Several women stared at the ground. "I don't know why everyone seems so afraid of Miss Weatherwax. I certainly am not. You think she's put a spell on you, then?" "A pretty sharp one by the feel of it," said Nanny. "Look, Mrs. Earwig, no one's won, not with the stuff we've managed today. We all know it. So let's just all go home, eh?" "Certainly not. I paid $10 for this cup, and I mean to present it." The dying leaves shivered on the trees. The witches drew together. Branches rattled. "It's the wind," said Nanny Ogg. "That's all." And then Granny was simply there. It was as if they'd just not noticed that she'd been there all the time. She had the knack of fading out of the foreground. "I just thought I'd come to see who won," she said, "join in the applause and so on." Lettuce advanced on her, wild with rage. "Have you been getting into people's heads?" she shrieked. "And how could I do that, Mrs. Earwig?" said Granny meekly. "Past all them Lucky Charms?" "You're lying." Nanny Ogg heard the indrawn breaths, and hers was loudest. Witches lived by their words. "I don't lie, Mrs. Earwig." "Do you deny that you set out to ruin my day?" Some of the witches at the edge of the crowd started to back away. "I'll grant my jam ain't to everyone's taste, but I never—" Granny began, in a modest little tone. "You've been putting affluence on everyone. I just set out to help. You can ask anyone." "You did. Admit it." Mrs. Earwig's voice was as shrill as a gull's. "And I certainly didn't do any—" Granny's head turned as the slap came. For the moment no one breathed. No one moved. She lifted a hand slowly and rubbed her cheek. You know you could have done it easily." It seemed to Nanny that Lettuce's scream echoed off the mountains. The cup dropped from her hands and crunched on the stubble. Then the tableau unfroze. A couple of her sister witches stepped forward, put their hands on Lettuce's shoulders, and she was pulled, gently and unprotesting, away. Everyone else waited to see what Granny Weatherwax would do. She raised her head. "I hope Mrs. Earwig is all right," she said. "She seemed a bit distraught." There was silence. Nanny picked up the abandoned cup and tapped it with a forefinger. She said. "Just plated, I reckon. If she paid $10 for it, the poor woman was robbed." She tossed it to Gammer Beavis, who fumbled it out of the air. "Can you give it back to her tomorrow, Gammer?" Gammer nodded, trying not to catch Granny's eye. "Still, we don't have to let it spoil everything," Granny said pleasantly. "Let's have the proper ending to the day, eh? Traditional-like. Roast potatoes and marshmallows and old stories round the fire. And forgiveness. And let's let bygones be bygones." Nanny could feel the sudden relief spreading out like a fan. The witches seemed to come alive at the breaking of the spell that had never actually been there in the first place. There was a general straightening up and the beginnings of a bustle as they headed for the saddlebags on their broomsticks. "Mr. Hopcroft gave me a whole sack of spuds," said Nanny, as conversation rose around them. "I'll go and drag 'em over. Can you get the fire lit, Esme?" A sudden change in the air made her look up. Granny's eyes gleamed in the dusk. Nanny knew enough to fling herself to the ground. Granny Weatherwax's hand curved through the air like a comet, and the spark flew out, crackling. The bonfire exploded. A blue-white flame shot up through the stacked branches and danced into the sky, etching shadows on the forest. It blew off hats and overturned tables and formed figures and castles and scenes from famous battles and joined hands and danced in a ring. It left a purple image on the eye that burned into the brain and settled down and was just a bonfire. "I never said nothing about forgetting," said Granny. When Granny Weatherwax and Nanny Ogg walked home through the dawn, their boots kicked up the mist. It had, on the whole, been a good night. After some while, Nanny said, "That wasn't nice what you done." "I done nothing." "Yeah, well, it wasn't nice what you didn't do. It was like pulling away someone's chair when they're expecting to sit down. People who don't look where they're sitting should stay stood up," said Granny. There was a brief pattering on the leaves, one of those very brief showers you get when a few raindrops don't want to bond with the group. "Well, all right," Nanny conceded. "But it was a little bit cruel." "Right," said Granny. "And some people might think it was a little bit nasty." "Right." Nanny shivered, the thoughts that had gone through her head in those few seconds after Pusey had screamed. "I gave you no cause," said Granny. "I put nothing in anyone's head that weren't there already." "Sorry, Esme." "Right." "But Lettuce didn't mean to be cruel, Esme. I mean, she's spiteful and bossy and silly, but—" "You've known me since we was girls, right?" Granny interrupted. "Through thick and thin, good and bad." "Yes, of course, but—" "And you never sank to saying, 'I'm telling you this as a friend,' did you?" Nanny shook her head. It was a telling point. No one even remotely friendly would say a thing like that. "What's empowering about witchcraft, anyway?" said Granny. "It's a daft sort of a word." "Search me," said Nanny. "I did start out in witchcraft to get boys, to tell you the truth." "Think I don't know that." "What did you start out to get, Esme?" Granny stopped and looked up at the frosty sky and then down at the ground. "Dunno," she said at last. "Even, I suppose." And that, Nanny thought, was that. Deer bounded away as they arrived at Granny's cottage. There was a stack of firewood piled up neatly by the back door, and a couple of sacks on the doorstep. One contained a large cheese. "Looks like Mr. Hopcroft and Mr. Porchick have been here," said Nanny. "Humph." Granny looked at the carefully yet badly written piece of paper attached to the second sack. "Dear Mistress Weatherwax, I would be most grateful if you would let me name this new championship variety Esme Weatherwax. Yours in hopefully good health, Percy Hopcroft." Well, 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 I wonder what gave him that idea. "Can't imagine," said Nanny. "I would just bet you can't," said Granny. She sniffed suspiciously, tugged at the sack's string, and pulled out an Esme Weatherwax. It was rounded, very slightly flattened, and pointy at one end. It was an onion. Nanny Ogg swallowed. "I told him not—" "I'm sorry?" "Oh, nothing." Granny Weatherwax turned the onion round and round while the world, via the medium of Nanny Ogg, awaited its fate. Then she seemed to reach a decision she was comfortable with. "A very useful vegetable, the onion," she said at last. "Firm. Sharp." "Good for the system," said Nanny. "Keeps well. Adds flavor." "Hot and spicy," said Nanny, losing track of the metaphor in the flood of relief. "Nice with cheese." "We don't need to go that far," said Granny Weatherwax, putting it carefully back in the sack. She sounded almost amicable. "You comin' in for a cup of tea, Gaitha?" I'd be getting along." "Fair enough." Granny started to close the door and then stopped and opened it again. Nanny could see one blue eye watching her through the crack. "I was right, though, wasn't I?" said Granny. It wasn't a question. Nanny nodded. "Right," she said. "That's nice." The Sword of Truth, Terry Goodkind. Wizard's First Rule, 1994. Stone of Tears, 1995. Blood of the Fold, 1996. Temple of the Winds, 1997. Terry Goodkind burst onto the fantasy scene in 1994 with the publication of Wizard's First Rule, which tells the story of Richard Cypher, a young man who learns that he is the key to defeating the evil sorcerer Darken Rall, who threatens to subjugate all lands and peoples. 3 succeeding novels in the series have brought Goodkind to the bestseller lists. Little does Richard know when he happens across Colin, an alluring but secretive woman being chased by 4 assassins, that his life as a woods guide is about to be forever altered. Richard, a man with his own troubling secrets, helps Colin find the wizard she seeks, but as the boundary between the lands begins to fail, discovers himself caught up not only in a strange new world, but in Colin's quest for a way to stop Darken Rall, the charismatic and cunning leader of the far-off land of Dahera. Darken Rall has launched a war of arms as well as persuasion against the people of the Midlands as he searches for the power to control them entirely. Richard and Colin are running out of time to find the repository of this power before Darken Rall can impose a merciless fate on them. Richard, who comes to care deeply for Colin, must confront timeless lessons about the encroachment of evil on an unsuspecting world. The series becomes an inner quest as much as it is a struggle for destiny and freedom. In the course of obtaining the essential weapon, the Sword of Truth, he learns that the stakes are higher than simple life and death, and that the dividing line between moral choices and evil ones is often shrouded by apathy, ignorance, and greed. In Stone of Tears, Richard strives to master the magic power that is his birthright, but finds that the effort of wielding such magic threatens his life. To save him, Colin, in desperation, sends him away with the Sisters of the Light. The sisters, who promise to teach him to control his power, spirit him away beyond the Valley of the Lost to the Palace of the Prophets in the Old World. Colin undertakes an arduous journey to find their friend and mentor, Zed, the first wizard. Along the way, she discovers the people of a city that has been attacked by the Imperial Order, and must forge an army of young recruits into a force that will not only stop this new threat to the Midlands, but will extract vengeance. Richard's teachers turn out to include some who are sworn to the Keeper of the Underworld and intend to use Richard to free their master. Richard has already unwittingly helped them by using his gift, which tore the veil that separates the realm of the dead from the world of the living. Richard's only hope to save everyone is to find the Stone of Tears, but to do that he must escape his imprisonment at the Palace of the Prophets. And to have any hope of escape, he must learn to use his gift before the Sisters of the Dark, who would destroy him, can turn him to their purposes. In Blood of the Fold, the third novel, the Emperor of the Imperial Order in the Old World lusts to conquer the Midlands. To that end, he tries to use an army of anti-magic zealots to purge the Midlands of those born with the gift of magic. The Emperor, a dream walker with magic of his own, captures the Sisters of the Dark and uses them against Richard and Colin, while the people who call themselves the Blood of the Fold plot their own conquest of the Midlands. Unless Richard can seize power and mold the fragmented Midlands into one, the Imperial Order will sweep across the land, shadowing the Midlands in an age of slavery, and freedom's last flames will die forever. In Temple of the Winds, Emperor Jagong sends an assassin to kill Richard, and in the process unleashes a deadly plague. The conflagration of disease claims more people with each passing day, as Richard and Colin desperately search for a cure. Trust and love are tested in a twisting trail of devotion and betrayal. With hundreds and then thousands of their people perishing each day, Richard and Colin must find the Temple of the Winds, and then decide if they will pay the terrible price required to enter. The present story takes place a number of years prior to the events of Wizard's First Rule. Dead of Bones, Terry Goodkind. "What do you got in the sack, dearie?" Abby was watching a distant flock of whistling swans, graceful white specks against the dark soaring walls of the keep, as they made their interminable journey past ramparts, bastions, towers, and bridges lit by the low sun. The sinister specter of the keep had seemed to be staring back the whole of the day as Abby had waited. She turned to the hunched old woman in front of her. "I'm sorry, did you ask me something?" "I asked what you got in your sack." As the woman peered up, she licked the tip of her tongue through the slot where a tooth was missing. "Something precious." Abby clutched the burlap sack to herself as she shrank a little from the grinning woman. "Just some of my things, that's all." An officer, trailed by a troop of assistants, aides, and guards, marched out from under the massive portcullis that loomed nearby. Abby and the rest of the supplicants waiting at the head of the stone bridge moved tighter to the side, even though the soldiers had ample room to pass. The officer, his grim gaze unseeing as he swept by, didn't return the salute as the bridge guards clapped fists to the armor over their hearts. All day, soldiers from different lands, as well as the home guard from the vast city of Adindril below, had been coming and going from the keep. Some had looked travel-sore. Some wore uniforms still filthy with dirt, soot, and blood from recent battles. Abby had even seen 2 officers from her homeland of Pendison Reach. They had looked to her to be little more than boys, but boys with the thin veneer of youth shedding too soon, like a snake casting off its skin before its time, leaving the emerging maturity scarred. Abby had also seen such an array of important people as she could scarcely believe. Sorceresses, counselors, and even a confessor had come up from the confessor's palace down in the city. On her way up to the keep, there was rarely a turn in the winding road that hadn't offered Abby a view of the sprawling splendor in white stone that was the confessor's palace. The Alliance of the Midlands, headed by the Mother Confessor herself, held council in the palace, and there, too, lived the confessors. In her whole life, Abby had seen a confessor only once before. The woman had come to see Abby's mother, and Abby, not 10 years at the time, had been unable to keep from staring at the confessor's long hair. Other than her mother, no woman in Abby's small town of Coney Crossing was sufficiently important to have hair long enough to touch the shoulders. Abby's own fine dark brown hair covered her ears, but no more. Coming through the city on the way to the keep, it had been hard for her not to gape at noblewomen with hair to their shoulders, and even a little beyond. But the confessor going up to the keep, dressed in the simple, satiny black dress of a confessor, had hair that reached halfway down her back. She wished she could have had a better look at the rare sight of such long, luxuriant hair, and the woman important enough to possess it. But Abby had gone to a knee with the rest of the company at the bridge, and, like the rest of them, feared to raise her bowed head to look up, lest she meet the gaze of the other. It was said that to meet the gaze of a confessor could cost you your mind, if you were lucky, and your soul if you weren't. Even though Abby's mother had said that it was untrue, that only the deliberate touch of such a woman could effect such a thing, Abby feared, this day of all days, to test the stories. The old woman in front of her, clothed in layered skirts topped with one dyed with henna, and mantled with a dark draping shawl, watched the soldiers pass, and then leaned closer. "Do better to bring a bone, dearie. I hear that there be those in the city who will sell a bone such as you need, for the right price. Wizards don't take no salt pork for a need. They got salt pork." She glanced past Abby to the others to see them occupied with their own interests. "Better to sell your things and hope you have enough to buy a bone. Wizards don't want what some country girl brung 'em. Favors from wizards don't come easy." She glanced to the backs of the soldiers as they reached the far side of the bridge. "Not even for those doing their bidding, it would seem. I just want to talk to them, that's all. Salt pork won't get you a talk neither, as I hear tell." She eyed Abby's hand, trying to cover the smooth round shape beneath the burlap. "Or a jug you made. That what it is, dearie?" Her brown eyes, set in a wrinkled leathery mask, turned up, peering with sudden humorless intent. "A jug?" "Yes," Abby said. "A jug I made." The woman smiled her skepticism and fingered a lick of short gray hair back under her wool head wrap. Her gnarled fingers closed around the smocking on the forearm of Abby's crimson dress, pulling the arm up a bit to have a look. "Maybe you could get the price of a proper bone for your bracelet." Abby glanced down at the bracelet made of 2 wires twisted together in interlocking circles. "My mother gave me this. It has no value but to me." A slow smile came to the woman's weather-cracked lips. "The spirits believe that there is no stronger power than a mother's want to protect her child." Abby gently pulled her arm away. "The spirits know the truth of that." Uncomfortable under the scrutiny of the suddenly talkative woman, Abby searched for a safe place to settle her gaze. It made her dizzy to look down into the yawning chasm beneath the bridge, and she was weary of watching the wizards keep, so she pretended that her attention had been caught as an excuse to turn back toward the collection of people, mostly men, waiting with her at the head of the bridge. She busied herself with nibbling on the last crust of bread from the loaf she had bought down in the market before coming up to the keep. Abby felt awkward talking to strangers. In her whole life she had never seen so many people, much less people she didn't know. She knew every person in Coney Crossing. The city made her apprehensive, but not as apprehensive as the keep towering on the mountain above it, and that not as much as her reason for being there. She just wanted to go home. But there would be no home, at least nothing to go home to, if she didn't do this. All eyes turned up at the rattle of hooves coming out under the portcullis. Huge horses, all dusky brown or black and bigger than any Abby had ever seen, came thundering toward them. Men bedecked with polished breastplates, chain-mail, and leather, and most carrying lances or poles topped with long flags of high office and rank, urged their mounts onward. They raised dust and gravel as they gathered speed crossing the bridge in a wild rush of color and sparkles of light from metal flashing past. Sandarian lancers, from the descriptions Abby had heard. She had trouble imagining the enemy with the nerve to go up against men such as these. Her stomach roiled. She realized she had no need to imagine, and no reason to put her hope in brave men such as those lancers. Her only hope was the wizard, and that hope was slipping away as she stood waiting. There was nothing for it but to wait. Abby turned back to the keep just in time to see a statuesque woman in simple robes stride out through the opening in the massive stone wall. Her fair skin stood out all the more against straight dark hair parted in the middle and readily reaching her shoulders. Some of the men had been whispering about the sight of the Sandarian officers, but at the sight of the woman, everyone fell to silence. The 4 soldiers at the head of the stone bridge made way for the woman as she approached the supplicants. "Sorceress," the old woman whispered to Abby. Abby hardly needed the old woman's counsel to know it was a sorceress. Abby recognized the simple flaxen robes, decorated at the neck with yellow and red beads sewn in the ancient symbols of the profession. Some of her earliest memories were of being held in her mother's arms and touching beads like those she saw now. The sorceress bowed her head to the people and then offered a smile. "Please forgive us for keeping you waiting out here the whole of the day. It is not from lack of respect or something we customarily do, but with the war on our hands, such precautions are regrettably unavoidable. We hope none took offense at the delay." The crowd mumbled that they didn't. Abby doubted there was one among them bold enough to claim otherwise. "How goes the war?" a man behind asked. The sorceress's even gaze turned to him. "With the blessings of the good spirits, it will end soon." "May the spirits will that Dahera is crushed," beseeched the man. Without response, the sorceress appraised the faces watching her, waiting to see if anyone else would speak or ask a question. None did. "Please come with me, then. The council meeting has ended, and a couple of the wizards will take the time to see you all." As the sorceress turned back to the keep and started out, 3 men strode up along the supplicants and put themselves at the head of the line, right in front of the old woman. The woman snatched a velvet sleeve. "Who do you think you are?" she snapped. "Taking a place before me when I've been here the whole of the day." The oldest of the 3, dressed in rich robes of dark purple with contrasting red sewn inside the length of the slits up the sleeves, looked to be a noble with his 2 advisers, or perhaps guards. He turned to glare on the woman. "You don't mind, do you?" It didn't sound at all to Abby like a question. The old woman took her hand back and fell mute. The man, the ends of his gray hair coiled on his shoulders, glanced at Abby. His hooded eyes gleamed with challenge. She swallowed and remained silent. She didn't have any objection either, at least none she was willing to voice. For all she knew, the noble was important enough to see to it that she was denied an audience. She couldn't afford to take that chance now that she was this close. Abby was distracted by a tingling sensation from the bracelet. Blindly, her fingers glided over the wrist of the hand holding the sack. The wire bracelet felt warm. It hadn't done that since her mother had died. In the presence of so much magic as was at a place such as this, it didn't really surprise her. The crowd moved out to follow the sorceress. "Mean they are," the woman whispered over her shoulder. "Mean as a winter night and just as cold." "Those men?" Abby whispered back. "No." The woman tilted her head. "Sorceresses. Wizards, too, that's who. All those born with the gift of magic. You better have something important in that sack, or the wizards might turn you to dust for no other reason than that they'd enjoy it." Abby pulled her sack tight in her arms. The meanest thing her mother had done in the whole of her life was to die before she could see her granddaughter. Abby swallowed back the urge to cry and prayed to the dear spirits that the old woman was wrong about wizards and that they were as understanding as sorceresses. She prayed fervently that this wizard would help her. She prayed for forgiveness, too, that the good spirits would understand. Abby worked at holding a calm countenance, even though her insides were in turmoil. She pressed a fist to her stomach. She prayed for strength. Even in this, she prayed for strength. The sorceress, the 3 men, the old woman, Abby, and then the rest of the supplicants passed under the huge iron portcullis and on to the keep grounds. Inside the massive outer wall, Abby was surprised to discover the air warm. Outside, it had been a chill autumn day, but inside the air was spring fresh and pleasant. The road up the mountain, the stone bridge over the chasm, and then the opening under the portcullis appeared to be the only way into the keep, unless you were a bird. Soaring walls of dark stone with high windows surrounded the gravel courtyard inside. There were a number of doors around the courtyard, and ahead a roadway tunneled deeper into the keep. Despite the warmth of the air, Abby was chilled to the bone by the place. She wasn't sure that the old woman wasn't right about wizards. Life in Coney Crossing was far removed from matters of wizards. Abby had never seen a wizard before, nor did she know anyone who had, except for her mother, and her mother had never spoken of them except to caution that, where wizards were concerned, you couldn't trust even what you saw with your own eyes. The sorceress led them up 4 granite steps worn smooth over the ages by countless footsteps, through a doorway set back under a lintel of pink-flecked black granite, and into the keep proper. The sorceress lifted an arm into the darkness, sweeping it to the side. Lamps along the wall sprang to flame. It had been simple magic, not a very impressive display of the gift, but several of the people behind fell to worried whispering as they passed on through the wide hall. It occurred to Abby that if this little bit of conjuring would frighten them, then they had no business going to see wizards. They wended their way across the sunken floor of an imposing anteroom, the likes of which Abby could never even have imagined. Red marble columns all around supported arches below balconies. In the center of the room, a fountain sprayed water high overhead. The water fell back to cascade down through a succession of ever larger scalloped bowls. Officers, sorceresses, and a variety of others sat about on white marble benches or huddled in small groups, all engaged in seemingly earnest conversation, masked by the sound of the water. In a much smaller room beyond, the sorceress gestured for them to be seated at a line of carved oak benches along one wall. Abby was bone-weary and relieved to sit at last. Light from windows above the benches lit 3 tapestries hanging on the high far wall. The 3 together covered nearly the entire wall and made up one scene of a grand procession through a city. Abby had never seen anything like it, but with the way her dreads careered through her thoughts, she could summon little pleasure in seeing even such a majestic tableau. In the center of the cream-colored marble floor, inset in brass lines, was a circle with a square inside it, its corners touching the circle. Inside the square sat another circle just large enough to touch the insides of the square. The center circle held an 8-pointed star. Lines radiated out from the points of the star, piercing all the way through both circles, every other line bisecting a corner of the square. The design, called a grace, was often drawn by those with the gift. The outer circle represented the beginnings of the infinity of the spirit world out beyond. The square represented the boundary separating the spirit world, the underworld, the world of the dead, from the inner circle, which represented the limits of the world of life. In the center of it all was the star, representing the light, the Creator. It was a depiction of the continuum of the gift, from the Creator, through life, and at death crossing the boundary to eternity with the spirits in the Keeper's realm of the underworld. But it represented a hope, too, a hope to remain in the Creator's light from birth, through life, and beyond in the underworld. It was said that only the spirits of those who did great wickedness in life would be denied the Creator's light in the underworld. Abby knew she would be condemned to an eternity with the Keeper of Darkness in the underworld. She had no choice. The sorceress folded her hands. "An aide will come to get you each in turn. A wizard will see each of you. The war burns hot. Please keep your petition brief." She gazed down the line of people. "It is out of a sincere obligation to those we serve that the wizards see supplicants, but please try to understand that individual desires are often detrimental to the greater good. By pausing to help one, then many are denied help. Thus, denial of a request is not a denial of your need, but acceptance of greater need. In times of peace, it is rare for wizards to grant the narrow wants of supplicants. At a time like this, a time of a great war, it is almost unheard of. Please understand that it has not to do with what we would wish, but is a matter of necessity." She watched the line of supplicants, but saw none willing to abandon their purpose. Abby certainly would not. "Very well, then. We have 2 wizards able to take supplicants at this time. We will bring you each to one of them." The sorceress turned to leave. Abby rose to her feet. "Please, mistress, a word if I may?" The sorceress settled an unsettling gaze on Abby. "Speak." Abby stepped forward. "I must see the first wizard himself, Wizard Zorander." One eyebrow arched. "The first wizard is a very busy man." Abby reached into her sack and pulled out the neckband from her mother's robes. She stepped into the center of the grace and kissed the red and yellow beads on the neckband. "I am Abigail, born of Helsa. On the grace and my mother's soul, I must see Wizard Zorander. Please, it is no trivial journey I have made. Lives are at stake." The sorceress watched the beaded band being returned to the sack. "Abigail, born of Helsa." Her gaze rose to meet Abby's. "I will take your words to the first wizard." "Mistress," Abby turned to see the old woman on her feet, "I would be well pleased to see the first wizard, too." The three men rose up. The oldest, the one apparently in charge of the three, gave the sorceress a look so barren of timidity that it bordered on contempt. His long gray hair fell forward over his velvet robes as he glanced down the line of seated people, seeming to dare them to stand. When none did, he returned his attention to the sorceress. "I will see Wizard Zorander." The sorceress appraised those on their feet and then looked down the line of supplicants on the bench. "The first wizard has earned a name, the Wind of Death. He is feared no less by many of us than by our enemies. Anyone else who would bait fate?" None of those on the bench had the courage to gaze into her fierce stare. To the last, they all silently shook their heads. "Please wait," she said to those seated. "Someone will shortly be out to take you to a wizard." She looked once more to the 5 people standing. "Are you all very, very sure of this?" Abby nodded. The old woman nodded. The noble glared. "Very well, then. Come with me." The noble and his 2 men stepped in front of Abby. The old woman seemed content to take a station at the end of the line. They were led deeper into the keep, through narrow halls and wide corridors, some dark and austere, and some of astounding grandeur. Everywhere there were soldiers of the home guard, their breastplates or chainmail covered with red tunics banded around their edges in black. All were heavily armed with swords or battle-axes, all had knives, and many additionally carried pikes tipped with winged and barbed steel. At the top of a broad white marble stairway, the stone railings spiraled at the ends to open wide onto a room of warm oak paneling. Several of the raised panels held lamps with polished silver reflectors. Atop a 3-legged table sat a double-bowl cut-glass lamp with twin chimneys, their flames adding to the mellow light from the reflector lamps. A thick carpet of ornate blue patterns covered nearly the entire wood floor. To each side of a double door stood one of the meticulously dressed home guard. Both men were equally huge. They looked to be men more than able to handle any trouble that might come up the stairs. The sorceress nodded toward a dozen thickly tufted leather chairs set in 4 groups. Abby waited until the others had seated themselves in 2 of the groupings and then sat by herself in another. She placed the sack in her lap and rested her hands over its contents. The sorceress stiffened her back. "I will tell the first wizard that he has supplicants who wish to see him." A guard opened one of the double doors for her. As she was swallowed into the great room beyond, Abby was able to snatch a quick glimpse. She could see that it was well lighted by glassed skylights. There were other doors in the gray stone of the walls. Before the door closed, Abby was also able to see a number of people, men and women both, all rushing hither and yon. Abby sat turned away from the old woman and the 3 men, as with one hand she idly stroked the sack in her lap. She had little fear that the men would talk to her, but she didn't want to talk to the woman. It was a distraction. She passed the time going over in her mind what she planned to say to Wizard Zorander. At least, she tried to go over it in her mind. Mostly all she could think about was what the sorceress had said, that the first wizard was called the Wind of Death, not only by the Deherans, but also by his own people of the Midlands. Abby knew it was no tale to scare off supplicants from a busy man. Abby herself had heard people whisper of their great wizard, the Wind of Death. Those whispered words were uttered in dread. The lands of Dahera had sound reason to fear this man as their enemy. He had destroyed countless of their troops, from what Abby had heard. Of course, if they hadn't invaded the Midlands, bent on conquest, they would not have felt the hot wind of death. Had they not invaded, Abby wouldn't be sitting there in the Wizard's Keep. She would be at home, and everyone she loved would be safe. Abby marked again the odd tingling sensation from the bracelet. She ran her fingers over it, testing its unusual warmth. This close to a person of such power, it didn't surprise her that the bracelet was warming. Her mother had told her to wear it always, and that someday it would be of value. Abby didn't know how, and her mother had died without ever explaining. Sorceresses were known for the way they kept secrets, even from their own daughters. Perhaps if Abby had been born gifted. She sneaked a peek over her shoulder at the others. The old woman was leaning back in her chair, staring at the doors. The nobles' attendants sat with their hands folded as they casually eyed the room. The noble was doing the oddest thing. He had a lock of sandy-colored hair wound around a finger. He stroked his thumb over the lock of hair as he glared at the doors. Abby wanted the wizard to hurry up and see her, but time stubbornly dragged by. In a way, she wished he would refuse. No, she told herself, that was unacceptable. No matter her fear, no matter her revulsion, she must do this. Abruptly, the door opened. The sorceress strode out toward Abby. The noble surged to his feet. "I will see him first." His voice was cold threat. "That is not a request." "It is our right to see him first," Abby said without forethought. When the sorceress folded her hands, Abby decided she had best go on. "I've waited since dawn. This woman was the only one waiting before me. These men came at the last of the day." Abby started when the old woman's gnarled fingers gripped her forearm. "Why don't we let these men go first, dearie? It matters not who arrived first, but who has the most important business." Abby wanted to scream that her business was important, but she realized that the old woman might be saving her from serious trouble in accomplishing her business. Reluctantly, she gave the sorceress a nod. As the sorceress led the three men through the door, Abby could feel the old woman's eyes on her back. Abby hugged the sack against the burning anxiety in her abdomen and told herself that it wouldn't be long, and then she would see him. As they waited, the old woman remained silent, and Abby was glad for that. Occasionally she glanced at the door, imploring the good spirits to help her, but she realized it was futile. The good spirits wouldn't be disposed to help her in this. A roar came from the room beyond the doors. It was like the sound of an arrow zipping through the air or a long switch whipping, but much louder, intensifying rapidly. It ended with a shrill crack accompanied by a flash of light coming under the doors and around their edges. The doors shuddered on their hinges. Sudden silence rang in Abby's ears. She found herself gripping the arms of the chair. Both doors opened. The noble's two attendants marched out, followed by the sorceress. The three stopped in the waiting room. Abby sucked a breath. One of the two men was cradling the noble's head in the crook of an arm. The wan features of the face were frozen in a mute scream. Thick strings of blood dripped onto the carpet. "Show them out," the sorceress hissed through gritted teeth to one of the two guards at the door. The guard dipped his pike toward the stairs, ordering them ahead, and then followed the two men down. Crimson drops splattered onto the white marble of the steps as they descended. Abby sat in stiff, wide-eyed shock. The sorceress wheeled back to Abby and the old woman. The woman rose to her feet. "I believe that I would rather not bother the first wizard today. I will return another day if need be." She hunched lower toward Abby. "I am called Mariska." Her brow drew down. "May the good spirits grant that you succeed." She shuffled to the stairs, rested a hand on the marble railing, and started down. The sorceress snapped her fingers and gestured. The remaining guard rushed to accompany the woman as the sorceress turned back to Abby. "The first wizard will see you now." Abby gulped air, trying to get her breath as she lurched to her feet. What happened? Why did the first wizard do that? The man was sent on behalf of another to ask a question of the first wizard. The first wizard gave his answer. Abby clutched her sack to herself for dear life as she gaped at the blood on the floor. Might that be the answer to my question if I ask it? I don't know the question you would ask. For the first time, the sorceress's expression softened just a bit. Would you like me to see you out? You could see another wizard, or perhaps after you've given more thought to your petition, return another day if you still wish it. Abby fought back tears of desperation. There was no choice. She shook her head. I must see him. The sorceress let out a deep breath. Very well. She put a hand under Abby's arm, as if to keep her on her feet. The first wizard will see you now. Abby hugged the contents of her sack as she was led into the chamber where waited the first wizard. Torches in iron sconces were not yet burning. The late afternoon light from the glassed roof windows was still strong enough to illuminate the room. It smelled of pitch, lamp oil, roasted meat, wet stone, and stale sweat. Inside, confusion and commotion reigned. There were people everywhere, and they all seemed to be talking at once. Stout tables set about the room in no discernible pattern were covered with books, scrolls, maps, chalk, unlit oil lamps, burning candles, partially eaten meals, sealing wax, pens, and a clutter of every sort of odd object, from balls of knotted string to half-spilled sacks of sand. People stood about the tables, engaged in conversations or arguments, as others tapped passages in books, pored over scrolls, or moved little painted weights about on maps. Others rolled slices of roasted meat plucked from platters and nibbled as they watched or offered opinions between swallows. The sorceress, still holding Abby under her arm, leaned closer as they proceeded. You will have the first wizard's divided attention. There will be other people talking to him at the same time. Don't be distracted. He will be listening to you as he also listens to or talks to others. Just ignore the others who are speaking and ask what you have come to ask. He will hear you. Abby was dumbfounded. While he's talking to other people? Yes. Abby felt the hand squeeze her arm ever so slightly. Try to be calm, and not to judge by what has come before you. The killing, that was what she meant, that a man had come to speak to the first wizard, and he had been killed for it. She was simply supposed to put that from her thoughts? When she glanced down, she saw that she was walking through a trail of blood. She didn't see the headless body anywhere. Her bracelet tingled, and she looked down at it. The hand under her arm halted her. When Abby looked up, she saw a confusing knot of people before her. Some rushed in from the sides as others rushed away. Some flailed their arms as they spoke with great conviction. So many were talking that Abby could scarcely understand a word of it. At the same time, others were leaning in, nearly whispering. She felt as if she were confronting a human beehive. Abby's attention was snagged by a form in white to the side. The instant she saw the long fall of hair and the violet eyes looking right at her, Abby went rigid. A small cry escaped her throat as she fell to her knees and bowed over until her back protested. She trembled and shuddered, fearing the worst. In the instant before she dropped to her knees, she had seen that the elegant, satiny white dress was cut square at the neck, the same as the black dresses had been. The long flag of hair was unmistakable. Abby had never seen the woman before, but without doubt knew who she was. There could be no mistaking this woman. Only one of them wore the white dress. It was the Mother Confessor herself. She heard muttering above her, but feared to listen, lest it was death being summoned. "Rise, my child," came a clear voice. Abby recognized it as the formal response of the Mother Confessor to one of her people. It took a moment for Abby to realize that it represented no threat, but simple acknowledgement. She stared at a smear of blood on the floor as she debated what to do next. Her mother had never instructed her as to how to conduct herself should she ever meet the Mother Confessor. As far as she knew, no one from Coney Crossing had ever seen the Mother Confessor, much less met her. Then again, none of them had ever seen a wizard either. Overhead, the sorceress whispered a growl, "Rise." Abby scrambled to her feet, but kept her eyes to the floor, even though the smear of blood was making her sick. She could smell it, like a fresh butchering of one of their animals. From the long trail, it looked as if the body had been dragged away to one of the doors in the back of the room. The sorceress spoke calmly into the chaos. "Wizard Zorander, this is Abigail, born of Helsa. She wishes a word with you. Abigail, this is First Wizard Zedekis Zul Zorander." Abby dared to cautiously lift her gaze. Hazel eyes gazed back. To each side before her were knots of people, big, forbidding officers. Some of them looked as if they might be generals. Several old men in robes, some simple and some ornate. Several middle-aged men, some in robes and some in livery. 3 women, sorceresses all, a variety of other men and women, and the Mother Confessor. The man at the center of the turmoil, the man with the hazel eyes, was not what Abby had been expecting. She had expected some grizzled, gruff old man. This man was young, perhaps as young as she. Lean but sinewy, he wore the simplest of robes, hardly better made than Abby's burlap sack, the mark of his high office. Abby had not anticipated this sort of man in such an office as that of First Wizard. She remembered what her mother had told her, not to trust what your eyes told you where wizards were concerned. All about, people spoke to him, argued at him, a few even shouted, but the wizard was silent as he looked into her eyes. His face was pleasing enough to look upon, gentle in appearance, even though his wavy brown hair looked ungovernable, but his eyes— Abby had never seen the likes of those eyes. They seemed to see all, to know all, to understand all. At the same time they were bloodshot and weary-looking, as if sleep eluded him. They had, too, the slightest glaze of distress. Even so, he was calm at the center of the storm. For that moment that his attention was on her, it was as if no one else were in the room. The lock of hair Abby had seen around the noble's finger was now held wrapped around the First Wizard's finger. He brushed it to his lips before lowering his arm. "I am told you are the daughter of a sorceress." His voice was placid water flowing through the tumult raging all about. "Are you gifted, child?" "No, sir." Even as she answered, he was turning to another who had just finished speaking. "I told you, if you do, we chance losing them. Send word that I want him to cut south." The tall officer to whom the wizard spoke threw his hands up. "But he said they've reliable scouting information that the Deherans went east on him." "That's not the point," the wizard said. "I want that pass to the south sealed. That's where their main force went. They have gifted among them. They are the ones we must kill." The tall officer was saluting with a fist to his heart as the wizard turned to an old sorceress. "Yes, that's right. 3 invocations before attempting the transposition. I found the reference last night." The old sorceress departed to be replaced by a man jabbering in a foreign tongue as he opened a scroll and held it up for the wizard to see. The wizard squinted toward it, reading a moment before waving the man away, while giving orders in the same foreign language. The wizard turned to Abby. "You're a skip?" Abby felt her face heat and her ears burn. "Yes, Wizard Zorander." "Nothing to be ashamed of, child," he said while the Mother Confessor herself was whispering confidentially in his ear. But it was something to be ashamed of. The gift hadn't passed on to her from her mother. It had skipped her. The people of Coney Crossing had depended on Abby's mother. She helped with those who were ill or hurt. She advised people on matters of community and those of family. For some, she arranged marriages. For some, she meted out discipline. For some, she bestowed favors available only through magic. She was a sorceress. She protected the people of Coney Crossing. She was revered openly. By some, she was feared and loathed privately. She was revered for the good she did for the people of Coney Crossing. By some, she had been feared and loathed because she had the gift, because she wielded magic. Others wanted nothing so much as to live their lives without any magic about. Abby had no magic and couldn't help with illness or injury or shapeless fears. She dearly wished she could, but she couldn't. When Abby had asked her mother why she would abide all the thankless resentment, Her mother told her that helping was its own reward, and you should not expect gratitude for it. She said that if you went through life expecting gratitude for the help you provided, you might end up leading a miserable life. When her mother was alive, Abby had been shunned in subtle ways. After her mother died, the shunning became more overt. It had been expected by the people of Coney Crossing that she would serve as her mother had served. People didn't understand about the gift, how it often wasn't passed on to an offspring. Instead, they thought Abby selfish. The wizard was explaining something to a sorceress about the casting of a spell. When he finished, his gaze swept past Abby on its way to someone else. She needed his help now. "What is it you wanted to ask me, Abigail?" Abby's fingers tightened on the sack. "It's about my home of Coney Crossing." She paused while the wizard pointed in a book being held out to him. He rolled his hand at her, gesturing for her to go on, as a man was explaining an intricacy to do with inverting a duplex spell. "There's terrible trouble there," Abby said. "Deheran troops came through the crossing." The first wizard turned to an older man with a long white beard. By his simple robes, Abby guessed him to be a wizard, too. "I'm telling you, Thomas, it can be done," Wizard Zorander insisted. "I'm not saying I agree with the council, I'm just telling you what I found, and their unanimous decision that it be done. I'm not claiming to understand the details of just how it works, but I've studied it. It can be done. As I told the council, I can activate it. I have yet to decide if I agree with them that I should." The man, Thomas, wiped a hand across his face. "You mean what I heard is true, then? That you really do think it's possible? Are you out of your mind, Zorander?" "I found it in a book in the First Wizard's private enclave, a book from before the war with the Old World. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've cast a whole series of verification webs to test it." He turned his attention to Abby. "Yes, that would be a Nargos Legion. Coney Crossing is in Pendison Reach." "That's right," Abby said. "And so then this Deheran army swept through there and—" "Pendison Reach refused to join with the rest of the Midlands under central command to resist the invasion from Dehera. Standing by their sovereignty, they chose to fight the enemy in their own way. They have to live with the consequences of their actions." The old man was tugging on his beard. "Still, do you know if it's real, all proven out? I mean, that book would have to be thousands of years old. It might have been conjecture. Verification webs don't always confirm the entire structure of such a thing. I know that as well as you, Thomas, but I'm telling you, it's real." Wizard Zorander said, his voice lowered to a whisper. "The spirits preserve us. It's genuine." Abby's heart was pounding. She wanted to tell him her story, but she couldn't seem to get a word in. He had to help her. It was the only way. An army officer rushed in from one of the back doors. He pushed his way into the crowd around the first wizard. "Wizard Zorander, I've just gotten word. When we unleashed the horns you sent, they worked. Erdlin's force turned tail." Several voices fell silent. Others didn't. "At least 3,000 years old," the first wizard said to the man with the beard. He put a hand on the newly arrived officer's shoulder and leaned close. "Tell General Brainerd to hold short at the Kern River. Don't burn the bridges, but hold them. Tell him to split his men. Leave half to keep Erdlin's force from changing their mind. Hopefully they won't be able to replace their field wizard. Have Brainerd take the rest of his men north to help cut Anargo's escape route. That's where our concern lies, but we may still need the bridges to go after Erdland." One of the other officers, an older man looking possibly to be a general himself, went red in the face. "Halt at the river? When the horns have done their job and we have them on the run? But why? We can take them down before they have a chance to regroup and join up with another force to come back at us." Hazel eyes turned toward the men. "And do you know what waits over the border? How many men will die if Panis Ral has something waiting that the horns can't turn away? How many innocent lives has it already cost us? How many of our men will die to bleed them on their own land we don't know as they do? And how many of our people will die if we don't eliminate their ability to come back at us another day? We must pursue them. Panis Ral will never rest. He'll be working to conjure up something else to gut us all in our sleep. We must hunt them down and kill every last one." "I'm working on that," the first wizard said cryptically. The old man twisted his beard and made a sarcastic face. Yes, he thinks he can unleash the underworld itself on them. Several officers, 2 of the sorceresses, and a couple of the men in robes paused to stare in open disbelief. The sorceress who had brought Abby to the audience leaned close. You wanted to talk to the first wizard? Talk. If you have lost your nerve, then I will see you out. Abby wet her lips. She didn't know how she could talk into the middle of such a roundabout conversation, but she knew she must, so she just started back in. Sir, I don't know anything about what my homeland of Pendleton Reach has done. I know little of the king. I don't know anything about the council or the war or any of it. I'm from a small place, and I only know that the people there are in grave trouble. Our defenders were overrun by the enemy. There is an army of Midlands men who drive toward the Deherans. She felt foolish talking to a man who was carrying on a half-dozen conversations all at once. Mostly, though, she felt anger and frustration. Those people were going to die if she couldn't convince him to help. How many Deherans? The wizard asked. Abby opened her mouth, but an officer spoke in her place. We're not sure how many are left in Anargo's legion. They may be wounded, but they're an enraged wounded bull. Now they're in sight of their homeland. They can only come back at us or escape. We've got Sanderson sweeping down from the north, and Mardale cutting up from the southwest. Anargo made a mistake going into the crossing. In there he must fight us or run for home. We have to finish them. This may be our only chance. The first wizard drew a finger and thumb down his smooth jaw. Still, we aren't sure of their numbers. The scouts were dependable, but they never returned. We can only assume they're dead. And why would Anargo do such a thing? Well, the officer said, it's the shortest escape route back to Dahera. The first wizard turned to a sorceress to answer a question she had just finished. I can't see how we can afford it. Tell them I said so. I'll not cast that kind of web for them, and I'll not give them the means to it for no more offered than a maybe. The sorceress nodded before rushing off. Abby knew that a web was the spell cast by a sorceress. Apparently the spell cast by a wizard was called the same. Well, if such a thing is possible, the bearded man was saying, then I'd like to see your exegesis of the text. A 3,000-year-old book is a lot of risk. We've no clue as to how the wizards of that time could do most of what they did. The first wizard, for the first time, cast a hot glare toward the men. Thomas, do you want to see exactly what I'm talking about? The spell form. Some of the people had fallen silent at the tone in his voice. The first wizard threw open his arms, urging everyone back out of his way. The mother confessor stayed close behind his left shoulder. The sorceress beside Abby pulled her back a step. The first wizard motioned. A man snatched a small sack off the table and handed it to him. Abby noticed that some of the sand on the tables wasn't simply spilled, but had been used to draw symbols. Abby's mother had occasionally drawn spells with sand, but mostly used a variety of other things, from ground bone to dried herbs. Abby's mother used sand for practice. Spells, real spells, had to be drawn in proper order and without error. The first wizard squatted down and took a handful of sand from the sack. He drew on the floor by letting the sand dribble from the side of his fist. Wizard Zorander's hand moved with practiced precision. His arm swept around, drawing a circle. He returned for a handful of sand and drew an inner circle. It appeared he was drawing a grace. Abby's mother had always drawn the square second, everything in order inward and then the rays back out. Wizard Zorander drew the 8-pointed star inside the smaller circle. He drew the lines radiating outward, through both circles, but left one absent. He had yet to draw the square representing the boundary between worlds. He was the first wizard, so Abby guessed that it wasn't improper to do it in a different order than a sorceress in a little place like Coney Crossing did. But several of the men Abby took as wizards, and the 2 sorceresses behind him, were turning grave glances to one another. Wizard Zorander laid down the lines of sand for 2 sides of the square. He scooped up more sand from the sack and began the last 2 sides. Instead of a straight line, he drew an arc that dipped well into the edge of the inner circle, the one representing the world of life. The arc, instead of ending at the outer circle, crossed it. He drew the last side, likewise arced, so that it too crossed into the inner circle. He brought the line to meet the other where the ray from the light was missing. Unlike the other 3 points of the square, this last point ended outside the larger circle, in the world of the dead. People gasped. A hush fell over the room for a moment before worried whispers spread among those gifted. Wizard Zorander rose. "Satisfied, Thomas?" Thomas's face had gone as white as his beard. "The Creator preserve us." His eyes turned to Wizard Zorander. "The Council doesn't truly understand this. It would be madness to unleash it." Wizard Zorander ignored him and turned toward Abby. "How many Deherans did you see?" 3 years passed, the locust swarms came. The hills of the crossing were brown with them. I think I saw more Deherans than I saw locusts. Wizard Zorander grunted his discontent. He looked down at the grace he had drawn. "Ponusral won't give up. How long, Thomas? How long until he finds something new to conjure and sends an Argo back on us?" His gaze swept among the people around him. "How many years have we thought we would be annihilated by the invading horde from Dehera? How many of our people have been killed by Ral's magic? How many thousands have died of the fevers he sent? How many thousands have blistered and bled to death from the touch of the shadow people he conjured? How many villages, towns, and cities has he wiped from existence?" When no one spoke, Wizard Zorander went on. "It has taken us years to come back from the brink. The war has finally turned. The enemy is running. We now have 3 choices. The first choice is to let him run for home and hope he never comes back to again visit us with his brutality. I think it would only be a matter of time until he tried again. That leaves 2 realistic options. We can either pursue him into his lair and kill him for good at the cost of tens, perhaps hundreds of thousands of our men, or I can end it." Those gifted among the crowd cast uneasy glances to the grace drawn on the floor. "We still have other magic," another wizard said. "We can use it to the same effect without unleashing such a cataclysm." "Wizard Zorander is right," another said, "and so is the Council. The enemy has earned this fate. We must set it upon them." The room fell again to arguing. As it did, Wizard Zorander looked into Abby's eyes. It was a clear instruction to finish her supplication. "My people, the people in Coney Crossing, have been taken by the Deherans. They have others, too, who they've captured. They have a sorceress holding the captives with a spell. Please, Wizard Zorander, you must help me. When I was hiding, I heard the sorceress talking to their officers. The Deherans plan to use the captives as shields. They will use the captives to blunt the deadly magic you send against them, or to blunt the spears and arrows the Midlands army sends against them. If they decide to turn and attack, they plan to drive the captives ahead. They called it dulling the enemy's weapons on their own women and children." No one looked at her. They were all once again engaged in their mass talking and arguing. It was as if the lives of all those people were beneath their consideration. Tears stung at Abby's eyes. "Either way, all those innocent people will die. Please, Wizard Zorander, we must have your help. Otherwise they'll all die." He looked her way briefly. "There is nothing we can do for them." Abby panted, trying to hold back the tears. "My father was captured along with others of my kin. My husband is among the captives. My daughter is among them. She is not yet 5. If you send magic, they will be killed. If you attack, they will be killed. You must rescue them or hold the attack." He looked genuinely saddened. "I'm sorry, I can't help them. May the good spirits watch over them and take their souls to the light." He began turning away. "No!" Abby screamed. Some of the people fell silent. Others only glanced her way as they went on. "My child, you can't!" She thrust a hand into the sack. "I have a bone—" "Doesn't everyone?" he grumbled, cutting her off. "I can't help you." "But you must!" "We would have to abandon our cause. We must take the Deheran force down, one way or another. Innocent though those people are, they are in the way. I can't allow the Deherans to succeed in such a scheme, or it would encourage its widespread use, and then even more innocents would die. The enemy must be shown that it will not deter us from our course." "No!" Abby wailed. "She's only a child. You're condemning my baby to death. There are other children. What kind of monster are you?" No one but the wizard was even listening to her anymore as they all went on with their talking. The first wizard's voice cut through the din and fell on her ears as clearly as the knell of death. "I am a man who must make choices such as this one. I must deny your petition." Abby screamed with the agony of failure. She wasn't even to be allowed to show him. "But it's a debt," she cried, "a solemn debt. And it cannot be paid now." Abby screamed hysterically. The sorceress began pulling her away. Abby broke from the woman and ran out of the room. She staggered down the stone steps, unable to see through the tears. At the bottom of the steps, she buckled to the floor in helpless sobbing. He wouldn't help her. He wouldn't help a helpless child. Her daughter was going to die. Abby, convulsing in sobs, felt a hand on her shoulder. Gentle arms pulled her closer. Tender fingers brushed back her hair as she wept into a woman's lap. Another person's hand touched her back, and she felt the warm comfort of magic seeping into her. "He's killing my daughter," she cried. "I hate him." "It's all right, Abigail," the voice above said. "It's all right to weep for such a pain as this." Abby wiped at her eyes but couldn't stop the tears. The sorceress was there beside her at the bottom of the steps. Abby looked up at the woman in whose arms she lay. It was the Mother Confessor herself. She could do her worst for all Abby cared. What did it matter? What did any of it matter now? "He's a monster," she sobbed. "He is truly named. He is the ill wind of death. This time it's my baby he's killing, not the enemy." "I understand why you feel that way, Abigail," the Mother Confessor said, "but it is not true." "How can you say that? My daughter has not yet had a chance to live, and he will kill her. My husband will die, my father too, but he has had a chance to live a life. My baby hasn't." She fell to hysterical wailing again, and the Mother Confessor once again drew her into comforting arms. Comfort was not what Abby wanted. "You have just the one child?" the sorceress asked. Abby nodded as she sucked a breath. "I had another, a boy, but he died at birth. The midwife said I will have no more. My little Jana is all I will ever have." The wild agony of it ripped through her. "And he will kill her, just as he killed that man before me. Wizard Zorander is a monster. May the good spirits strike him dead." With a poignant expression, the sorceress smoothed Abby's hair back from her forehead. "You don't understand. You see only a part of it. You don't mean what you say." But she did. "If you had—" "Delora understands," the Mother Confessor said, gesturing toward the sorceress. "She has a daughter of 10 years, and a son, too." Abby peered up at the sorceress. She gave Abby a sympathetic smile and a nod to confirm the truth of it. "I, too, have a daughter," the Mother Confessor said. "She is 12. Delora and I both understand your pain. So does the first wizard." Abby's fists tightened. "He couldn't. He's hardly more than a boy himself, and he wants to kill my baby. He is the wind of death, and that's all he cares about, killing people." The Mother Confessor patted the stone step beside her. "Abigail, sit up here beside me. Let me tell you about the man in there." Still weeping, Abby pushed herself up and slid onto the step. The Mother Confessor was older by maybe 12 or 14 years, and pleasant-looking, with those violet eyes. Her mass of long hair reached her waist. She had a warm smile. It had never occurred to Abby to think of a confessor as a woman, but that was what she saw now. She didn't fear this woman as she had before. Nothing she did could be worse than what already had been done. "I sometimes minded Zedekias when he was but a toddler, and I was still coming into womanhood." The Mother Confessor gazed off with a wistful smile. "I swatted his bottom when he misbehaved, and later twisted his ear to make him sit at a lesson. He was mischief on 2 legs, driven not by guile but by curiosity. He grew into a fine man. For a long time, when the war with Dahara started, Wizard Zorander wouldn't help us. He didn't want to fight, to hurt people. But in the end, when Panis Ral, the leader of Dahara, started using magic to slaughter our people, Zed knew that the only hope to save more lives in the end was to fight. Zedicus Zul Zorander may look young to you, as he did to many of us, but he is a special wizard, born of a wizard and a sorceress. Zed was a prodigy. Even those other wizards in there, some of them his teachers, don't always understand how he is able to unravel some of the enigmas in the books, or how he uses his gift to bring so much power to bear. But we do understand that he has heart. He uses his heart as well as his head. He was named First Wizard for all these things and more. Yes, Abby said. He is very talented at being the wind of death. The Mother Confessor smiled a small smile. She tapped her chest. Among ourselves, those of us who really know him call him the Trickster. The Trickster is the name he has truly earned. We named him the Wind of Death for others to hear, so as to strike terror into the hearts of the enemy. Some people on our side take that name to heart. Perhaps, since your mother was gifted, you can understand how people sometimes unreasonably fear those with magic. And sometimes, Abby argued, those with magic really are monsters who care nothing for the life they destroy. The Mother Confessor appraised Abby's eyes for a moment, and then held up a cautionary finger. In confidence, I am going to tell you about Zedicus Zul Zorander. If you ever repeat this story, I will never forgive you for betraying my confidence. I won't, but I don't see. Just listen. After Abby remained silent, the Mother Confessor began. Zed married Erilyn. She was a wonderful woman. We all loved her very much, but not as much as he did. They had a daughter. Abby's curiosity got the best of her. How old is she? About the age of your daughter, Dolores said. Abby swallowed. I see. When Zed became First Wizard, things were grim. Ponis Rahl had conjured the Shadow People. I'm from Coney Crossing. I've never heard of such a thing. Well, the war had been bad enough, but then Ponis Rahl taught his wizards to conjure Shadow People. The Mother Confessor sighed at the anguish of retelling the story. They are so called because they are like shadows in the air. They have no precise shape or form. They are not living, but created out of magic. Weapons have no more effect on them than they would have on smoke. You can't hide from the Shadow People. They drift toward you across fields or through the woods. They find you. When they touch someone, the person's whole body blisters and swells until their flesh splits open. They die in screaming agony. Not even the gift can heal one touched by a shadow person. As the enemy attacked, their wizards would send the Shadow People out ahead. In the beginning, whole battalions of our brave young soldiers were found killed to a man. We saw no hope. It was our darkest hour. And Wizard Zorander was able to stop them? Abby asked. The Mother Confessor nodded. He studied the problem and then conjured battle horns. Their magic swept the Shadow People away like smoke in the wind. The magic coming from the horns also traced its way back through the spell to seek out the one who cast it and kill them. The horns aren't foolproof, though, and Zed must constantly alter their magic to keep up with the way the enemy changes their conjuring. Ponis Rahl summoned other magic, too. Fevers and sickness, wasting illnesses, fogs that caused blindness, all sorts of horrors. Zed worked day and night and managed to counter them all. While Ponis Rahl's magic was being checked, our troops were once again able to fight on even terms. Because of Wizard Zorander, the tide of battle turned. Well, that much of it is good, but... The Mother Confessor again lifted her finger, commanding silence. Abby held her tongue as the woman lowered her hand and went on. Ponis Rahl was enraged at what Zed had done. He tried, and failed, to kill him, so he instead sent a quad to kill Erilyn. A quad? What's a quad? A quad, the sorceress answered, is a unit of 4 special assassins sent with the protection of a spell from the one who sent them, Ponis Rahl. It is their assignment not only to kill the victim, but to make it unimaginably torturous and brutal. Abby swallowed. And did they murder his wife? The Mother Confessor leaned closer. Worse. They left her, her legs and arms all broken, to be found still alive. Alive? Abby whispered. Why would they leave her alive if it was their mission to kill her? So that Zed would find her all broken and bleeding and in inconceivable agony. She was able only to whisper his name in love. The Mother Confessor leaned even closer. Abby could feel the breath of the woman's whispered words against her own face. When he used his gift to try to heal her, it activated the worm spell. Abby had to force herself to blink. Worm spell? No wizard would have been able to detect it. The Mother Confessor clawed her fingers and, in front of Abby's stomach, spread her hands outward in a tearing gesture. The spell ripped her insides apart. Because he had used his loving touch of magic, she died in screaming pain as he knelt helpless beside her. Wincing, Abby touched her own stomach, almost feeling the wound. That's terrible. The Mother Confessor's violet eyes held an iron look. The Quad also took their daughter who had seen everything those men had done to her mother. Abby felt tears burning her eyes again. They did that to his daughter, too. No, the Mother Confessor said. They hold her captive. Then she still lives? There is still hope? The Mother Confessor's satiny white dress rustled softly as she leaned back against the white marble balustrade and nested her hands in her lap. Zed went after the Quad. He found them, but his daughter had been given to others, and they passed her on to yet others, and so on, so they had no idea who had her or where she might be. Abby looked to the sorceress and back to the Mother Confessor. What did Wizard Zorander do to the Quad? No less than I myself would have done. The Mother Confessor stared back through a mask of cold rage. He made them regret ever being born. For a very long time he made them regret it. Abby shrank back. I see. As the Mother Confessor drew a calming breath, the sorceress took up the story. As we speak, Wizard Zorander uses a spell that none of us understands. It holds Ponus Rahl at his palace in Dahera. It helps blunt the magic Rahl is able to conjure against us and enables our men to drive his troops back whence they came. But Ponus Rahl is consumed with wrath for the man who has thwarted his conquest of the Midlands. Hardly a week passes that an attempt is not made on Wizard Zorander's life. Rahl sends dangerous and vile people of all sort, even the Mord Sith. Abby's breath caught. That was a word she had heard. What are Mord Sith? The sorceress smoothed back her glossy black hair as she glared with a venomous expression. Mord Sith are women who, along with their red leather uniform, wear a single long braid as the mark of their profession. They are trained in the torture and killing of those with the gift. If a gifted person tries to use their magic against a Mord Sith, she is able to capture their magic and use it against them. There is no escaping a Mord Sith. But surely a person as strong in the gift as Wizard Zorander, even he would be lost if he tried to use magic against a Mord Sith, the Mother Confessor said. A Mord Sith can be defeated with common weapons, but not with magic. Only the magic of a confessor works against them. I have killed 2. In part because of the brutal nature of the training of Mord Sith, they have been outlawed for as long as anyone knows. But in Dahera, the ghastly tradition of taking young women to be indoctrinated as Mord Sith continues to this day. Dahera is a distant and secretive land. We don't know much about it, except what we have learned through unfortunate experience. Mord Sith have captured several of our wizards and sorceresses. Once captured, they cannot kill themselves, nor can they escape. Before they die, they give over everything they know. Ponus Rahl knows of our plans. We, in turn, have managed to get our hands on several high-ranking Daherans, and through the touch of confessors we know the extent of how we have been compromised. Time works against us. Abby wiped the palms of her hands on her thighs, and that man who was killed just before I went in to see the first wizard, he couldn't have been an assassin. The 2 with him were allowed to leave. No, he was not an assassin. The Mother Confessor folded her hands. I believe Ponus Rahl knows of the spell Wizard Zorander discovered, that it has the potential to obliterate all of Dahera. Ponus Rahl is desperate to rid himself of Wizard Zorander. The Mother Confessor's violet eyes seemed to glisten with a keen intellect. Abby looked away and picked at a stray thread on her sack. "But I don't see what this has to do with denying me help to save my daughter. He has a daughter. Wouldn't he do anything to get her back? Wouldn't he do whatever he must to have his daughter back and safe?" The Mother Confessor's head lowered, and she stroked her fingers over her brow, as if trying to rub at a grievous ache. "The man who came before you was a messenger. His message had been passed through many hands so that it could not be traced back to its source." Abby felt cold goosebumps running up her arms. What was the message? The lock of hair he brought was from Zed's daughter. Panis Ral offered the life of Zed's daughter if Zed would surrender himself to Panis Ral to be executed. Abby clutched at her sack. But wouldn't a father who loved his daughter do even this to save her life? "At what cost?" the Mother Confessor whispered. "At the cost of the lives of all those who will die without his help? He couldn't do such a selfish thing, even to save the life of one he loves more than any other. Before he denied your daughter help, he had just refused the offer, thus sentencing his own innocent daughter to death." Abby felt her hopes again tumbling into blackness. The thought of Janna's terror, of her being hurt, made Abby dizzy and sick. Tears began running down her cheeks again. "But I'm not asking him to sacrifice everyone else to save her." The sorceress gently touched Abby's shoulder. "He believes that sparing those people harm would mean letting the Deherans escape to kill more people in the end." Abby snatched desperately for a solution. "But I have a bone." The sorceress sighed. "Abigail, half the people who come to see a wizard bring a bone. Hucksters convince supplicants that they are true bones. Desperate people just like you buy them. Most of them come seeking a wizard to somehow give them a life free of magic," the Mother Confessor said. "Most people fear magic, but I'm afraid that with the way it's been used by Dehera, they now want nothing so much as to never again see magic. An ironic reason to buy a bone, and doubly ironic that they buy sham bones, thinking they have magic, in order to petition to be free of magic." Abby blinked. "But I bought no bone. This is a debt true. On my mother's deathbed she told me of it. She said it was Wizard Zorander himself bound in it." The sorceress squinted her skepticism. "Abigail, true debts of this nature are exceedingly rare. Perhaps it was a bone she had, and you only thought—" Abby held her sack open for the sorceress to see. The sorceress glanced in and fell silent. The Mother Confessor looked in the sack for herself. "I know what my mother told me," Abby insisted. "She also told me that if there was any doubt, he had but to test it. Then he would know it true, for the debt was passed down to him from his father." The sorceress stroked the beads at her throat. "He could test it. If it is true, he would know. Still, solemn debt though it may be, that doesn't mean that the debt must be paid now." Abby leaned boldly toward the sorceress. "My mother said it is a debt true, and that it had to be paid. Please, Delora, you know the nature of such things. I was so confused when I met with him, with all those people shouting. I foolishly failed to press my case by asking that he test it." She turned and clutched the Mother Confessor's arm. "Please help me. Tell him what I have and ask that he test it." The Mother Confessor considered behind a blank expression. At last she spoke. "This involves a debt bound in magic. Such a thing must be considered seriously. I will speak to Wizard Zorander on your behalf and request that you be given a private audience." Abby squeezed her eyes shut as tears sprang anew. "Thank you." She put her face in both hands and began to weep with relief at the flame of hope rekindled. The Mother Confessor gripped Abby's shoulders. "I said I will try. He may deny my request." The sorceress snorted a humorless laugh. "Not likely. I will twist his ear too. But Abigail, that does not mean that we can convince him to help you, bone or no bone." Abby wiped her cheek. "I understand. Thank you both. Thank you both for understanding." With a thumb, the sorceress wiped a tear from Abby's chin. "It is said that the daughter of a sorceress is a daughter to all sorceresses." The mother confessor stood and smoothed her white dress. "Delora, perhaps you could take Abigail to a rooming house for women travelers. She should get some rest. Do you have money, child?" "Yes, Mother Confessor." "Good. Delora will take you to a room for the night. Return to the keep just before sunrise. We will meet you and let you know if we were able to convince Zed to test your bone. I will pray to the good spirits that Wizard Zorander will see me and help my daughter." Abby felt sudden shame at her own words. "And I will pray too for his daughter." The Mother Confessor cupped Abby's cheek. "Pray for all of us, child. Pray that Wizard Zorander unleashes the magic against Dahera before it is too late for all the children of the Midlands, old and young alike." On their walk down to the city, Delora kept the conversation from Abby's worries and hopes and what magic might contribute to either. In some ways, talking with the sorceress was reminiscent of talking with her mother. Sorceresses evaded talk of magic with one not gifted, daughter or not. Abby got the feeling that it was as uncomfortable for them as it had been for Abby when Jana asked how a mother came to have a child in her tummy. Even though it was late, the streets were teeming with people. Worried gossip of the war floated to Abby's ears from every direction. At one corner, a knot of women murmured tearfully of menfolk gone for months with no word of their fate. Delora took Abby down a market street and had her buy a small loaf of bread with meats and olives baked right inside. Abby wasn't really hungry. The sorceress made her promise that she would eat. Not wanting to do anything to cause disfavor, Abby promised. The rooming house was up a side street among tightly packed buildings. The racket of the market carried up the narrow street and flittered around buildings and through tiny courtyards with the ease of a chickadee through a dense wood. Abby wondered how people could stand to live so close together and with nothing to see but other houses and people. She wondered, too, how she was going to be able to sleep with all the strange sounds and noise. But then, sleep had rarely come since she had left home, despite the dead quiet nights in the countryside. The sorceress bid Abby a good night, putting her in the hands of a sullen-looking woman of few words who led her to a room at the end of a long hall and left her to her night's rest, after collecting a silver coin. Abby sat on the edge of the bed, and by the light of a single lamp sitting on a shelf by the bed, eyed the small room as she nibbled at the loaf of bread. The meat inside was tough and stringy, but had an agreeable flavor, spiced with salt and garlic. Without a window, the room wasn't as noisy as Abby had feared it might be. The door had no bolt, but the woman who kept the house had said in a mumble for her not to fret, that no men were allowed in the establishment. Abby set the bread aside, and at a basin atop a simple stand, 2 strides across the room, washed her face. She was surprised at how dirty it left the water. She twisted the lever stem on the lamp, lowering the wick as far as it would go without snuffing the flame. She didn't like sleeping in the dark in a strange place. Lying in bed, staring up at the water-stained ceiling, she prayed earnestly to the good spirits, despite knowing that they would ignore a request such as she made. She closed her eyes and prayed for Wizard Zorander's daughter, too. Her prayers were fragmented by intruding fears that felt as if they clawed her insides raw. She didn't know how long she had lain in the bed, wishing for sleep to take her, wishing for morning to come, when the door slowly squeaked open. A shadow climbed the far wall. Abby froze, eyes wide, breath held tight, as she watched a crouched figure move toward the bed. It wasn't the woman of the house. She would be taller. Abby's fingers tightened on the scratchy blanket, thinking that maybe she could throw it over the intruder and then run for the door. "Don't be alarmed, dearie. I've just come to see if you had success up at the keep." Abby gulped air, and she sat up in the bed. "Mariska?" It was the old woman who had waited with her in the keep all day. "You frightened the wits out of me." The small flame from the lamp reflected in a sharp shimmer in the woman's eye as she surveyed Abby's face. "Worse things to fear than your own safety." "What do you mean?" Mariska smiled. It was not a reassuring smile. "Did you get what you wanted?" "I saw the first wizard, if that's what you mean." "And what did he say, dearie?" Abby swung her feet down off the bed. "That's my business." The sly smile widened. "Oh, no, dearie. It's our business." "What do you mean by that? Answer the question. You've not much time left. Your family has not much time left." Abby shot to her feet. "How do you—" The old woman seized Abby's wrist and twisted until Abby was forced to sit. "What say the first wizard?" "He said he couldn't help me." "Please, that hurts. Let me go." "Oh, dearie, that's too bad it is. Too bad for your little Jana." How do you know about her? I never—" "So, Wizard Zorander denied your petition. Such sad news." She clicked her tongue. "Poor, unfortunate little Jana. You were warned. You knew the price of failure." She released Abby's wrist and turned away. Abby's mind raced in hot panic as the woman shuffled toward the door. "No. Please. I'm to see him again tomorrow. At sunrise." Mariska peered back over her shoulder. "Why? Why would he agree to see you again after he has denied you? Lying will buy your daughter no more time. It will buy her nothing. It's true. I swear it on my mother's soul. I talked to the sorceress, the one who took us in. I talked to her and the Mother Confessor after Wizard Zorander denied my petition. They agreed to convince him to give me a private audience." Her brow bunched. "Why would they do this?" Abby pointed to her sack sitting on the end of the bed. "I showed them what I brought." With one gnarled finger, Mariska lifted open the sack. She looked for a moment and then glided closer to Abby. "You have yet to show this to Wizard Zorander?" "That's right. They will get me an audience with him, I'm sure of it. Tomorrow he will see me." From her bulky waistband, Mariska drew a knife. She waved it slowly back and forth before Abby's face. "We grow weary of waiting for you." Abby licked her lips. "But in the morning I leave for Coney Crossing. I leave to see your frightened little Jana." Her hand slid behind Abby's neck. Fingers like oak roots gripped Abby's hair, holding her head fast. "If you bring him right behind me, she will go free, as you were promised." Abby couldn't nod. "I will. I swear, I'll convince him. He is bound by a debt." Mariska put the point of the knife so close to Abby's eye that it brushed her eyelashes. Abby feared to blink. "Arrive late and I will stab my knife in little Jana's eye. Stab it through. I will leave her the other so that she can watch as I cut out her father's heart, just so that she will know how much it will hurt when I do her. Do you understand, dearie?" Abby could only whine that she did as tears streamed down her cheeks. "There's a good girl," Mariska whispered from so close that Abby was forced to breathe the spicy stink of the woman's sausage dinner. "If we even suspect any tricks, they will all die." "No tricks. I'll hurry. I'll bring him." Mariska kissed Abby's forehead. "You're a good mother." She released Abby's hair. "Jana loves you. She cries for you day and night." After Mariska closed the door, Abby curled into a trembling ball in the bed and wept against her knuckles. Delora leaned closer as they marched across the broad rampart. "Are you sure you're all right, Abigail?" Wind snatched at her hair, flicking it across her face. Brushing it from her eyes, Abby looked out at the sprawl of the city below, beginning to coalesce out of the gloom. She had been saying a silent prayer to her mother's spirit. "Yes, I just had a bad night. I couldn't sleep." The Mother Confessor's shoulder pressed against Abby's from the other side. "We understand. At least he agreed to see you. Take heart in that. He's a good man. He really is." "Thank you," Abby whispered in shame. "Thank you both for helping me." The people waiting along the rampart, wizards, sorceresses, officers, and others, all momentarily fell silent and bowed toward the Mother Confessor as the three women passed. Among several people she recognized from the day before, Abby saw the wizard Thomas. grumbling to himself and looking hugely impatient and vexed as he shuffled through a handful of papers covered in what Abby recognized as magical symbols. At the end of the rampart they came to the stone face of a round turret. A steep roof overhead protruded down low above a round top door. The sorceress rapped on the door and opened it without waiting for a reply. She caught the twitch of Abby's brow. "He rarely hears the knock," she explained in a hushed tone. The stone room was small but had a cozy feel to it. A round window to the right overlooked the city below, and another on the opposite side looked up on soaring walls of the keep, the distant highest ones glowing pink in the first faint rays of dawn. An elaborate iron candelabrum held a small army of candles that provided a warm glow to the room. Wizard Zorander, his unruly wavy brown hair hanging down around his face as he leaned on his hands, was absorbed in studying a book lying open on the table. The three women came to a halt. "Wizard Zorander," the sorceress announced, "we bring Abigail, born of Helsa." "Bags, woman," the wizard grouched without looking up. "I heard your knock as I always do." "Don't you curse at me, Zedekis Zul Zorander," Delora grumbled back. He ignored the sorceress, rubbing his smooth chin as he considered the book before him. "Welcome, Abigail." Abby's fingers fumbled at the sack, but then she remembered herself and curtsied. "Thank you for seeing me, Wizard Zorander. It is of vital importance that I have your help. As I've already told you, the lives of innocent children are at stake." Wizard Zorander finally peered up. After appraising her a long moment, he straightened. "Where does the line lie?" Abby glanced to the sorceress on one side of her, and then the Mother Confessor on the other side. Neither looked back. "Excuse me, Wizard Zorander? The line?" The wizard's brow drew down. "You imply a higher value to a life because of a young age. The line, my dear child, across which the value of life becomes petty. Where is the line?" "But a child—" He held up a cautionary finger. "Do not think to play on my emotions by plying me with the value of the life of a child, as if a higher value can be placed on life because of age. When is life worth less? Where is the line? At what age? Who decides? All life is of value. Dead is dead, no matter the age. Don't think to produce a suspension of my reason with a callous, calculated twisting of emotion, like some slippery office-holder stirring the passions of a mindless mob." Abby was struck speechless by such an admonition. The wizard turned his attention to the Mother Confessor. "Speaking of bureaucrats, what did the council have to say for themselves?" The Mother Confessor clasped her hands and sighed. "I told them your words. Simply put, they didn't care. They want it done." He grunted his discontent. "Do they now?" His hazel eyes turned to Abby. "Seems the council doesn't care about the lives of even children when the children are Deherin." He wiped a hand across his tired-looking eyes. "I can't say I don't comprehend their reasoning, or that I disagree with them, but, dear spirits, they are not the ones to do it. It is not by their hand. It will be by mine." "I understand, Zed," the Mother Confessor murmured. Once again he seemed to notice Abby standing before him. He considered her as if pondering some profound notion. It made her fidget. He held out his hand and waggled his fingers. "Let me see it, then." Abby stepped closer to the table as she reached in her sack. "If you cannot be persuaded to help innocent people, then maybe this will mean something more to you." She drew her mother's skull from the sack and placed it in the wizard's upturned palm. "It is a debt of bones. I declare it due." One eyebrow lifted. "It is customary to bring only a tiny fragment of bone, child." Abby felt her face flush. "I didn't know," she stammered. "I wanted to be sure there was enough to test, to be sure you would believe me." He smoothed a gentle hand over the top of the skull. "A piece smaller than a grain of sand is enough." He watched Abby's eyes. "Didn't your mother tell you?" Abby shook her head. "She said only that it was a debt passed to you from your father. She said the debt must be paid if it was called due." "Indeed it must," he whispered. Even as he spoke, his hand was gliding back and forth over the skull. The bone was dull and stained by the dirt from which Abby had pulled it. Not at all the pristine white she had fancied it would be. It had horrified her to have to uncover her mother's bones, but the alternative horrified her more. Beneath the wizard's fingers, the bone of the skull began to glow with soft amber light. Abby's breathing nearly stilled when the air hummed, as if the spirits themselves whispered to the wizard. The sorceress fussed with the beads at her neck. The mother confessor chewed her lower lip. Abby prayed. Wizard Zorander set the skull on the table and turned his back on them. The amber glow faded away. When he said nothing, Abby spoke into the thick silence. "Well? Are you satisfied? Did your test prove it a debt true?" "Oh, yes," he said quietly without turning toward them. "It is a debt of bones, true, bound by the magic invoked until the debt is paid." Abby's fingers worried at the frayed edge of her sack. "I told you. My mother wouldn't have lied to me. She told me that if not paid while she was alive, it became a debt of bones upon her death." The wizard slowly rounded to face her. "And did she tell you anything of the engendering of the debt?" "No." Abby cast a furtive sidelong glance at Delora before going on. "Sorceresses hold secrets close and reveal only that which serves their purposes." With a slight fleeting smile, he grunted his concurrence. "She said only that it was your father and she who were bound in it, and that until paid, it would continue to pass on to the descendants of each. Your mother spoke the truth, but that does not mean that it must be paid now. It is a solemn debt of bones." Abby's frustration and fear erupted with venom. "I declare it due. You will yield to the obligation." Both the sorceress and the mother confessor gazed off at the walls, uneasy at a woman, an ungifted woman, raising her voice to the first wizard himself. Abby suddenly wondered if she might be struck dead for such insolence, but if he didn't help her, it wouldn't matter. The mother confessor diverted the possible results of Abby's outburst with a question. "Zed, did your reading tell you of the nature of the engendering of the debt?" "Indeed it did," he said. "My father, too, told me of a debt. My test has proven to me that this is the one of which he spoke, and that the woman standing before me carries the other half of the link." "So what was the engendering?" the sorceress asked. He turned his palms up. "It seems to have slipped my mind. I'm sorry. I find myself to be more forgetful than usual of late." Dolores sniffed. "And you dare to call sorceresses taciturn?" Wizard Zorander silently considered her a moment and then turned to squint on the mother confessor. "The council wants it done, do they?" He smiled a sly smile. "Then it shall be done." The mother confessor cocked her head. "Zed, are you sure about this?" "About what?" Abby asked. "Are you going to honor the debt or not?" The wizard shrugged. "You have declared the debt due." He plucked a small book from the table and slipped it into a pocket in his robe. "Who am I to argue?" "Dear spirits," the mother confessor whispered to herself. "Zed, just because the council—" "I am just a wizard," he said, cutting her off, "serving the wants and wishes of the people. But if you travel to this place, you would be exposing yourself to needless danger. I must be near the border, or it will claim parts of the Midlands, too. Coney Crossing is as good a place as any other to ignite the conflagration." Beside herself with relief, Abby was hardly hearing anything else he said. "Thank you, Wizard Zorander, thank you." He strode around the table and gripped her shoulder with stick-like fingers of surprising strength. "We are bound, you and I, in a debt of bones. Our life paths have intersected." His smile looked at once sad and sincere. His powerful fingers closed around her wrist, around her bracelet, and he put her mother's skull in her hands. "Please, Abby, call me Zed." Near tears, she nodded. "Thank you, Zed." Outside in the early light, they were accosted by the waiting crowd. Wizard Thomas, waving his papers, shoved his way through. "Zorander, I've been studying these elements you've provided. I have to talk to you." "Talk, then," the first wizard said as he marched by. The crowd followed in his wake. "This is madness. I never said it wasn't." Wizard Thomas shook the papers as if for proof. "You can't do this, Zorander." "The council has decided that it is to be done. The war must be ended while we have the upper hand, and before Ponus Rahl comes up with something we won't be able to counter. No, I mean I've studied this thing, and you won't be able to do it. We don't understand the power those wizards wielded. I've looked over the elements you've shown me. Even trying to invoke such a thing will create intense heat." Zed halted and put his face close to Thomas. He lifted his eyebrows in mock surprise. "Really, Thomas? Do you think igniting a light spell that will rip the fabric of the world of life might cause an instability in the elements of the web field?" Thomas charged after as Zed stormed off. "Zorander, you won't be able to control it. If you were able to invoke it, and I'm not saying I believe you can, you would breach the grace. The invocation uses heat. The breach feeds it. You won't be able to control the cascade. No one can do such a thing." "I can do it," the first wizard muttered. Thomas shook the fists of papers in a fury. "Zorander, your arrogance will be the end of us all. Once parted, the veil will be rent and all life will be consumed. I demand to see the book in which you found this spell. I demand to see it myself. The whole thing, not just parts of it." The first wizard paused and lifted a finger. "Thomas, if you were meant to see the book, then you would be first wizard and have access to the first wizard's private enclave. But you are not, and you don't." Thomas's face glowed scarlet above his white beard. "This is a foolhardy act of desperation." Wizard Zorander flicked the finger. The papers flew from the old wizard's hand and swirled up into a whirlwind, there to ignite, flaring into ashes that lifted away on the wind. "Sometimes, Thomas, all that is left to you is an act of desperation. I am first wizard, and I will do as I must. That is the end of it. I will hear no more." He turned and snatched the sleeve of an officer. "Alert the lancers. Gather all the cavalry available. We ride for Pendleton Reach at once." The man thumped a quick salute to his chest before dashing off. Another officer, older and looking to be of much higher rank, cleared his throat. "Wizard Zorander, may I know of your plan?" "It is Anargo," the first wizard said, "who is the right hand of Ponus Rahl, and in conjunction with Rahl conjures death to stalk us. Quite simply put, I intend to send death back at them." "By leading the Lancers into Pendleton Reach?" "Yes. Anargo holds at Coney Crossing. We have General Brainerd driving north toward Pendleton Reach, General Sanderson sweeping south to join with him, and Mardale charging up from the southwest. We will go in there with the Lancers, and whoever of the rest of them is able to join with us." "Anargo is no fool. We don't know how many other wizards and gifted he has with him, but we know what they're capable of. They've bled us time and time again. At last we have dealt them a blow." The officer chose his words carefully. "Why do you think they wait? Why wouldn't they simply slip back into Dahera?" Zed rested a hand on the crenellated wall and gazed out on the dawn, out on the city below. "Anargo relishes the game. He performs it with high drama. He wants us to think them wounded. Pendleton Reach is the only terrain in all those mountains that an army can get through with any speed. Coney Crossing provides a wide field for battle, but not wide enough to let us maneuver easily or flank them. He is trying to bait us in." The officer didn't seem surprised. "But why?" Zed looked back over his shoulder at the officer. "Obviously he believes that in such terrain he can defeat us. I believe otherwise. He knows that we can't allow the menace to remain there, and he knows our plans. He thinks to draw me in, kill me, and end the threat I alone hold over them." "So," the officer reasoned aloud, "you are saying that for Anargo it is worth the risk." Zed stared out once more at the city below the wizard's keep. "If Anargo is right, he could win it all at Coney Crossing. When he has finished me, he will turn his gifted loose, slaughter the bulk of our forces all in one place, and then, virtually unopposed, cut out the heart of the Midlands, a Dendril. Anargo plans that before the snow flies, he will have killed me, annihilated our joint forces, have the people of the Midlands in chains, and be able to hand the whip to Ponus Rahl." The officer stared, dumbfounded. "And you plan to do as Anargo is hoping and go in there to face him?" Zed shrugged. What choice have I? And do you at least know how Anargo plans to kill you so that we might take precautions, take countermeasures? I'm afraid not. Vexed, he waved his hand, dismissing the matter. He turned to Abby. The Lancers have swift horses. We will ride hard. We will be to your home soon. We will be there in time, and then we'll see to our business. Abby only nodded. She couldn't put into words the relief of her petition granted, nor could she express the shame she felt to have her prayer answered. But most of all, she couldn't utter a word of her horror at what she was doing, for she knew the Deherans' plan. Flies swarmed around dried scraps of viscera, all that was left of Abby's prized bearded pigs. Apparently, even the breeding stock, which Abby's parents had given her as a wedding gift, had been slaughtered and taken. Abby's parents, too, had chosen Abby's husband. Abby had never met him before. He came from the town of Linford, where her mother and father bought the pigs. Abby had been beside herself with anxiety over who her parents would choose for her husband. She had hoped for a man who would be of good cheer, a man to bring a smile to the difficulties of life. When she first saw Philip, she thought he must be the most serious man in all the world. His young face looked to her as if it had never once smiled. That first night after meeting him, she had cried herself to sleep over thoughts of sharing her life with so solemn a man. She thought her life caught up on the sharp tines of grim fate. Abby came to find that Philip was a hard-working man who looked out at life through a great grin. That first day she had seen him, she only later learned, he had been putting on his most sober face so that his new family would not think him a slacker unworthy of their daughter. In a short time, Abby had come to know that Philip was a man upon whom she could depend. By the time Jana had been born, she had come to love him. Now Philip, and so many others, depended upon her. Abby brushed her hands clean after putting her mother's bones to rest once more. The fences Jana had watched Philip so often mend, she saw, were all broken down. Coming back around the house, she noticed that barn doors were missing. Anything an animal or human could eat was gone. Abby could not recall having ever seen her home looking so barren. It didn't matter, she told herself. It didn't matter if only Jana would be returned to her. Fences could be mended. Pigs could be replaced somehow, some day. Jana could never be replaced. Abby, Zed asked as he peered around at the ruins of her home, how is it that you weren't taken when your husband and daughter and everyone else were? Abby stepped through the broken doorway, thinking that her home had never looked so small. Before she had gone to Adindril, to the Wizard's Keep, her home had seemed as big as anything she could imagine. Here Philip had laughed and filled the simple room with his comfort and conversation. With charcoal he had drawn animals on the stone hearth for Jana. Abby pointed. Under that door is the root cellar. That's where I was when I heard the things I told you about. Zed ran the toe of his boot across the knothole used as a fingerhold to lift the hatch. They were taking your husband and your daughter, and you stayed down there? While your daughter was screaming for you, you didn't run up to help her? Abby summoned her voice. I knew that if I came up, they would have me too. I knew that the only chance my family had was if I waited and then went for help. My mother always told me that even a sorceress was no more than a fool if she acted one. She always told me to think things through first. Wise advice. Zed set down a ladle that had been bent and holed. He rested a gentle hand on her shoulder. It would have been hard to leave your daughter crying for you and do the wise thing. Abby could only manage a whisper. You speak the spirit's own truth. She pointed through the window on the side wall. That way, across the Coney River, lies town. They took Jana and Philip with them as they went on to take all the people from town. They had others, too, that they had already captured. The army set up camp in the hills beyond. Zed stood at the window, gazing out at the distant hills. Soon, I hope this war will be ended. Dear spirits, let it end. Remembering the Mother Confessor's admonition not to repeat the story she told, Abby never asked about the wizard's daughter or murdered wife. When on their swift journey back to Coney Crossing, she spoke of her love for Jana. It must have broken his heart to think of his own daughter in the brutal hands of the enemy, knowing that he had left her to death lest many more die. Zed pushed open the bedroom door. "And back here?" he asked as he put his head into the room beyond. Abby looked up from her thoughts. "The bedroom. In the rear is a door back to the garden and the barn." Though he never once mentioned his dead wife or missing daughter, Abby's knowledge of them ate away at her as a swelling spring river ate at a hole in the ice. Zed stepped back in from the bedroom as Delora came silently slipping in through the front doorway. "As Abigail said, the town across the river has been sacked," the sorceress reported. "From the looks of it, the people were all taken." Zed brushed back his wavy hair. "How close is the river?" Abby gestured out the window. Night was falling. "Just there, a walk of 5 minutes." In the valley, on its way to join the Kern, the Coney River slowed and spread wide, so that it became shallow enough to cross easily. There was no bridge. The road simply led to the river's edge and took up again on the other side. Though the river was near to a quarter-mile across in most of the valley, it was in no place much more than knee-deep. Only in the spring melt was it occasionally treacherous to cross. The town of Coney Crossing was 2 miles beyond, up on the rise of hills, safe from spring floods, as was the knoll where Abby's farmyard stood. Zed took Delora by the elbow. "Ride back and tell everyone to hold station. If anything goes wrong... well, if anything goes wrong, then they must attack. Anargo's legion must be stopped, even if they have to go into Dahera after them." Delora did not look pleased. "Before we left, the Mother Confessor made me promise that I would be sure that you were not left alone. She told me to see to it that gifted were always near if you needed them." Abby, too, had heard the Mother Confessor issue the orders. Looking back at the keep as they had crossed the stone bridge, Abby had seen the Mother Confessor up on a high rampart, watching them leave. The Mother Confessor had helped when Abby had feared all was lost. She wondered what would become of the woman. Then she remembered that she didn't have to wonder. She knew. The wizard ignored what the sorceress had said. "As soon as I help Abby, I'll send her back too. I don't want anyone near when I unleash the spell." Delora gripped his collar and pulled him close. She looked as if she might be about to give him a heated scolding. Instead, she drew him into an embrace. "Please, Zed," she whispered, "don't leave us without you as First Wizard." Zed smoothed back her dark hair. "And abandon you all to Thomas." He smirked. "Never." The dust from Delora's horse drifted away into the gathering darkness as Zed and Abby descended the slope toward the river. Abby led him along the path through the tall grasses and rushes, explaining that the path would offer them better concealment than the road. Abby was thankful that he didn't argue for the road. Her eyes darted from the deep shadows on one side to the shadows on the other as they were swallowed into the brush. Her pulse raced. She flinched whenever a twig snapped underfoot. It happened as she feared it would, as she knew it would. A figure enfolded in a long hooded cloak darted out of nowhere, knocking Abby aside. She saw the flash of a blade as Zed flipped the attacker into the brush. He squatted, putting a hand back on Abby's shoulder as she lay in the grass, panting. "Stay down," he whispered urgently. Light gathered at his fingers. He was conjuring magic. That was what they wanted him to do. Tears welled, burning her eyes. She snatched his sleeve. "Zed, don't use magic." She could hardly speak past the tightening pain in her chest. "Don't." The figure sprang again from the gloom of the bushes. Zed threw up a hand. The night lit with a flash of hot light that struck the cloaked figure. Rather than the assailant going down, it was Zed who cried out and crumpled to the ground. Whatever he had thought to do to the attacker, it had been turned back on him, and he was in the grip of the most terrible anguish, preventing him from rising or speaking. That was why they had wanted him to conjure magic, so they could capture him. The figure standing over the wizard glowered at Abby. "Your part here is finished. Go." Abby scuttled into the grass. The woman pushed the hood back and cast off her cloak. In the near darkness, Abby could see the woman's long braid and red leather uniform. It was one of the women Abby had been told about, the women used to capture those with magic, the Mord Sith. The Mord Sith watched with satisfaction as the wizard at her feet writhed in choking pain. Well, well, looks like the first wizard himself has just made a very big mistake. The belts and straps of her red leather uniform creaked as she leaned down toward him, grinning at his agony. I have been given the whole night to make you regret ever having lifted a finger to resist us. In the morning, I'm to allow you to watch as our forces annihilate your people. Afterward, I am to take you to Lord Rawl himself, the man who ordered the death of your wife, so you can beg him to order me to kill you, too. She kicked him. So you can beg Lord Rawl for your death as you watch your daughter die before your eyes. Zed could only scream in horror and pain. On her hands and knees, Abby crabbed her way farther back into the weeds and rushes. She wiped at her eyes, trying to see. She was horrified to witness what was being done to the man who had agreed to help her for no more reason than a debt to her mother. By contrast, these people had coerced her service by holding hostage the life of her child. As she backed away, Abby saw the knife the Mord Sith had dropped when Zed had thrown her into the weeds. The knife was a pretext, used to provoke him to act. It was magic that was the true weapon. The Mord Sith had used his own magic against him, used it to cripple and capture him, and now used it to hurt him. It was the price demanded. Abby had complied. She had had no choice. But what toll was she imposing on others? How could she save her daughter's life at the cost of so many others? Would Janna grow up to be a slave to people who would do this, with a mother who would allow it? Janna would grow up to learn to bow to Ponus Rawl and his minions, to submit to evil, or worse, grow up to become a willing part in the scourge, never tasting liberty or knowing the value of honor. With dreadful finality, everything seemed to fall to ruin in Abby's mind. She snatched up the knife. Zed was wailing in pain as the Mord Sith bent, doing some foul thing to him. Before she had time to lose her resolve, Abby was moving toward the woman's back. Abby had butchered animals. She told herself that this was no different. These were not people, but animals. She lifted the knife. A hand clamped over her mouth, another seized her wrist. Abby moaned against the hand, against her failure to stop this madness when she had had the chance. A mouth close to her ear urged her to hush. Struggling against the figure in hooded cloak that held her, Abby turned her head as much as she could, and in the last of the daylight saw violet eyes looking back. For a moment she couldn't make sense of it, couldn't make sense of how the woman could be there when Abby had seen her remain behind, but it truly was her. Abby stilled. The mother confessor released her, and with a quick hand signal urged her back. Abby didn't question. She scurried back into the rushes as the mother confessor reached out toward the woman in red leather. The Mord Sith was bent over, intent on her grisly business with the screaming wizard. In the distance, bugs chirped and clicked. Frogs called with insistent croaks. Not far away, the river sloshed and burbled as it always did, a familiar comforting sound of home. And then there came a sudden violent concussion to the air. Thunder without sound. It drove the wind from Abby's lungs. The wallop nearly knocked her senseless, making every joint in her body burn in sharp pain. There was no flash of light, just that pure and flawless jolt to the air. The world seemed to stop in its terrible splendor. Grass flattened as if in a wind radiating out in a ring from the Mord Sith and the Mother Confessor. Abby's senses returned as the pain in her joints thankfully melted away. Abby had never seen it done before, and had never expected to see it in the whole of her life, but she knew without doubt that she had just witnessed a confessor unleashing her power. From what Abby's mother had told her, it was the destruction of a person's mind so complete that it left only numb devotion to the confessor. She had but to ask, and they would confess any truth, no matter the crime they had previously attempted to conceal or deny. "Mistress," the Mord Sith moaned in piteous lamentation. Abby first staggered by the shock of the soundless thunder of the Mother Confessor's power, and now, stunned by the abject anguish of the woman crumpled on the ground, felt a hand grip her arm. It was the wizard. With the back of his other hand he wiped blood from his mouth. He labored to get his breath. "Leave her to it." "Zed, I I'm so sorry. I tried to tell you not to use magic, but I didn't call loud enough for you to hear." He managed to smile through obvious pain. "I heard you. But why, then, did you use your gift? I thought that in the end you would not be the kind of person to do such a terrible thing, and that you would show your true heart." He pulled her away from the cries. "We used you. We wanted them to think they had succeeded." "You knew what I was going to do? You knew I was to bring you to them so that they could capture you?" "I had a good idea. From the first there seemed more to you than you presented. You are not very talented at being a spy and a traitor. Since we arrived here, you've been watching the shadows and jumping at the chirp of every bug." The mother confessor rushed up. "Zed, are you all right?" He put a hand on her shoulder. "I'll be fine." His eyes still held the glaze of terror. "Thank you for not being late. For a moment I feared—" "I know." The mother confessor offered a quick smile. "Let us hope your trick was worth it. You have until dawn. She said they expect her to torture you all night before bringing you to them in the morning. Their scouts alerted an Argo to our troops' arrival." Back in the rushes, the Mord Sith was screaming as though she were being flayed alive. Shivers ran through Abby's shoulders. "They'll hear her and know what's happened." "Even if they could hear at this distance, they will think it is Zed being tortured by her." The mother confessor took the knife from Abby's hand. "I am glad that you rewarded my faith and in the end chose not to join with them." Abby wiped her palms on her skirts, shamed by all she had done, by what she had intended to do. She was beginning to shake. "Are you going to kill her?" The mother confessor, despite looking bone-weary after having touched the Mord Sith, still had iron resolve in her eyes. "A Mord Sith is different from anyone else. She does not recover from the touch of a confessor. She would suffer in profound agony until she died sometime before morning." She glanced back toward the cries. "She has told us what we need to know, and Zed must have his power back. It is the merciful thing to do. It also buys me time to do what I must do." Zed's fingers turned Abby's face toward him, away from the shrieks, "and time to get Janna back. You will have until morning." "I will have until morning? What do you mean?" "I'll explain, but we must hurry if you are to have enough time. Now take off your clothes." Abby was running out of time. She moved through the Deheran camp, holding herself stiff and tall, trying not to look frantic, even though that was how she felt. All night long she had been doing as the wizard had instructed, acting haughty. To anyone who noticed her, she directed disdain. To anyone who looked her way, thinking to speak to her, she growled. Not that many, though, so much as dared to catch the attention of what appeared to be a red leather-clad Mord Sith. Zed had told her, too, to keep the Mord Sith's weapon in her fist. It looked like nothing more than a small red leather rod. How it worked, Abby had no idea. The wizard had said only that it involved magic, and she wouldn't be able to call it to her aid. But it did have an effect on those who saw it in her hand. It made them melt back into the darkness, away from the light of the campfires, away from Abby. Those who were awake, anyway. Although most people in the camp were sleeping, there was no shortage of alert guards. Zed had cut the long braid from the Mord Sith who had attacked him and tied it into Abby's hair. In the dark, the mismatch of color wasn't obvious. When the guards looked at Abby, they saw a Mord Sith, and quickly turned their attention elsewhere. By the apprehension on people's faces when they saw her coming, Abby knew she must look fearsome. They didn't know how her heart pounded. She was thankful for the mantle of night, so that the Deherans couldn't see her knees trembling. She had seen only 2 real Mord Sith, both sleeping, and she had kept far away from them, as Zed had warned her. Real Mord Sith were not likely to be fooled so easily. Zed had given her until dawn. Time was running out. He had told her that if she wasn't back in time, she would die. Abby was thankful she knew the lay of the land, or long since she would have become lost among the confusion of tents, campfires, wagons, horses, and mules. Everywhere pikes and lances were stacked upright in circles with their points leaning together. Men, farriers, fletchers, blacksmiths, and craftsmen of all sorts, worked through the night. The air was thick with wood smoke and rang with the sound of metal being shaped and sharpened and wood being worked for everything from bows to wagons. Abby didn't know how people could sleep through the noise, but sleep they did. Shortly, the immense camp would wake to a new day. A day of battle, a day the soldiers went to work doing what they did best. They were getting a good night's sleep, so they would be rested for the killing of the Midlands army. From what she had heard, the Heron soldiers were very good at their job. Abby had searched relentlessly, but she had been unable to find her father, her husband, or her daughter. She had no intention of giving up. She had resigned herself to the knowledge that if she didn't find them, she would die with them. She had found captives tied together and staked to trees or the ground to keep them from running. Many more were chained. Some she recognized, but many more she didn't. Most were kept in groups and under guard. Abby never once saw a guard asleep at his post. When they looked her way, she acted as if she were looking for someone, and she wasn't going to go easy on them when she found them. Zed had told her that her safety, and the safety of her family, depended on her playing the part convincingly. Abby thought about these people hurting her daughter, and it wasn't hard to act angry. But she was running out of time. She couldn't find them, and she knew that Zed would not wait. Too much was at stake. She understood that now. She was coming to appreciate that the wizard and the Mother Confessor were trying to stop a war, that they were people resolved to the dreadful task of weighing the lives of a few against the lives of many. Abby lifted another tent flap and saw soldiers sleeping. She squatted and looked at the faces of prisoners tied to wagons. They stared back with hollow expressions. She bent to gaze at the faces of children pressed together in nightmares. She couldn't find Jana. The huge camp sprawled across the hilly countryside. There were 1,000 places she could be. As she marched along a crooked line of tents, she scratched at her wrist. Only when she went farther did she notice that it was the bracelet warming that made her wrist itch. It warmed yet more as she proceeded, but then the warmth began fading. Her brow twitched. Out of curiosity, she turned and went back the way she had come. Where a pathway between tents turned off, her bracelet tingled again with warmth. Abby paused a moment, looking off into the darkness. The sky was just beginning to color with light. She took the path between the tents, following until the bracelet cooled, then backtracked to where it warmed again, and took a new direction where it warmed yet more. Abby's mother had given her the bracelet, telling her to wear it always, and that someday it would be of value. Abby wondered if somehow the bracelet had magic that would help her find her daughter. With dawn nearing, this seemed the only chance she had left. She hurried onward, wending where the warmth from the bracelet directed. The bracelet led her to an expanse of snoring soldiers. There were no prisoners in sight. Guards patrolled the men in bedrolls and blankets. There was one tent set among the big men, for an officer, she guessed. Not knowing what else to do, Abby strode among the sleeping men. Near the tent, the bracelet sent tingling heat up her arm. Abby saw that sentries hung around the small tent like flies around meat. The canvas sides glowed softly, probably from a candle inside. Off to the side, she noticed a sleeping form different from the men. As she got closer, she saw that it was a woman. Mariska. The old woman breathed with a little raspy whistle as she slept. Abby stood paralyzed. Guards looked up at her. Needing to do something before they asked any questions, Abby scowled at them and marched toward the tent. She tried not to make any noise. The guards might think she was a moored Sith, but Mariska would not long be fooled. A glare from Abby turned the guards' eyes to the dark countryside. Her heart pounding nearly out of control, Abby gripped the tent flap. She knew Jana would be inside. She told herself that she must not cry out when she saw her daughter. She reminded herself that she must put a hand over Jana's mouth before she could cry out with joy, lest they be caught before they had a chance to escape. The bracelet was so hot it felt as if it would blister her skin. Abby ducked into the low tent. A trembling little girl huddled in a tattered wool cloak sat in blankets on the ground. She stared up with big eyes that blinked with the terror of what might come next. Abby felt a stab of anguish. It was not Jana. They stared at each other, this little girl and Abby. The child's face was lit clearly by the candle set to the side, as Abby's must be. In those big gray eyes that looked to have beheld unimaginable terrors, the little girl seemed to reach a judgment. Her arms stretched up in supplication. Instinctively, Abby fell to her knees and scooped up the little girl, hugging her small trembling body. The girl's spindly arms came out from the tattered cloak and wrapped around Abby's neck, holding on for dear life. "Help me, please," the child whimpered in Abby's ear. Before she had picked her up, she had seen the face in the candlelight. There was no doubt in Abby's mind. It was Zed's daughter. "I've come to help you," Abby comforted. "Zed sent me." The child moaned expectantly. Abby held the girl out at arm's length. "I'll take you to your father, but you mustn't let these people know I'm rescuing you. Can you play along with me? Can you pretend that you're my prisoner so that I can get you away?" Near tears, the girl nodded. She had the same wavy hair as Zed, and the same eyes, although they were an arresting gray, not hazel. "Good," Abby whispered, cupping a chilly cheek, almost lost in those gray eyes. "Trust me, then, and I will get you away." "I trust you," came the small voice. Abby snatched up a rope lying nearby and looped it around the girl's neck. "I'll try not to hurt you, but I must make them think you are my prisoner." The girl cast a worried look at the rope, as if she knew the rope well, and then nodded that she would go along. Abby stood, once outside the tent, and by the rope pulled the child out after her. The guards looked her way. Abby started out. One of them scowled as he stepped close. "What's going on?" Abby stomped to a halt and lifted the red leather rod, pointing it at the guard's nose. "She has been summoned, and who are you to question? Get out of my way, or I'll have you gutted and cleaned for my breakfast." The man paled and hurriedly stepped aside. Before he had time to reconsider, Abby charged off, the girl in tow at the end of the rope, dragging her heels, making it look real. No one followed. Abby wanted to run, but she couldn't. She wanted to carry the girl, but she couldn't. It had to look as if a moored Sith were taking a prisoner away. Rather than take the shortest route back to Zed, Abby followed the hills upriver to a place where the trees offered concealment, almost to the water's edge. Zed had told her where to cross and warned her not to return by a different way. He had set traps of magic to prevent the Deherans from charging down from the hills to stop whatever it was he was going to do. Closer to the river, she saw, downstream a ways, a bank of fog hanging close to the ground. Zed had emphatically warned her not to go near any fog. She suspected that it was a poison cloud of some sort that he had conjured. The sound of the water told her she was close to the river. The pink sky provided enough light to finally see it when she reached the edge of the trees. Although she could see the massive camp on the hills in the distance behind her, she saw no one following. Abby took the rope from the child's neck. The girl watched her with those big round eyes. Abby lifted her and held her tight. "Hold on and keep quiet." Pressing the girl's head to her shoulder, Abby ran for the river. There was light, but it was not the dawn. They had crossed the frigid water and made the other side when she first noticed it. Even as she ran along the bank of the river, before she could see the source of the light, Abby knew that magic was being called there that was unlike any magic she had ever seen before. A sound, low and thin, whined up the river toward her. A smell, as if the air itself had been burned, hung along the riverbank. The little girl clung to Abby, tears running down her face, afraid to speak, afraid, it seemed, to hope that she had at last been rescued, as if asking a question might somehow make it all vanish like a dream upon waking. Abby felt tears coursing down her own cheeks. When she rounded a bend in the river, she spotted the wizard. He stood in the center of the river, on a rock that Abby had never before seen. The rock was just large enough to clear the surface of the water by a few inches, making it almost appear as if the wizard stood on the surface of the water. Before him, as he faced toward distant Dahera, shapes, dark and wavering, floated in the air. They curled around, as if confiding in him, conversing, warning, tempting him with floating arms and reaching fingers that wreathed like smoke. Animate light twisted up around the wizard. Colors both dark and wondrous glimmered about him, cavorting with the shadowy forms undulating through the air. It was at once the most enchanting and the most frightening thing Abby had ever seen. No magic her mother conjured had ever seemed aware. But the most frightening thing by far was what hovered in the air before the wizard. It appeared to be a molten sphere, so hot it glowed from within, its surface a crackling of fluid dross. An arm of water from the river magically turned skyward in a fountain spray and poured down over the rotating silvery mass. The water hissed and steamed as it hit the sphere, leaving behind clouds of white vapor to drift away in the gentle dawn wind. The molten form blackened at the touch of the water cascading over it, and yet the intense inner heat melted the glassy surface again as fast as the water cooled it, making the whole thing bubble and boil in midair, a pulsing, sinister menace. Transfixed, Abby let the child slip to the silty ground. The little girl's arms stretched out. "Papa." He was too far away to hear her, but he heard. Zed turned, at once larger than life in the midst of magic Abby could see but not begin to fathom, yet at the same time small with the frailty of human need. Tears filled his eyes as he gazed at his daughter standing beside Abby. This man who seemed to be consulting with spirits looked as if for the first time he were seeing a true apparition. Zed leaped off the rock and charged through the water. When he reached her and took her up in the safety of his arms, she began to wail at last with the contained terror released. "There, there, dear one," Zed comforted. "Papa is here now." "Oh, Papa," she cried against his neck. "They hurt Mama. They were wicked. They hurt her so." He hushed her tenderly. "I know, dear one, I know." For the first time, Abby saw the sorceress and the mother confessor standing off to the side watching. They, too, shed tears at what they were seeing. Though Abby was glad for the wizard and his daughter, the sight only intensified the pain in her chest at what she had lost. She was choked with tears. "There, there, dear one," Zed was cooing. "You're safe now. Papa won't let anything happen to you. You're safe now." Zed turned to Abby. By the time he had smiled his tearful appreciation, the child was asleep. "A little spell," he explained when Abby's brow twitched with surprise. "She needs to rest. I need to finish what I am doing." He put his daughter in Abby's arms. "Abby, would you take her up to your house where she can sleep until I'm finished here? Please put her in bed and cover her up to keep her warm. She will sleep for now." Thinking about her own daughter in the hands of the brutes across the river, Abby could only nod before turning to the task. She was happy for Zed, and even felt pride at having rescued his little girl. But as she ran for her home, she was near to dying with grief over her failure to recover her own family. Abby settled the dead weight of the sleeping child into her bed. She drew the curtain across the small window in her bedroom, and, unable to resist, smoothed back silky hair and pressed a kiss to the soft brow before leaving the girl to her blessed rest. With the child safe at last and asleep, Abby raced back down the knoll to the river. She thought to ask Zed to give her just a little more time so she could return to look for her own daughter. Fear for Jana had her heart pounding wildly. He owed her a debt and had not yet seen it through. Wringing her hands, Abby came to a panting halt at the water's edge. She watched the wizard up on his rock in the river, light and shadow coursing up around him. She had been around magic enough to have the sense to fear approaching him. She could hear his chanted words. Though they were words she had never heard before, she recognized the idiosyncratic cadence of words spoken in a spell, words calling together frightful forces. On the ground beside her was the strange grace she had seen him draw before, the one that breached the worlds of life and death. The grace was drawn with a sparkling, pure white sand that stood out in stark relief against the dark silt. Abby shuddered even to look upon it, much less contemplate its meaning. Around the grace, carefully drawn with the same sparkling white sand, were geometric forms of magical invocations. Abby lowered her fists, about to call out to the wizard when Delora leaned close. Abby flinched in surprise. "Not now, Abigail," the sorceress murmured. "Don't disturb him in the middle of this part." Reluctantly, Abby heeded the sorceress's words. The Mother Confessor was there, too. Abby chewed her bottom lip as she watched the wizard throw up his arms. Sparkles of colored light curled up along twisting shafts of shadows. But I must. I haven't been able to find my family. He must help me. He must save them. It's a debt of bones that must be satisfied. The other two women shared a look. Abby, the Mother Confessor said, he gave you a chance, gave you time. He tried. He did his best. But he has everyone else to think of now. The Mother Confessor took up Abby's hand, and the sorceress put an arm around Abby's shoulders as she stood weeping on the riverbank. It wasn't supposed to end this way, not after all she had been through, not after all she had done. Despair crushed her. The wizard, his arms raised, called forth more light, more shadows, more magic. The river roiled around him. The hissing thing in the air grew as it slowly slumped closer to the water. Shafts of light shot from the hot, rotating bloom of power. The sun was rising over the hills behind the Deherans. This part of the river wasn't as wide as elsewhere, and Abby could see the activity in the trees beyond. Men moved about, but the fog hanging on the far bank kept them wary, kept them in the trees. Also across the river, at the edge of the tree-covered hills, another wizard had appeared to conjure magic. He, too, stood atop a rock as his arms launched sparkling light up into the air. Abby thought that the strong morning sun might outshine the conjured illuminations, but it didn't. Abby could stand it no longer. "Zed," she called out across the river. "Zed, please, you promised. I found your daughter. What about mine? Please don't do this until she is safe." Zed turned and looked at her as if from a great distance, as if from another world. Arms of dark forms caressed him. Fingers of dark smoke dragged along his jaw, urging his attention back to them, but he gazed instead at Abby. "I'm so sorry." Despite the distance, Abby could clearly hear his whispered words. "I gave you time to try to find them. I can spare no more, or countless other mothers will weep for their children, mothers still living and mothers in the spirit world." Abby cried out in an anguished wail as he turned back to the ensorcelment. The two women tried to comfort her, but Abby was not to be comforted in her grief. Thunder rolled through the hills. A clacking clamor from the spell around Zed rose to echo up and down the valley. Shafts of intense light shot upward. It was a disorienting sight, light shining up into sunlight. Across the river, the counter to Zed's magic seemed to spring forth. Arms of light twisted like smoke, lowering to tangle with the light radiating up around Zed. The fog along the riverbank diffused suddenly. In answer, Zed spread his arms wide. The glowing, tumbling furnace of molten light thundered. The water sluicing over it roared as it boiled and steamed. The air wailed as if in protest. Behind the wizard, across the river, the Deheran soldiers were pouring out of the trees, driving their prisoners before them. People cried out in terror. They quailed at the wizard's magic, only to be driven onward by the spears and swords at their backs. Abby saw several who refused to move fall to the blades. At the mortal cries, the rest rushed onward like sheep before wolves. If whatever Zed was doing failed, the army of the Midlands would then charge into this valley to confront the enemy. The prisoners would be caught in the middle. A figure worked its way up along the opposite bank, dragging a child behind. Abby's flesh flashed icy cold with sudden frigid sweat. It was Mariska. Abby shot a quick glance back over her shoulder. It was impossible. She squinted across the river. "No," Zed called out. It was Zed's little girl that Mariska had by the hair. Somehow Mariska had followed and found the child sleeping in Abby's home. With no one there to watch over her as she slept, Mariska had stolen the child back. Mariska held the child out before herself for Zed to see. "Cease and surrender, Zorander, or she dies." Abby tore away from the arms holding her and charged into the water. She struggled to run against the current, to reach the wizard. Partway there, he turned to stare into her eyes. Abby froze. "I'm sorry." Her own voice sounded to her like a plea before death. "I thought she was safe." Zed nodded in resignation. It was out of his hands. He turned back to the enemy, his arms lifted to his sides, his fingers spread as if commanding all to stop, magic and men alike. "Let the prisoners go," Zed called across the water to the enemy wizard. "Let them go, Anargo, and I'll give you all your lives." Anargo's laugh rang out over the water. "Surrender," Mariska hissed, "or she dies." The old woman pulled the knife she kept in the wrap around her waist. She pressed the blade to the child's throat. The girl was screaming in terror, her arms reaching to her father, her little fingers clawing the air. Abby struggled ahead into the water. She called out, begging Mariska to let Zed's daughter go free. The woman paid no more heed to Abby than to Zed. "Last chance," Mariska called. "You heard her," Anargo growled out across the water. "Surrender now, or she will die." "You know I can't put myself above my people," Zed called back. "This is between us, Anargo. Let them all go." Anargo's laugh echoed up and down the river. "You are a fool, Zorander. You had your chance." His expression twisted to rage. "Kill her," he screamed to Mariska. Fists at his side, Zed shrieked. The sound seemed to split the morning with its fury. Mariska lifted the squealing child by her hair. Abby gasped in disbelief as the woman sliced the little girl's throat. The child flailed. Blood spurted across Mariska's gnarly fingers as she viciously sawed the blade back and forth. She gave a final mighty yank of the knife. The blood-soaked body dropped in a limp heap. Abby felt vomit welling up in the back of her throat. The silty dirt of the riverbank turned a wet red. Mariska held the severed head high with a howl of victory. Strings of flesh and blood swung beneath it. The mouth hung in a slack, silent cry. Abby threw her arms around Zed's legs. "Dear spirits, I'm sorry. Oh, Zed, forgive me." She wailed in anguish, unable to gather her senses at witnessing a sight so grisly. "And now, child," Zed asked in a hoarse voice from above, "what would you have me do? Would you have me let them win to save your daughter from what they have done to mine? Tell me, child, what should I do?" Abby couldn't beg for the life of her family at a cost of such people rampaging unchecked across the land. Her sickened heart wouldn't allow it. How could she sacrifice the lives and peace of everyone else just so her loved ones would live? She would be no better than Mariska, killing innocent children. "Kill them all," Abby screamed up at the wizard. She threw her arm out, pointing at Mariska and the hateful wizard Anargo. "Kill the bastards! Kill them all!" Zed's arms flung upward. The morning cracked with a peal of thunder. As if he had loosed it, the molten mass before him plunged into the water. The ground shook with a jolt. A huge geyser of water exploded forth. The air itself quaked. All around the most dreadful rumbling whipped the water into froth. Abby squatted down with the water to her waist, felt numb not only from the cold, but also from the cold knowledge that she'd been forsaken by the good spirits she had always thought would watch over her. Zed turned and snatched her arm, dragging her up on the rock with him. It was another world. The shapes around them called to her, too. They reached out, bridging the distance between life and death. Searing pain, frightful joy, profound peace spread through her at their touch. Light moved up through her body, filling her like air filled her lungs, and exploded in showers of sparks in her mind's eye. The thick howl of the magic was deafening. Green light ripped through the water. Across the river, Anargo had been thrown to the ground. The rock atop which he had stood had shattered into needle-like shards. The soldiers called out in fright as the air all about danced with swirling smoke and sparks of light. "Run!" Mariska screamed. "While you have the chance, run for your lives." Already she was racing toward the hills. "Leave the prisoners to die. Save yourselves. Run!" The mood across the river suddenly galvanized with a single determination. The Deherans dropped their weapons. They cast aside the ropes and chains holding the prisoners. They kicked up dirt as they turned and ran. In a single instant, the whole of an army that had a moment before stood grimly facing them were all, as if of a single fright, running for their lives. From the corner of her eye, Abby saw the Mother Confessor and the sorceress struggling to run into the water. Although the water was hardly above their knees, it bogged them down in their rush nearly as much as would mud. Abby watched it all as if in a dream. She floated in the light surrounding her. Pain and rapture were one within her. Light and dark, sound and silence, joy and sorrow, all were one, everything and nothing, together in a cauldron of raging magic. Across the river, the Deheran army had vanished into the woods. Dust rose above the trees, marking their horses, wagons, and footfalls racing away, while at the riverbank the Mother Confessor and the sorceress were shoving people into the water, screaming at them, though Abby didn't hear the words. So absorbed was she by the strange harmonious trills, twisting her thoughts into visions of dancing color, overlaying what her eyes were trying to tell her. She thought briefly that surely she was dying. She thought briefly that it didn't matter. And then her mind was swimming again in the cold color and hot light, the drumming music of magic and worlds meshing. The wizard's embrace made her feel as if she were being held in her mother's arms again. Maybe she was. Abby was aware of the people reaching the Midlands side of the river and running ahead of the Mother Confessor and sorceress. They vanished into the rushes, and then Abby saw them far away, beyond the tall grass, running uphill, away from the sublime sorcery erupting from the river. The world thundered around her. A subterranean thump brought sharp pain deep in her chest. A whine, like steel being shredded, tore through the morning air. All around the water danced and quaked. Hot steam felt as if it would scald Abby's legs. The air went white with it. The noise hurt her ears so much that she squeezed her eyes shut. She saw the same thing with her eyes closed as she saw with them open, shadowy shapes swirling through the green air. Everything was going crazy in her mind, making no sense. Green fury tore at her body and soul. Abby felt pain, as if something inside her tore asunder. She gasped and opened her eyes. A horrific wall of green fire was receding away from them, toward the far side of the river. Founts of water lashed upward like a thunderstorm in reverse. Lightning laced together above the surface of the river. As the conflagration reached the far bank, the ground beneath it rent apart. Shafts of violet light shot up from the ripping wounds in the earth, like the blood of another realm. Worse, though, than any of it were the howls. Howls of the dead, Abby was sure. It felt as if her own soul moaned in sympathy with the agony of cries filling the air. From the receding green wall of glimmering fire, the shapes twisted and turned, calling, begging, trying to escape the world of the dead. She understood now that that was what the wall of green fire was. Death come to life. The wizard had breached the boundary between worlds. Abby had no idea how much time passed. In the grip of the strange light in which she swam, there seemed to be no time, any more than there was anything solid. There was nothing familiar about any of the sensations upon which to hang understanding. It seemed to Abby that the wall of green fire had halted its advance in the trees on the far hillside. The trees over which it had passed, and those she could see, embraced by the shimmering curtain, had been blackened and shriveled by the profound touch of death itself. Even the grass over which the grim presence had passed looked to have been baked black and crisp by a high summer sun. As Abby watched the wall, it dulled. As she stared, it seemed to waver in and out of her vision, sometimes a glimmering green gloss like molten glass, and sometimes no more than a pale hint, like a fog just now passed from the air. To each side it was spreading, a wall of death raging across the world of life. Abby realized she heard the river again, the comfortable, common, sloshing, lapping, burbling sounds that she lived her life hearing, but most of the time didn't notice. Zed hopped down from the rock. He took her hand and helped her down. Abby gripped his hand tightly to brace against the dizzying sensations swimming through her head. Zed snapped his fingers, and the rock upon which they had just stood leaped into the air, causing her to gasp in fright. In an instant so brief that she doubted she had seen it, Zed caught the rock. It had become a small stone, smaller than an egg. He winked at her as he slipped it into a pocket. She thought the wink the oddest thing she could imagine, odder even than the boulder now a stone in his pocket. On the bank, the mother confessor and the sorceress waited. They took her arms, helping her out of the water. The sorceress looked grim. "Zed, why isn't it moving?" It sounded to Abby more like an accusation than a question. Either way, Zed ignored it. "Zed," Abby mumbled, "I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I shouldn't have left her alone. I should have stayed. I'm so sorry." The wizard, hardly hearing her words, was looking off to the wall of death on the other side of the river. He brought his clawed fingers up past his chest, calling something forth from within himself. With a sudden thump to the air, fire erupted between his hands. He held it out as he would hold an offering. Abby threw an arm up in front of her face at the heat. Zed lifted the roiling ball of liquid fire. It grew between his hands, tumbling and turning, roaring and hissing with rage. The three women backed away. Abby had heard of such fire. She had once heard her mother name it in a hushed tone, wizard's fire. Even then, not seeing or knowing its like, those whispered words, forming a picture in Abby's mind as her mother recounted it, had sent a chill through Abby. Wizard's fire was the bane of life, called forth to scourge an enemy. This could be nothing else. "For killing my love, my Erilyn, the mother of our daughter, and all the other innocent loved ones of innocent people," Zed whispered, "I send you, Panis Roll, the gift of death." The wizard opened his arms outward. The liquid blue and yellow fire, bidden by its master, tumbled forward, gathering speed, roaring away toward Dahera. As it crossed the river, it grew like angry lightning blooming forth, wailing with wrathful fury, reflecting in glimmering points from the water in thousands of bright sparkles. The wizard's fire shot across the growing wall of green, just catching the upper edge. At the contact, green flame flared forth, some of it tearing away, caught up behind the wizard's fire, trailing after like smoke behind flame. The deadly mix howled toward the horizon. Everyone stood transfixed, watching, until all trace of it had vanished in the distance. When Zed, pale and drawn, turned back to them, Abby clutched his robes. "Zed, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't." He put his fingers to her lips to silence her. "There is someone waiting for you." He tilted his head. She turned. Back by the rushes, Philip stood holding Janna's hand. Abby gasped with a jolt of giddy joy. Philip grinned his familiar grin. At his other side, her father smiled and nodded his approval to her. Arms reaching, Abby ran to them. Janna's face wrinkled. She backed against Philip. Abby fell to her knees before her. "It's Mama," Philip said to Janna. "She just has herself some new clothes." Abby realized Janna was frightened by the red leather outfit she was wearing. Abby grinned through her tears. "Mama!" Janna cried at seeing the smile. Abby threw her arms around her daughter. She laughed and hugged Janna so hard the child squeaked in protest. Abby felt Philip's hand on her shoulder in loving greeting. Abby stood and threw an arm around him, tears choking her voice. Her father put a comforting hand to her back while she squeezed Janna's hand. Zed, Delora, and the mother confessor gathered them and herded them up the hill toward the people waiting at the top. Soldiers, mostly officers, some that Abby recognized, a few other people from Adindril, and the wizard Thomas waited with the freed prisoners. Among the people liberated were those of Coney Crossing, people who held Abby, the daughter of a sorceress, in no favor. But they were her people, the people from her home, the people she had wanted saved. Zed rested a hand on Abby's shoulder. Abby was shocked to see that his wavy brown hair was now partly snow-white. She knew without a looking-glass that hers had undergone the same transformation in the place beyond the world of life, where for a time they had been. "This is Abigail, born of Helsa," the wizard called out to the people gathered. "She is the one who went to Adindril to seek my help. Though she does not have magic, it is because of her that you people are all free. She cared enough to beg for your lives." Abby, with Philip's arm around her waist and Janna's hand in hers, looked from the wizard to the sorceress and then to the mother confessor. The Mother Confessor smiled. Abby thought it a cold-hearted thing to do in view of the fact that Zed's daughter had been murdered before their eyes not long before. She whispered as much. The Mother Confessor's smile widened. "Don't you remember?" she asked as she leaned close. "Don't you remember what I told you we call him?" Abby, confused by everything that had happened, couldn't imagine what the Mother Confessor was talking about. When she admitted she didn't, the Mother Confessor and the sorceress shepherded her onward, past the grave where Abby had reburied her mother's skull upon her return, and into the house. With a hand, the Mother Confessor eased back the door to Abby's bedroom. There, on the bed, where Abby had placed her, was Zed's daughter, still sleeping. Abby stared in disbelief. "The trickster," the Mother Confessor said. "I told you that was our name for him." "And not a very flattering one," Zed grumbled as he stepped up behind them. "But how?" Abby pressed her fingers to her temples. "I don't understand." Zed gestured. Abby saw for the first time the body lying just beyond the door out the back. It was Mariska. "When you showed me the room when we first came here," Zed told her, "I laid a few traps for those intent on harm. That woman was killed by those traps because she came here intent on taking my daughter from where she slept." "You mean it was all an illusion?" Abby was dumbfounded. "Why would you do such a cruel thing? How could you?" "I am the object of vengeance," the wizard explained. "I didn't want my daughter to pay the price her mother has already paid. Since my spell killed the woman as she tried to harm my daughter, I was able to use a vision of her to accomplish the deception. The enemy knew the woman, and that she acted for an Argo. I used what they expected to see to convince them, and to frighten them into running and leaving the prisoners. I cast the death spell so that everyone would think they saw my daughter being killed. This way the enemy thinks my daughter dead, and will have no reason to hunt her or ever again try to harm her. I did it to protect her from the unforeseen." The sorceress scowled at him. "If it were any but you, Zedicus, and for any reason but the reason you had, I'd see you brought up on charges for casting such a web as a death spell." She broke into a grin. "Well done, First Wizard." Outside, the officers all wanted to know what was happening. "No battle today," Zed told them. "I've just ended the war." They cheered with genuine joy. Had Zed not been the First Wizard, Abby suspected they would have hoisted him on their shoulders. It seemed that there was no one more glad for peace than those whose job it was to fight for it. Wizard Thomas, looking more humble than Abby had ever seen him, cleared his throat. "Zorander, I simply can't believe what my own eyes have seen." His face finally took on its familiar scowl. "But we have people already in near revolt over magic. When news of this spreads, it is only going to make it worse. The demands for relief from magic grow every day, and you have fed the fury. With this, we're liable to have revolt on our hands." "I still want to know why it isn't moving," Delora growled from behind. "I want to know why it's just sitting there all green and still." Zed ignored her and directed his attention to the old wizard. "Thomas, I have a job for you." He motioned several officers and officials from a dendril forward and passed a finger before all their faces, his own turning grim and determined. "I have a job for all of you. The people have reason to fear magic. Today we have seen magic deadly and dangerous. I can understand those fears. In appreciation of these fears, I shall grant their wish." "What?" Thomas scoffed. "You can't end magic, Zorander. Not even you can accomplish such a paradox." "Not end it," Zed said, "but give them a place without it. I want you to organize an official delegation large enough to travel all the Midlands with the offer. All those who would quit a world with magic are to move to the lands to the west. There they shall set up new lives free of any magic. I shall ensure that magic cannot intrude on their peace." Thomas threw up his hands. "How can you make such a promise?" Zed's arm lifted to point off behind him to the wall of green fire growing toward the sky. "I shall call up a second wall of death, through which none can pass. On the other side of it shall be a place free of magic. There people will be able to live their lives without magic." I want you all to see that the word is passed through the land. People have until spring to emigrate to the lands west. Thomas, you will warrant that none with magic make the journey. We have books we can use to ensure that we purge a place of any with a trace of magic. We can assure that there will be no magic there. In the spring, when all who wish have gone to their new homeland, I will seal them off from magic. In one fell swoop, I will satisfy the large majority of the petitions come to us. They will have lives without magic. May the good spirits watch over them, and may they not come to regret their wish granted." Thomas pointed heatedly at the things Zed had brought into the world. "But what about that? What if people go wandering into it in the dark? They will be walking into death." "Not only in the dark," Zed said. "Once it has stabilized, it will be hard to see at all. We will have to set up guards to keep people away. We will have to set aside land near the boundary and have men guard the area to keep people out." "Men?" Abby asked. "You mean you will have to start a corps of boundary wardens?" "Yes," Zed said, his eyebrows lifting. "That's a good name for them, boundary wardens." Silence settled over those leaning in to hear the wizard's words. The mood had changed and was now serious with the grim matter at hand. Abby couldn't imagine a place without magic, but she knew how vehemently some wished it. Thomas finally nodded. "Zed, this time I think you've gotten it right. Sometimes we must serve the people by not serving them." The others mumbled their agreement, though, like Abby, they thought it a bleak solution. Zed straightened. "Then it is decided." He turned and announced to the crowd the end of the war and the division to come, in which those who had petitioned for years would finally have their petition granted. For those who wished it, a land outside the Midlands, without magic, would be created. While everyone was chattering about such a mysterious and exotic thing as a land without magic, or cheering and celebrating the end of the war, Abby whispered to Janet to wait with her father for a moment. She kissed her daughter and then took the opportunity to pull Zed aside. "Zed, may I speak with you? I have a question." Zed smiled and took her by the elbow, urging Abby into her small home. "I'd like to check on my daughter. Come along." Abby cast caution to the winds and took the Mother Confessor's hand in one of hers, Dolores in the other, and pulled them in with her. They had a right to hear this, too. "Zed," Abby asked once they were away from the crowd in her yard, "may I please know the debt your father owed my mother?" Zed lifted an eyebrow. "My father owed your mother no debt." Abby frowned. "But it was a debt of bones, passed down from your father to you and from my mother to me." "Oh, it was a debt, all right, but not owed to your mother, but by your mother." "What?" Abby asked in stunned confusion. "What do you mean?" Zed smiled. "When your mother was giving birth to you, she was in trouble. You both were dying in the labor. My father used magic to save her. Helsa begged him to save you, too. In order to keep you in the world of the living and out of the Keeper's grasp, without thought to his own safety, he worked far beyond the endurance anyone would expect of a wizard. Your mother was a sorceress and understood the extent of what was involved in saving your life. In appreciation of what my father had done, she swore a debt to him. When she died, the debt passed to you." Abby, eyes wide, tried to reconcile the whole thing in her mind. Her mother had never told her the nature of the debt. But you mean that it is I who owe the debt to you? You mean that the debt of bones is my burden?" Zed pushed open the door to the room where his daughter slept, smiling as he looked in. "The debt is paid, Abby. The bracelet your mother gave you had magic, linking you to the debt. Thank you for my daughter's life." Abby glanced to the Mother Confessor. Trickster, indeed. "But why would you help me if it was really not a debt of bones you owed me, if it was really a debt I owed you?" Zed shrugged. "We reap a reward merely in the act of helping others. We never know how or if that reward will come back to us. Helping is the reward. None other is needed, nor better." Abby watched the beautiful little girl sleeping in the room beyond. "I am thankful to the good spirits that I could help keep such a life in this world. I may not have the gift, but I can foresee that she will go on to be a person of import, not only for you but for others." Zed smiled idly as he watched his daughter sleeping. "I think you may have the gift of prophecy, my dear, for she is already a person who has played a part in bringing a war to an end, and in so doing saved the lives of countless people." The sorceress pointed out the window. "I still want to know why that thing isn't moving. It was supposed to pass over to Hera and purge it of all life, to kill them all for what they have done." Her scowl deepened. "Why is it just sitting there?" Zed folded his hands. "It ended the war. That is enough. The wall is a part of the underworld itself, the world of the dead. Their army will not be able to cross it and make war on us for as long as such a boundary stands." "And how long will that be?" Zed shrugged. "Nothing remains forever. For now, there will be peace. The killing is ended." The sorceress did not look to be satisfied. "But they were trying to kill us all." "Well, now they can't. Delora, there are those in Dahera who are innocent too. Just because Ponus Rahl wished to conquer and subjugate us, that does not mean that all the Daharan people are evil. Many good people in Dahera have suffered under harsh rule. How could I kill everyone there, including all the people who have caused no harm, and themselves wish only to live their lives in peace?" Delora wiped a hand across her face. "Zedekis, sometimes I don't know about you. Sometimes you make a lousy wind of death." The Mother Confessor stood staring out the window, toward Dahera, her violet eyes turned back to the wizard. "There will be those over there who will be your foes for life because of this, Zed. You have made bitter enemies with this. You have left them alive." "Enemies," the wizard said, "are the price of honor." Tales of Alvin Maker, Orson Scott Card. The Tales of Alvin Maker. Book 1, Seventh Son, 1987. Book 2, Red Prophet, 1988. Book 3, Prentice Alvin, 1989. Book 4, Alvin Journeyman, 1996. Book 5, Heartfire, 1998. In the Tales of Alvin Maker series, an alternate history view of an America that never was, Orson Scott Card postulated what the world might have been like if the Revolutionary War had never happened, and if folk magic actually worked. America is divided into several provinces, with the Spanish and French still having a strong presence in the New World. The emerging scientific revolution in Europe has led many people with talent, that is, magical ability, to emigrate to North America, bringing their prevailing magic with them. The books chronicle the life of Alvin, the seventh son of a seventh son, a fact that marks him right away as a person of great power. It is Alvin's ultimate destiny to become a maker, an adept being of a kind that has not existed for 1,000 years. However, there exists an unmaker for every maker, a being of great supernatural evil who is Alvin's adversary and strives to use Alvin's brother Calvin against him. During the course of his adventures, Alvin explores the world around him and encounters such problems as slavery and the continued enmity between the settlers and the Native Americans who control the western half of the continent. The series appears to be heading toward an ultimate confrontation between Alvin and the Unmaker, with the fate of the entire continent, perhaps even the world, hinging on the outcome. Grinning Man, Orson Scott Card. The first time Alvin Maker ran across the Grinning Man was in the steep woody hills of eastern Kennetuck. Alvin was walking along with his ward, the boy Arthur Stewart, talking either deep philosophy or the best way for travelers to cook beans, I can't bring to mind now which, when they come upon a clearing where a man was squatting on his haunches looking up into a tree. Apart from the unnatural grin upon his face, there wasn't all that much remarkable about him for that time and place. Dressed in buckskin, a cap made of coon hide on his head, a musket lying in the grass ready to hand. Plenty of men of such youth and roughness walked the game trails of the unsettled forest in those days. Though, come to think of it, eastern Kennetuck wasn't all that unsettled by then, and most men gave up buckskin for cotton during summer, lest they was too poor to get them none. So maybe it was partly his appearance that made Alvin stop up short and look at the fellow. Arthur Stewart, of course, he did what he saw Alvin do, till he had some good reason to do otherwise. So he stopped at the meadow's edge, too, and fell silent, too, and watched. The grinning man had his gaze locked on the middle branches of a scruffy old pine that was getting somewhat choked out by slower-growing flat-leaf trees. But it wasn't no tree he was grinning at. No, sir. It was the bear. There's bears and there's bears, as everyone knows. Some little old brown bears are about as dangerous as a dog, which means if you beat it with a stick, you deserve what you get, but otherwise it'll leave you alone. But some black bears and some grizzlies, they have a kind of bristle to the hair on their backs, a kind of spikiness like a porcupine that tells you they're just spoiling for a fight, hoping you'll say a cross word so's they can take a swipe at your head and suck your lunch back up through your neck, like a liquored-up riverman. This was that kind of bear. A little old, maybe, but as spiky as they come, and it wasn't up that tree 'cause it was afraid, it was up there for honey, which it had plenty of, along with bees that were now so tired of trying to sting through that matted fur that they were mostly dead, all stung out. There was no shortage of buzzing, though, like a choir of folks as don't know the words to the hymn, so they just hum, only the bees was none too certain of the tune neither. But there sat that man, grinning at the bear, and there sat the bear looking down at him with its teeth showing. Alvin and Arthur stood watching for many a minute while nothing in the tableau changed. The man squatted on the ground, grinning up. The bear squatted on a branch, grinning down. Neither one showed the slightest sign that he knew Alvin and Arthur was even there. So it was Alvin broke the silence. "I don't know who started the ugly contest, but I know who's going to win." Without breaking his grin through clenched teeth, the man said, "Excuse me for not shaking your hands, but I'm a busy grinning this bear." Alvin nodded wisely. It certainly seemed to be a truthful statement. "And from the look of it," says Alvin, "that bear thinks he's grinning you too." "Let him think what he thinks," said the grinning man. "He's coming down from that tree." Arthur Stewart, being young, was impressed. "You can do that just by grinning?" "Just hope I never turn my grin on you," said the man. "I'd hate to have to pay your master the purchase price of such a clever blackamoor as you." It was a common mistake to take Arthur Stewart for a slave. He was half black, wasn't he? And south of the Ohio was all slave country then, where a black man either was or used to be, or sure as shooting was bound to become somebody's property. In those parts, for safety's sake, Alvin didn't bother correcting the assumption. Let folks think Arthur Stewart already had an owner, so folks didn't get their hearts set on volunteering for the task. "That must be a pretty strong grin," said Alvin Maker. "My name's Alvin. I'm a journeyman blacksmith." "Ain't much call for a smith in these parts. Plenty of better land farther west, more settlers. You ought to try it." The fellow was still talking through his grin. "I might," said Alvin. "What's your name?" "Hold still now," says the grinning man. "Stay right where you are. He's a-coming down." The bear yawned, then clambered down the trunk and rested on all fours, his head swinging back and forth, keeping time to whatever music it is that bears hear. The fur around his mouth was shiny with honey and dotted with dead bees. Whatever the bear was thinking, after a while he was done, whereupon he stood on his hind legs like a man, his paws high, his mouth open like a baby showing its mama it swallowed its food. The grinning man rose up on his hind legs then and spread his arms, just like the bear, and opened his mouth to show a fine set of teeth for a human, but it wasn't no great shakes compared to bear teeth. Still, the bear seemed convinced. It bent back down to the ground and ambled away without complaint into the brush. "That's my tree now," said the grinning man. "Ain't much of a tree," said Alvin. "Honey's about all et up," added Arthur Stewart. "My tree and all the land round about," said the grinning man. "And what you plan to do with it? You don't look to be a farmer." "I plan to sleep here," said the grinning man. "And my intention was to sleep without no bear coming along to disturb my slumber, so I had to tell him who was boss." "And that's all you do with that knack of yours?" asked Arthur Stewart. "Make bears get out of the way?" "I sleep under bearskin in winter," said the grinning man. "So when I grin a bear, it stays grinned till I done what I'm doing." "Don't it worry you that someday you'll meet your match?" asked Alvin mildly. "I got no match, friend. My grin is the Prince of Grins, the King of Grins." "The Emperor of Grins," said Arthur Stewart. "The Napoleon of Grins." The irony in Arthur's voice was apparently not subtle enough to escape the grinning man. "Your boy got him a mouth." "Helps me pass the time," said Alvin. "Well, now you done us the favor of running off that bear, I reckon this is a good place for us to stop and build us a canoe." Arthur Stewart looked at him like he was crazy. "What do we need a canoe for?" "Being a lazy man," said Alvin, "I mean to use it to go downstream." "Don't matter to me," said the grinning man. "Float it, sink it, wear it on your head, or swallow it for supper. You ain't building nothing right here." The grin was still on his face. "Look at that, Arthur," said Alvin. "This fellow hasn't even told us his name, and he's a grinning us." "Ain't going to work," said Arthur Stewart. "We been grinned at by politicians, preachers, witchers, and lawyers, and you ain't got teeth enough to scare us." With that, the grinning man brought his musket to bear right on Alvin's heart. "I reckon I'll stop grinning then," he said. "I think this ain't canoe-building country," said Alvin. "Let's move along, Arthur." "Not so fast," said the grinning man. "I think maybe I'd be doing all my neighbors a favor if I kept you from ever moving away from this spot." "First off," said Alvin, "you got no neighbors." "All mankind is my neighbor," said the grinning man. "Jesus said so." "I recall he specified Samaritans," said Alvin, "and Samaritans got no call to fret about me. What I see is a man carrying a poke that he hides from my view." That was true, for in that sack was Alvin's golden plow, and he always tried to keep it halfway hid behind him so folks wouldn't get troubled if they happened to see it move by itself, which it was prone to do from time to time. Now, though, to answer the challenge, Alvin moved the sack around in front of him. "I got nothing to hide from a man with a gun," said Alvin. "A man with a poke," said the grinning man, "who says he's a blacksmith, but his only companion is a boy too scrawny and stubby to be learning his trade. But the boy is just the right size to skinny his way through an attic window or the eaves of a loose-made house. So I says to myself, this here's a second-story man who lifts his boy up with those big, strong arms so he can sneak into houses from above and open the door to the thief. So shooting you down right now would be a favor to the world." Arthur Stewart snorted. "Burglars don't get much trade in the woods. I never said you all looked smart," said the grinning man. "Best point your gun at somebody else now," said Arthur Stewart quietly, "if'n you want to keep the use of it." The grinning man's answer was to pull the trigger. A spurt of flame shot out as the barrel of the gun exploded, splaying into iron strips like the end of a worn-out broom. The musket ball rolled slowly down the barrel and plopped out into the grass. "Look what you done to my gun," said the grinning man. "Wasn't me as pulled the trigger," said Alvin, "and you was warned." "How come you still grinning?" asked Arthur Stewart. "I'm just a cheerful sort of fellow," said the grinning man, drawing his big old knife. "Do you like that knife?" asked Arthur Stewart. "Got it from my friend Jim Bowie," said the grinning man. "It's took the hide off 6 bears, and I can't count how many beavers." "Take a look at the barrel of your musket," said Arthur Stewart, "and then look at the blade of that knife you like so proud, and think real hard." The grinning man looked at the gun barrel and then at the blade. "Well?" asked the man. "Keep thinking," said Arthur Stewart. "It'll come to you." "You let him talk to white men like that?" "A man as fires a musket at me," said Alvin. "I reckon Arthur Stewart here can talk to him any old how he wants." The grinning man thought that over for a minute, and then, though no one would have believed it possible, he grinned even wider, put away his knife, and stuck out his hand. "You got some knack," he said to Alvin. Alvin reached out and shook the man's hand. Arthur Stewart knew what was going to happen next because he'd seen it before. Even though Alvin was announced as a blacksmith and any man with eyes could see the strength of his arms and hands, this grinning man just had to brace foot to foot against him and try to pull him down. Not that Alvin minded a little sport. He let the grinning man work himself up into quite a temper of pulling and tugging and twisting and wrenching. It would have looked like quite a contest, except that Alvin could have been fixing to nap, he looked so relaxed. Finally, Alvin got interested. He squished down hard, and the grinning man yelped and dropped to his knees and began to beg Alvin to give him back his hand. "Not that I'll ever have the use of it again," said the grinning man, "but I'd at least like to have it so I got a place to store my second glove." "I got no plan to keep your hand," said Alvin. "I know, but it crossed my mind you might be planning to leave it here on the meadow and send me somewheres else," said the grinning man. "Don't you ever stop grinning?" asked Alvin. "Don't dare try," said the grinning man. "Bad stuff happens to me when I don't smile." "You'd be doing a whole lot better if you'd have frowned at me, but kept your musket pointed at the ground and your hands in your pockets," said Alvin. "You got my finger squished down to one and my thumb's about to pop off," said the grinning man. "I'm willing to say, Uncle." "Willing is one thing, doing's another." "Uncle," said the grinning man. "Nope, that won't do," said Alvin. "I need 2 things from you." "I got no money, and if you take my traps, I'm a dead man. What I want is your name and permission to build a canoe here," said Alvin. "My name, if it don't become One-Handed Davy, is Crockett, in memory of my daddy," said the grinning man. "And I reckon I was wrong about this tree. It's your tree. Me and that bear, we're both far from home and got a ways to travel before nightfall." "You're welcome to stay," said Alvin. "Room for all here." "Not for me," said Davy Crockett. "My hand, should I get it back, is going to be mighty swole up, and I don't think there's room enough for it in this clearing." "I'll be sorry to see you go," said Alvin. "A new friend is a precious commodity in these parts." He let go. Tears came to Davy's eyes as he gingerly felt the sore palm and fingers, testing to see if any of them was about to drop off. "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Journeyman Smith," said Davy. "You too, boy." He nodded cheerfully, grinning like an innkeeper. "I reckon you couldn't possibly be no burglar, nor could you possibly be the famous 'prentice Smith what stole a golden plow from his master and run off with the plow in a poke." "I never stole nothing in my life," said Alvin. "But now you ain't got a gun, what's in my poke ain't none of your business." "I'm pleased to grant you full title to this land," said Davy, "and all the rights to minerals under the ground, and all the rights to rain and sunlight on top of it, plus the lumber and all hides and skins." "You a lawyer?" asked Arthur Stewart suspiciously. Instead of answering, Davy turned tail and slunk out of the clearing just like that bear done, and in the same direction. He kept on slinking, too, though he probably wanted to run, but running would have made his hand bounce, and that would hurt too much. "I think we'll never see him again," said Arthur Stewart. "I think we will," said Alvin. "Why's that?" "'Cause I changed him deep inside to be a little more like the bear, and I changed that bear to be a little bit more like Davy." "You shouldn't go messing with people's insides like that," said Arthur Stewart. "The devil makes me do it," said Alvin. "You don't believe in the devil." "Do so," said Alvin. "I just don't think he looks the way folks say he does." "Oh? What does he look like, then?" demanded the boy. "Me," said Alvin. "Only smarter." Alvin and Arthur set to work making them a dugout canoe. They cut down a tree just the right size, 2 inches wider than Alvin's hips, and set to burning one surface of it, then chipping out the ash and burning it deeper. It was slow, hot work, and the more they did of it, the more puzzled Arthur Stewart got. "I reckon you know your business," he says to Alvin, "but we don't need no canoe." "Any canoe," says Alvin. "Miss Larnard'd be right peeved to hear you talking like that." "First place," says Arthur Stewart, "you learned from Tensquataway how to run like a red man through the forest, faster than any canoe can float. and with a lot less work than this." "Don't feel like running," said Alvin. "Second place," Arthur Stewart continued. "Water works against you every chance it gets. The way Miss Larner tells it, water near killed you 16 times before you was 10. "It wasn't the water, it was the Unmaker, and these days he's about give up on using water against me. He mostly tries to kill me now by making me listen to fools with questions." "Third," says Arthur Stewart, "in case you're keeping count, we're supposed to be meeting up with Mike Fink and Verily Cooper, and making this canoe ain't going to help us get there on time." "Those are 2 boys as need to learn patience," says Alvin calmly. "Fourth," says Arthur Stewart, who was getting more and more peevish with every answer Alvin gave. "Fourth and final reason, you're a maker, dagnabbit. You could just think this tree hollow and float it over to the water light as a feather. So even if you had a reason to make this canoe, which you don't, and a safe place to float it, which you don't, you sure don't have to put me through this work to make it by hand." "You working too hard?" asked Alvin. "Harder than is needed is always too hard," said Arthur. "Needed by whom and for what?" asked Alvin. "You're right that I'm not making this canoe because we need to float down the river, and I'm not making it because it'll hurry up our travel." "Then why? Or have you give up altogether on doing things for reasons?" "I'm not making a canoe at all," says Alvin. There knelt Arthur Stewart up to his elbows in a hollowed-out log, scraping ash. "This sure ain't a house." "Oh, you're making a canoe," said Alvin. "And we'll float in that canoe down that river over there, but I'm not making a canoe." Arthur Stewart kept working while he thought this over. After a few minutes, he said, "I know what you're making." "Do you?" "You're making me do what you want." "Close. You're making me make this tree into something, but you're also using this tree to make me into something." "And what would I be trying to make you into?" "Well, I think you think you're making me into a maker," said Arthur Stewart. "But all you're making me into is a canoe maker, which ain't the same thing as being an all-around, all-purpose maker like yourself." "Got to start somewhere." "You didn't," says Arthur. "You was born knowing how to make stuff." "I was born with a knack," says Alvin, "but I wasn't born knowing how to use it, or when or why. I learned to love making for its own sake. I learned to love the feel of the wood and the stone under my hands, and from that I learned to see inside it, to feel how it felt, to know how it worked, what held it together, and how to help it come apart in just the right way." "But I'm not learning any of that," says Arthur. "Yet." "No, sir," says Arthur Stewart. "I'm not seeing inside nothing. I'm not feeling inside nothing except how my back aches and my whole body's pouring off sweat, and I'm getting more and more annoyed at being made to labor on a job you could do with a wink of your eye." "Well, that's something," says Alvin. "At least you're learning to see inside yourself." Arthur Stewart fumed a little more, chipping away burnt wood as he did. "Some day I'm going to get fed up with your smugness," he says to Alvin, "and I won't follow you any more." Alvin shook his head. "Arthur Stewart, I tried to get you not to follow me this time, if you'll recall." "Is that what this is about? You're punishing me for following you when you told me not to?" "You said you wanted to learn everything about being a maker," says Alvin, "and when I try to teach you, all I get is pissing and moaning." "You also get work from me," says Arthur. "I never stopped working the whole time we talked." "That's true," says Alvin. "And here's something you didn't consider," says Arthur Stewart. "All the time we're making a canoe, we're also unmaking a tree." Alvin nodded. "That's how it's done. You never make something out of nothing. You always make it out of something else. When it becomes the new thing, it ceases to be what it was before. So every time you do a making, you do an unmaking too," says Arthur Stewart. "Which is why the unmaker always knows where I am and what I'm doing," says Alvin, "because along with doing my work, I'm also doing a little bit of his." That didn't sound right or true to Arthur Stewart, but he couldn't figure out an argument to answer it, and while he was trying to think one up, they kept on a-burning and a-chipping, and lo and behold, they had them a canoe. They dragged it to the stream and put it in and got inside it, and it tipped them right over. spilled them into the water 3 times till Alvin finally gave up and used his knack to feel the balance of the thing and then reshape it just enough that it had a good balance to it. Arthur Stewart had to laugh at him then. "What lesson am I supposed to learn from this? How to make a bad canoe?" "Shut up and row," said Alvin. "We're going downstream," said Arthur Stewart, "and I don't have to row. Besides which, all I've got is this stick, which is no kind of paddle." "Then use it to keep us from running into the bank," said Alvin, "which we're about to do thanks to your babbling." Arthur Stewart fended the canoe away from the bank of the stream, and they kept on floating down until they joined a larger stream, and a larger, and then a river. All the time Arthur kept coming back to the things Alvin said to him, and what he was trying to teach, and as usual Arthur Stewart despaired of learning it, and yet he couldn't help but think he had learned something, even if he had no idea at present what the thing he learned might be. Because folks build towns on rivers, when you float down a river you're likely as not to come upon a town, which they did one morning with mist still on the river and sleep still in their eyes. It wasn't much of a town, but then it wasn't much of a river, and they weren't in much of a boat. They put in to shore and dragged the canoe onto the bank, and Alvin shouldered his poke with the plow inside, and they trudged on into town just as folks was getting up and about their day. First thing they looked for was a roadhouse, but the town was too small and too new. Only a dozen houses, and the road so little traveled that grass was growing from one front door to the next. But that didn't mean there was no hope of breakfast. If there's light in the sky, somebody's up, getting a start on the day's work. Passing one house with a barn out back, they heard the ping-ping-ping of a cow getting milked into a tin pail. At another house, a woman was coming in with the night's eggs from a chicken coop. That looked promising. "Got anything for a traveler?" asked Alvin. The woman looked them up and down. Without a word, she walked on into her house. "If you wasn't so ugly," said Arthur Stewart, "she would have asked us in." "Whereas looking at you is like seeing an angel," said Alvin. They heard the front door of the house opening. "Maybe she was just hurrying in to cook them eggs for us," said Arthur Stewart. But it wasn't the woman who came out. It was a man, looking like he hadn't had much time to fasten his clothing. In fact, his trousers were kind of droopy, and they might have started laying bets on how quick they'd drop to the porch if he hadn't been aiming a pretty capable-looking blunderbuss at them. "Move along," the man said. "We're moving," said Alvin. He hoisted his poke to his back and started walking across in front of the house. The barrel of the shotgun followed them. Sure enough, just as they were about even with the front door, the trousers dropped. The man looked embarrassed and angry. The barrel of the blunderbuss dipped. The loose birdshot rolled out of the barrel, dozens of tiny lead balls hitting the porch like rain. The man looked confused now. "Got to be careful loading up a big barrel gun like that," Alvin said. "I always wrap the shot in paper so it don't do that." The man glared at him. "I did." "Why, I know you did," said Alvin. But there sat the shot on the porch, a silent refutation. Nevertheless, Alvin was telling the simple truth. The paper was still in the barrel, as a matter of fact, but Alvin had persuaded it to break open at the front, freeing the shot. "Your pants is down," said Arthur Stewart. "Move along," said the man. His face was turning red. His wife was watching from the doorway behind him. "Well, you know we was already planning to," said Alvin. "But as long as you can't quite kill us, for the moment at least, can I ask you a couple of questions?" "No," said the man. He set down the gun and pulled up his trousers. "First off, I'd like to know the name of this town. I reckon it must be called Friendly or Welcome." "It ain't." "Well, that's 2 down," said Alvin. "We got to keep guessing, or you think you can just tell us, like one fellow to another?" "How about Pants Down Landing?" murmured Arthur Stewart. "This here is Westville, Kennetuck," said the man. "Now move along. My second question is, seeing as how you folks don't have enough to share with a stranger, is there somebody who's prospering a bit more and might have something to spare for travelers, as have a bit of silver to pay for it?" "Nobody here got a meal for the likes of you," said the man. "I can see why this road got grass growing on it," said Alvin. but your graveyard must be full of strangers as died of hunger hoping for breakfast here." On his knees picking up loose shot, the man didn't answer, but his wife stuck her head out the door and proved she had a voice after all. "We're as hospitable as anybody else except to known burglars and thieving prentices." Arthur Stewart let out a low whistle. "What you want to bet Davy Crockett came this way?" he said softly. "I never stole a thing in my life," said Alvin. "What you got in that poke, then?" demanded the woman. "I wish I could say it was the head of the last man who pointed a gun at me, but unfortunately I left it attached to his neck so he could come here and tell lies about me." "So you're ashamed to show the golden plow you stole?" "I'm a blacksmith, ma'am," said Alvin, "and I got my tools here. You're welcome to look if you want." He turned to address the other folks who were gathering out on their porches or into the street, a couple of them armed. "I don't know what you folks heard tell," said Alvin, setting down his poke, "but you're welcome to look at my tools." He drew open the mouth of the poke and let the sides drop so his hammer, tongs, bellows, and nails lay exposed in the street. Not a sign of a plow. Everyone looked closely as if taking inventory. "Well, maybe you ain't the one we heard tell of," said the woman. "No, ma'am, I'm the exact one, if it was a certain trapper in a coonskin cap named Davy Crockett who was telling the tale." "So you confess to being that prentice smith who stole the plow? And a burglar?" "No, ma'am, I just confess to being a fellow as got himself on the wrong side of a trapper who talks a man harm behind his back." He gathered up his bag over the tools and drew the mouth closed. "Now, if you all want to turn me away, go ahead, but don't go thinking you turned away a thief, because it ain't so. You pointed a gun at me and turned me away without a bite to eat for me or this hungry boy, without so much as a trial or a scrap of evidence, just on the word of a traveler who was as much a stranger here as me." The accusation made them all sheepish. One old woman, though, wasn't having any of it. "We know Davy, I reckon," she said. "It's you we never set eyes on." "And never will again, I promise you," said Alvin. "You can bet I'll tell this tale wherever I travel. Westville, Kennetuck, where a stranger can't get a bite to eat and a man is guilty before he even hears the accusation." "If there's no truth to it," said the old woman, "how did you know it was Davy Crockett a-telling the tale?" The others nodded and murmured as if this were a telling point. "'Cause Davy Crockett accused me of it to my face," said Alvin, "and he's the only one who ever looked at me and my boy and thought of burglaring. I'll tell you what I told him. If we're burglars, why ain't we in a big city with plenty of fine houses to rob? A burglar could starve to death trying to find something to steal in a town as poor as this one." "We ain't poor," said the man on the porch. "You got no food to spare," said Alvin, "and there ain't a house here with a door that even locks." "See?" cried the old woman. "He's already checked our doors to see how easy they'll be to break into." Alvin shook his head. "Some folks see sin in sparrows and wickedness in willow trees." He took Arthur Stewart by the shoulder and turned to head back out of town the way they came. "Hold, stranger!" cried a man behind them. They turned to see a large man on horseback approaching slowly along the road. The people parted to make way for him. "Quick, Arthur," Alvin murmured. "Who do you reckon this is?" "The miller," said Alvin Stewart. "Good morning to you, Mr. Miller," cried Alvin in greeting. "How did you know my trade?" asked the miller. "The boy here guessed," said Alvin. The miller rode nearer and turned his gaze to Arthur Stewart. "And how did you guess such a thing?" "You spoke with authority," said Arthur Stewart, "and you're riding a horse, and people made way for you. In a town this size, that makes you the miller." "And in a bigger town?" asked the miller. "You'd be a lawyer or a politician," said Arthur Stewart. "The boy's a clever one," said the miller. "No, he just runs on at the mouth," said Alvin. "I used to beat him, but I plumb gave out the last time. Only thing I've found that shuts him up is a mouthful of food, preferably pancakes, but we'd settle for eggs, boiled, scrambled, poached, or fried." The miller laughed. "Come along to my house, not 3 rods beyond the commons and down the road toward the river." "You know," said Alvin, "my father's a miller." The miller cocked his head. "Then how does it happen you don't follow his trade?" "I'm well down the list of 8 boys," said Alvin. "Can't all be millers, so I got put out to a smith. I've got a ready hand with mill equipment, though, in case you'll let me help you to earn our breakfast." "Come along and we'll see how much you know," said the miller. "As for these folks, never mind them. If some wanderer came through and told them the sun was made of butter, you'd see them all trying to spread it on their bread." His mirth at this remark was not widely appreciated among the others, but that didn't faze him. "I've got a shoeing shed, too, so if you ain't above a little farrier work, I reckon there's horses to be shod." Alvin nodded his agreement. "Well, go on up to the house and wait for me," said the miller. "I won't be long. I come to pick up my laundry." He looked at the woman that Alvin had first spoken to. Immediately she ducked back inside the house to fetch the clothes the miller had come for. On the road to the mill, once they were out of sight of the villagers, Alvin began to chuckle. "What's so funny?" asked Arthur Stewart, that fellow with his pants around his ankles and birdshot dribbling out of his blunderbuss. "I don't like that miller," said Arthur Stewart. "Well, he's giving us breakfast, so I reckon he can't be all bad." "He's just showing up the town folks," said Arthur Stewart. "Well, excuse me, but I don't think that'll change the flavor of the pancakes. I don't like his voice." That made Alvin perk up and pay attention. Voices were part of Arthur Stewart's knack. "Something wrong with the way he talks?" "There's a meanness in him," said Arthur Stewart. "May well be," said Alvin. "But his meanness is better than hunting for nuts and berries again or taking another squirrel out of the trees." "Or another fish," Arthur made a face. "Millers get a name for meanness sometimes," he said. "People need their grain milled all right, but they always think the miller takes too much. So millers are used to having folks accuse them. Maybe that's what you heard in his voice." "Maybe," said Arthur Stewart. Then he changed the subject. "How'd you hide the plow when you opened your poke?" "I kind of opened up a hole in the ground under the poke," said Alvin, "and the plow sank down out of sight." "You going to teach me how to do things like that?" "I'll do my best to teach," said Alvin, "if you do your best to learn." "What about making shot spill out of a gun that's pointed at you?" My knack opened the paper, but his own trousers, that's what made the barrel dip and spill out the shot. "And you didn't make his trousers fall?" "If he'd pulled up his suspenders, his pants would have stayed up just fine," said Alvin. "It's all unmaking, though, isn't it?" said Arthur Stewart. "Spilling shot, dropping trousers, making them folks feel guilty for not taking you in." "So I should have let them drive us away without breakfast? I've skipped breakfasts before." "Well, aren't you the prissy one?" said Alvin. "Why are you suddenly so critical of the way I do things?" "You're the one made me dig out a canoe with my own hands," said Arthur Stewart, "to teach me making, so I keep looking to see how much making you do, and all I see is how you unmake things." Alvin took that a little hard. Didn't get mad, but he was kind of thoughtful, and didn't speak much the rest of the way to the miller's house. So nearly a week later, there's Alvin working in the mill for the first time since he left his father's place in Vigor Church and set out to be apprentice smith in Hatrack River. At first he was happy, running his hands over the machinery, analyzing how the gears all meshed. Arthur Stewart, watching him, could see how each bit of machinery he touched ran a little smoother, a little less friction, a little tighter fit, so more and more of the power from the water flowing over the wheel made it to the rolling millstone. It ground faster and smoother, less inclined to bind and jerk. Rack Miller, for that was his name, also noticed, but since he hadn't been watching Alvin work, he assumed that he'd done something with tools and lubricants. "A good can of oil and a keen eye do wonders for machinery," said Rack, and Alvin had to agree. But after those first few days, Alvin's happiness faded, for he began to see what Arthur Stewart had noticed from the beginning. Rack was one of the reasons why millers had a bad name. It was pretty subtle. Folks would bring in a sack of corn to be ground into meal, and Rack would cast it in handfuls onto the millstone, then brush the corn flour into a tray and back into the same sack they brought it in. That's how all millers did it. No one bothered with weighing before and after, because everyone knew there was always some corn flour lost on the millstone. What made Rack's practice a little different was the geese he kept. They had free rein in the mill house, the yard, the mill race, and, some folks said, Rack's own house at night. Rack called them his daughters, though this was a perverse kind of thing to say, seeing as how only a few laying geese and a gander or two ever lasted out the winter. What Arthur Stewart saw at once, and Alvin finally noticed when he got over his love scene with the machinery, was how those geese were fed. It was expected that a few kernels of corn would drop, couldn't be helped, but Rack always took the sack and held it, not by the top, but by the shank of the sack, so kernels of corn dribbled out the whole way to the millstone. The geese were on that corn like geese on corn, and then he'd take big sloppy handfuls of corn to throw onto the millstone. A powerful lot of kernels hit the side of the stone instead of the top, and of course they dropped and ended up in the straw on the floor, where the geese would have them up in a second. Sometimes as much as a quarter of the corn, Alvin told Arthur Stewart. "You counted the kernels, or are you weighing corn in your head now?" asked Arthur. "I can tell, never less than a tenth." "I reckon he figures he ain't stealing. It's the geese doing it," said Arthur Stewart. "Miller's supposed to keep his tithe of the ground corn, not double or triple it or more in goose flesh." "I don't reckon it'll do much good for me to point out to you that this ain't none of our business," said Arthur Stewart. "I'm the adult here, not you," said Alvin. "You keep saying that, but the things you do I keep wondering," said Arthur Stewart. "I'm not the one gallivanting all over creation while my pregnant wife is resting up to have the baby back in Hatrack River. I'm not the one keeps getting himself throwed in jail or guns pointed at him." "You're telling me that when I see a thief I got to keep my mouth shut?" "You think these folks are going to thank you?" "They might." "Put their Miller in jail? Where are they going to get their corn ground then?" "They don't put the mill in jail." "Oh, you going to stay here, then? You going to run this mill for them till you taught the whole works to apprentice? How about me? You can bet they'll love paying their miller's tithe to a free half-black prentice. What are you thinking?" Well, that was always the question, wasn't it? Nobody ever knew really what Alvin was thinking. When he talked, he pretty much told the truth. He wasn't much of a one for fooling folks. But he also knew how to keep his mouth shut so you didn't know what was in his head. Arthur Stewart knew, though. He might have been just a boy, though more like a near man these days, height coming on him kind of quick, his hands and feet getting big even faster than his legs and arms was getting long. But Arthur Stewart was an expert. He was a bona fide certified scholar on one subject, and that was Alvin, journeyman blacksmith, itinerant all-purpose dowser and doodlebug, and secret maker of golden plows and reshaper of the universe. He knew Alvin had him a plan for putting a stop to this thievery without putting anybody in jail. Alvin picked his time. It was a morning getting on toward harvest time, when folks was clearing out a lot of last year's corn to make room for the new. So a lot of folks from town and the nearby farms was queued up to have their grain ground, and Rack Miller, he was downright exuberant in sharing that corn with the geese. But as he was handing the sack of corn flour to the customer, less about a quarter of its weight in goose fodder, Alvin scoops up a fine fat gosling and hands it to the customer right along with the grain. The customer and Rack just looks at him like he's crazy, but Alvin pretends not to notice Rack's consternation at all. It's the customer he talks to. "Why, Rack Miller told me it was bothering him how much corn these geese have been getting. So this year he was giving out his goslings, one to each regular customer, as long as they last, to make up for it. I think that shows Rack to be a man of real honor, don't you?" Well, it showed something, but what could Rack say after that? He just grinned through clenched teeth and watched as Alvin gave away gosling after gosling, making the same explanation, so everybody, wide-eyed and happy as clams, gave profuse thanks to the provider of their Christmas feast about 4 months off. Them geese would be monsters by then. They were already so big and fat. Of course, Arthur Stewart noticed how, as soon as Rack saw how things was going, suddenly he started holding the sacks by the top, and taking smaller handfuls, so most of the time not a kernel fell to the ground. Why, that fellow had just learned himself a marvelous species of efficiency, returning corn to the customer diminished by naught but the true miller's tithe. It was plain enough that Rack Miller wasn't about to feed no corn to geese that somebody else was going to be feasting on that winter. And when the day's work ended, with every last gosling gone and only 2 ganders and 5 layers left, Rack faced Alvin square on and said, "I won't have no liar working for me." "Liar?" asked Alvin. "Telling them fools I meant to give them goslings." "Well, when I first said it, it wasn't true yet, but the minute you didn't raise your voice to argue with me, it became true, didn't it?" Alvin grinned, looking for all the world like Davy Crockett grinning him a bear. "Don't chop no logic with me," said Rack. "You know what you was doing." "I sure do," said Alvin. "I was making your customers happy with you for the first time since you come here, and making an honest man out of you in the meantime." "I already was an honest man," said Rack. "I never took but what I was entitled to, living in a God-forsaken place like this." "Begging your pardon, my friend, but God ain't forsaken this place, though now and then a soul around here might have forsaken him." "I'm done with your help," said Rack icily. "I think it's time for you to move on." "But I haven't even looked at the machinery you use for weighing the corn wagons," said Alvin. Rack hadn't been in a hurry for Alvin to check them over. The heavy scales out front was only used at harvest time, when farmers brought in whatever corn they meant to sell. They'd roll the wagons onto the scales, and through a series of levers the scales would be balanced with much lighter weights. Then the wagon would be rolled back on empty and weighed, and the difference between the 2 weights was the weight of the corn. Later on the buyers would come, roll on their empty wagons and weigh them, then load them up and weigh them again. It was a clever bit of machinery, a scale like that, and it was only natural that Alvin wanted to get his hands on it. But Rack wasn't having none of it. "My scales is my business, stranger," he says to Alvin. "I've ate at your table and slept in your house," says Alvin. "How am I a stranger? Man who gives away my geese, he's a stranger here forever. Well, then, I'll be gone from here." Still smiling, Alvin turned to his young ward. "Let's be on our way, Arthur Stewart." "No, sir," says Rack Miller. "You owe me for 36 meals these last 6 days. I didn't notice this black boy eating 1 whit less than you, so you owe me in service." "I gave you due service," says Alvin. "You said yourself that your machinery was working smooth." "You didn't do naught but what I could have done myself with an oil can." "But the fact is I did it, and you didn't, and that was worth our keep. The boys worked too, sweeping and fixing and cleaning and hefting. I want 6 days' labor out of your boy. Harvest is upon us, and I need an extra pair of hands and a sturdy back. I've seen he's a good worker, and he'll do. Then take 3 days' service from me and the boy. I won't give away any more geese. I don't have any more geese to give except the layers. Anyway, I don't want no miller's son, I just want the boy's labor. Then we'll pay you in silver money." "What good is silver money here? Ain't nothing to spend it on. Nearest city of any size is Carthage across the Ohio, and hardly anybody goes there." "I don't use Arthur Stewart to discharge my debts. He's not my—" Well, long before those words got to Alvin's lips, Arthur Stewart knew what he was about to do. He was going to declare that Arthur wasn't his slave, and that would be about as foolish a thing as Alvin could do. So Arthur Stewart spoke right up before the words could get away. "I'm happy to work off the debt," he says, "except I don't think it's possible. In 6 days I'll eat 18 more meals, and then I'll owe another 3 days, and in those 3 days I'll eat 9 meals, and I'll owe a day and a half, and at that rate I reckon I'll never pay off that debt." "Ah, yes," says Alvin, "Zeno's paradox. And you told me there was never any practical use for that bit of philosophical balderdash, as I recall you saying," says Arthur Stewart. It was an argument from the days they both studied with Miss Larner, before she became Mrs. Alvin Smith. "What the Sam Hill you boys talking about?" asked Rack Miller. Alvin tried to explain. "Each day that Arthur Stewart works for you, he'll build up half again the debt that he pays off by his labor, so he only covers half the distance toward freedom, half and half and half again, only he never quite gets to the goal." "I don't get it," says Rack. "What's the joke?" By this point, though, Arthur Stewart had another idea in mind. Mad as Rack Miller was about the goslings, if he truly needed help at harvest time, he'd keep Alvin on for it, unless there was some other reason for getting rid of him. There was something Rack Miller planned to do that he didn't want Alvin to see. What he didn't reckon on was that this half-black servant boy was every bit smart enough to figure it out himself. "I'd like to stay and see how we solve the paradox," says Arthur Stewart. Alvin looks at him real close. "Arthur, I got to go see a man about a bear." Well, that tore Arthur Stewart's resolve a bit. If Alvin was looking for Davy Crockett to settle things, there might be scenes that Arthur wanted to see. At the same time, there was a mystery here at the mill house, too, and with Alvin gone, Arthur Stewart had a good chance at solving it all by himself. The one temptation was greater than the other. "Good luck," said Arthur Stewart. "I'll miss you." Alvin sighed. "I don't plan to leave you here at the tender mercy of a man with a peculiar fondness for geese." "What does that mean?" Rack said, growing more and more certain that they were making fun of him underneath all their talk. "Why, you call them your daughters, and then you cook them and eat them," says Alvin. "What woman would ever marry you? She wouldn't dare leave you alone with the children." "Get out of my mill house," Rack bellowed. "Come on, Arthur Stewart," said Alvin. "I want to stay," Arthur Stewart insisted. "It can't be no worse than the time you left me with that schoolmaster." Which is another story not to be told right here. Alvin looked at Arthur Stewart real steady. He was no torch like his wife. He couldn't look into Arthur's heart fire and see a blame thing. But somehow he saw something that let him make up his mind the way Arthur Stewart wanted him to. "I'll go for now. I'll be back, though, in 6 days, and I'll have an accounting with you. You don't raise a hand or a stick against this boy, and you feed him and treat him proper." "What do you think I am?" asked Rack. "A man who gets what he wants," said Alvin. "I'm glad you recognize that about me," said Rack. "Everybody knows that about you," said Alvin. "It's just that you aren't too good at picking what you ought to be wanting." With another grin, Alvin tipped his hat and left Arthur Stewart. Well, Rack was as good as his word. He worked Arthur Stewart hard, getting ready for the harvest. A late summer rain delayed the corn in the field, but they put the time to good account, and Arthur was given plenty to eat and a good night's rest, though it was the mill-house loft he slept in now and not the house. He had only been allowed inside as Alvin's personal servant, and with Alvin gone there was no excuse for a half-black boy sleeping in the house. What Arthur noticed was that all the customers were in good cheer when they came to the mill-house for whatever business they had, especially during the rain when there wasn't no field work to be done. The story of the goslings had spread far and wide, and folks pretty much believed that it really had been Rack's idea and not Alvin's doing at all. So instead of being polite but distant, the way folks usually was with a miller, they gave him hail fellow well met, and he heard the kind of jokes and gossip that folks shared with their friends. It was a new experience for Rack, and Arthur Stewart could see that this change was one Rack Miller didn't mind. Then, the last day before Alvin was due to return, the harvest started up, and farmers from miles around began to bring in their corn wagons. They'd line up in the morning, and the first would pull his wagon onto the scale. The farmer would unhitch the horses, and Rack would weigh the whole wagon. Then they'd hitch up the horses, pull the wagon to the dock. The waiting farmers would help unload the corn sacks. Of course they helped. It meant they'd be home all the sooner themselves. And then back the wagon onto the scale and weigh it again, empty. Rack would figure the difference between the two weighings, and that difference was how many pounds of corn the farmer got credit for. Arthur Stewart went over the figures in his head, and Rack wasn't cheating them with his arithmetic. He looked carefully to see if Rack was doing something like standing on the scale when the empty wagon was being weighed, but no such thing. Then, in the dark of that night, he remembered something one of the farmers grumbled as they were backing an empty wagon onto the scale. Why didn't he build his scale right at the loading dock so we could unload the wagon and reweigh it without having to move the darn thing? Arthur Stewart didn't know the mechanism of it, but he thought back over the day and remembered that another time a farmer had asked if he could get his full wagon weighed while the previous farmer's wagon was being unloaded. Rack glared at the men. "You want to do things your way, go build your own mill." Yes, sir. The only thing Rat cared about was that every wagon get 2 weighings right in a row. And the same system would work just as well in reverse when the buyers came with their empty wagons to haul corn east for the big cities, weigh the empty, load it, and weigh it again. When Alvin got back, Arthur Stewart would be ready with the mystery mostly solved. Meanwhile, Alvin was off in the woods looking for Davy Crockett, that grinning man who was single-handedly responsible for getting 2 separate guns pointed at Alvin's heart. But it wasn't vengeance that was on Alvin's mind. It was rescue. For he knew what he'd done to Davy and the bear, and kept track of their heart fires. He couldn't see into heart fires the way Margaret could, but he could see the heart fires themselves and keep track of who was who. In fact, knowing that no gun could shoot him and no jail could hold him, Alvin had deliberately come to the town of Westville because he knew Davy Crockett had come through that town, the bear not far behind him, though Davy wouldn't know that, not at the time. He knew it now, though. What Alvin saw back in Rack's mill house was that Davy and the bear had met again, and this time it might come out a little different. For Alvin had found the place deep in the particles of the body where knacks were given, and he had taken the bear's best knack and given as much to Davy, and Davy's best knack and given the same to the bear. They were evenly matched now, and Alvin figured he had some responsibility to see to it that nobody got hurt. After all, it was partly Alvin's fault that Davy didn't have a gun to defend himself. Mostly it was Davy's fault for pointing it at him, but Alvin hadn't had to wreck the gun the way he did, making the barrel blow apart. Running lightly through the woods, leaping a stream or 2, and stopping to eat from a fine patch of wild strawberries on a river bank, Alvin got to the place well before nightfall, so he had plenty of time to reconnoiter. There they were in the clearing, just as Alvin expected, Davy and the bear, not 5 feet apart, both of them a-grinning, staring each other down, neither one budging. That bear was all spiky, but he couldn't get past Davy's grin, and Davy matched the bear's single-minded tenacity, oblivious to pain, so even though his butt was already sore and he was about out of his mind with sleepiness, he didn't break his grin. Just as the sun set, Alvin stepped out into the clearing behind the bear. "Met your match, Davy?" he asked. Davy didn't have an ounce of attention to spare for chat. He just kept grinning. "I think this bear don't mean to be your winter coat this year," said Alvin. Davy just grinned. "In fact," said Alvin, "I reckon the first one of you to fall asleep, that's who the loser is. And bears store up so much sleep in the winter they just flat out don't need as much come summertime." Grin. "So there you are barely keeping your eyelids up, and there's the bear just happy as can be, grinning at you out of sincere love and devotion." Grin, with maybe a little more desperation around the eyes. "But here's the thing, Davy," said Alvin. "Bears is better than people mostly. You got your bad bears sometimes, and your good people, but on average I'd trust a bear to do what he thinks is right before I'd trust a human. So now what you got to wonder is, what does that bear think will be the right thing to do with you once he's grinned you down?" Grin, grin, grin. Bears don't need no coats of human skin. They do need to pile on the fat for winter, but they don't generally eat meat for that. Lots of fish, but you ain't a swimmer, and the bear knows that. Besides, that bear don't think of you as meat, or he wouldn't be grinning you. He thinks of you as a rival. He thinks of you as his equal. What will he do? Don't you kind of wonder? Don't you have some speck of curiosity that just wants to know the answer to that question? The light was dimming now, so it was hard to see much more of either Davy or the bear than their white teeth, and their eyes. "You've already stayed up one whole night," said Alvin. "Can you do it again?" "I don't think so. I think pretty soon you're going to understand the mercy of bears." Only now, in his last desperate moments before succumbing to sleep, did Davy dare to speak. "Help me," he said. "And how would I do that?" asked Alvin. "Kill that bear." Alvin walked up quietly behind the bear and gently rested his hand on the bear's shoulder. "Why would I do that? This bear never pointed no gun at me." "I'm a dead man," Davy whispered. The grin faded from his face. He bowed his head, then toppled forward, curled up on the ground, and waited to be killed. But it didn't happen. The bear came up, nosed him, snuffed him all over, rolled him back and forth a little, all the time ignoring the little whimpering sounds Davy was making. Then the bear lay down beside the man, flung one arm over him, and dozed right off to sleep. Unbelieving, Davy lay there, terrified yet hopeful again. If he could just stay awake a little longer. Either the bear was a light sleeper in the summertime, or Davy made his move too soon, but no sooner did his hand slide toward the knife at his waist than the bear was wide awake, slapping more or less playfully at Davy's hand. "Time for sleep," said Alvin. "You've earned it, the bear's earned it, and come morning you'll find things look a lot better." "What's going to happen to me?" asked Davy. "Don't you think that's kind of up to the bear?" "You're controlling him somehow," said Davy. "This is all you're doing." "He's controlling himself," said Alvin, careful not to deny the second charge, seeing how it was true. "And he's controlling you, because that's what grinning is all about, deciding who is master. Well, that bear is master here, and I reckon tomorrow we'll find out what bears do with domesticated humans." Davy started to murmur a prayer. The bear laid a heavy paw on Davy's mouth. "Prayers are done," intoned Alvin. "Gone the sun. Shadows creep. Go to sleep." That's how it came about that when Alvin returned to Westville, he did it with 2 friends along, Davy Crockett and a big old grizzly bear. Oh, folks was alarmed when that bear come into town and ran for their guns, but the bear just grinned at them, and they didn't shoot, and when the bear gave Davy a little poke, why, he'd step forward and say a few words. "My friend here doesn't have much command of the American language," said Davy, "but he'd just as soon you put that gun away and didn't go pointing it at him. Also, he'd be glad of a bowl of corn mush or a plate of cornbread if you've got any to spare." Why, that bear plumb ate his way through Westville, setting down to banquets without raising a paw, except to poke at Davy Crockett, and folks didn't even mind it. It was such a sight to see a man serve gruel and cornbread to a bear. And that wasn't all either. Davy Crockett spent a good little while picking burrs out of the bear's fur, especially in the rumple area, and singing to the bear whenever it crooned in a high-pitched tone. Davy sang pert near every song that he ever heard, even if he only heard it once, or didn't hear the whole thing, for there's nothing to bring back the memory of tunes and lyrics like having an 11-foot bear poking you and whining to get you to sing. And when he flat out couldn't remember, why, he made it something up. And since the bear wasn't altogether particular, the song was almost always good enough. As for Alvin, he'd every now and then pipe up and ask Davy to mention whether it was true that Alvin was a burglar and a plow-stealing apprentice, and each time Davy said no, it wasn't true, that was just a made-up lie, because Davy was mad at Alvin and wanted to get even. And whenever Davy told the truth like that, the bear rumbled its approval and stroked Davy's back with his big old paw, which Davy was just barely brave enough to endure without wetting himself much. Only when they'd gone all through the town and some of the outlying houses did this parade come to the mill house, where the horses naturally complained a little at the presence of a bear. But Alvin spoke to each of them and put them at ease, while the bear curled up and took him a nap, his belly being full of corn in various forms. Davy didn't go far, though, for the bear kept sniffing, even in his sleep, to make sure Davy was close by. Davy was putting the best face on things, though. He had his pride. "A man does things for a friend, and this here bear's my friend," said Davy. "I'm done with trapping, as you can guess, so I'm looking for a line of work that can help my friend get ready for the winter. What I mean is I got to earn some corn, and I hope some of you have jobs for me to do. The bear just watches, I promise. He's no danger to your livestock." Well, they heard him out, of course, because one tends to listen for a while, at least, to a man who somehow got himself hooked up as a servant to a grizzly bear. But there wasn't a chance in hell that they were going to let no bear anywhere near their pigsties, nor their chicken coops, especially not when the bear clearly showed no disposition to earn its food honestly. If it would beg, they figured it would steal, and they'd have none of it. Meanwhile, as the bear napped and Davy talked to the farmers, Alvin and Arthur had their reunion, with Arthur Stewart telling him what he'd figured out. Some mechanism in the scale makes it weigh light when the wagon's full and heavy when it's empty, so the farmers get short weight. But then without changing a thing, it'll weigh light on the buyer's empty wagons and heavy when they're full, so Rat gets extra weight when he's selling the same corn. Alvin nodded. You find out if this theory is actually true? The only time he ain't watching me is in the dark, and in the dark I can't sneak down and see a thing. I'm not crazy enough to risk getting myself caught sneaking around the machinery in the dark anyway. Glad to know you got a brain, says the man who keeps getting himself put in jail. Alvin made a face at him, but in the meantime he was sending out his doodlebug to probe the machinery of the scale underground. Sure enough, there was a ratchet that engaged on one weighing, causing the levering to shift a little, making short weight, and on the next weighing the ratchet would disengage and the levers would move back, giving long weight. No wonder Rack didn't want Alvin looking over the machinery of the scale. The solution, as Alvin saw it, was simple enough. He told Arthur Stewart to stand near the scale but not to step on it. Rack wrote down the weight of the empty wagon, and while it was being pulled off the scale, he stood there calculating the difference. The moment the wagon was clear of the scale, Alvin rounded on Arthur Stewart, speaking loud enough for all to hear. "Fool boy, what were you doing? Didn't you see you was standing on that scale?" "I wasn't," Arthur Stewart cried. "I don't think he was," said a farmer. "I worried about that, he was so close, so I looked." "And I say I saw him stand on it," said Alvin. "This farmer shouldn't be out the cost of a boy's weight in corn, I think." "I'm sure the boy didn't stand on the scale," Rack said, looking up from his calculation. "Well, there's a simple enough test," said Alvin. "Let's get that empty wagon back onto the scale." Now Rack grew alarmed. "Tell you what," he said to the farmer, "I'll just give you credit for the boy's weight." "Is this scale sensitive enough to weigh the boy?" asked Alvin. "Well, I don't know," said Rack. "Let's just estimate." "No," cried Alvin. "This farmer doesn't want any more than his fair credit, and it's not right for him to receive any less. Haul the wagon back on and let's weigh it again." Rack was about to protest again when Alvin said, "Unless there's something wrong with the scale, there wouldn't be something wrong with the scale now, would there?" Rack got a sick look on his face. He couldn't very well confess. "Nothing wrong with the scale," he said gruffly. "Then let's weigh this wagon and see if my boy's weight made any difference." Well, you guessed it. As soon as the wagon was back on the scale, it showed near 100 pounds lighter than it did the first time. The other witnesses were flummoxed. "Could have sworn the boy never stepped on that scale," said one, and another said, "I don't know as I would have guessed that boy to weigh 100 pounds. "Heavy bones," says Alvin. "No, sir, it's my brain that weighs heavy," said Arthur Stewart, winning a round of laughter. And Rack, trying to put a good face on it, pipes up, "No, it's the food he's been eating at my table. That's 15 pounds of it right there." In the meantime, though, the farmer's credit was being adjusted by 100 pounds. And the next wagon to come on the scale was a full one, while the scale was set to read heavy. In vain did Rack try to beg off early. Alvin simply offered to keep on weighing for him, with the farmers as witnesses, so he wrote down everything square. "You don't want any of these men to have to wait an extra day to sell you their market grain, do you?" Alvin said. "Let's weigh it all." And weigh it all they did, 30 wagons before the day was done, and the farmers was all remarking to each other about what a good corn year it was, the kernels heavier than usual. Arthur Stewart did hear one man start to grumble that his wagon seemed to be lighter this year than in any previous year, but Arthur immediately spoke up loud enough for all to hear. "It don't matter if the scale is weighing light or heavy. It's the difference between the full weight and the empty weight that matters, and as long as it's the same scale, it's going to be correct." The farmers thought that over, and it sounded right to them, while Rack couldn't very well explain. Arthur Stewart figured it all out in his head, and he realized that Alvin hadn't exactly set things to rights. On the contrary, this year Rack was getting cheated royally, recording credits for these farmers that were considerably more than the amount of corn they actually brought in. He could bear such losses for one day, and by tomorrow Alvin and Arthur both knew Rack meant to have the scale back in its regular pattern, light for the full wagons, heavy for the empty ones. Still, Alvin and Arthur cheerfully bade Rack farewell, not even commenting on the eagerness he showed to be rid of them. That night, Rack Miller's lantern bobbed across the yard between his house and the mill. He closed the mill door behind him and headed for the trap-door leading down to the scale mechanism. But to his surprise, there was something laying on top of that trap-door. A bear. And nestled in to sleep with the bear wrapped around him was Davy Crockett. "I hope you don't mind," said Davy, "but this here bear took it into his head to sleep right here, and I'm not inclined to argue with him." "Well, he can't, so that's that," said the miller. "You tell him," said Davy. "He just don't pay no heed to my advice." The miller argued and shouted, but the bear paid no mind. Rack got him a long stick and poked at the bear, but the bear just opened one eye, slapped the stick out of Rack's hand, then took it in his mouth and crunched it up like a cracker. Rack Miller proposed to bring a gun out, but Davy drew his knife then. "You'll have to kill me along with the bear," he said, "'cause if you harm him, I'll carve you up like a Christmas goose." "I'll be glad to oblige you," said Rack, "but then you'll have to explain how I came to be dead. If you managed to kill the bear with one shot, that is. Sometimes these bears can take a half-dozen balls into their bodies and still swipe a man's head clean off, and then go fishing for the afternoon. Lots of fat, lots of muscle. And how's your aim, anyway?" So it was that next morning the scale still weighed opposite to Rack's intent, and so it went day after day until the harvest was over. Every day the bear and his servant ate their corn mush and cornbread and drank their corn liquor and lay around in the shade, with onlookers gathering and lingering to see the marvel. The result was that witnesses were around all day and not far off at night, and it went on just the same when the buyer started showing up to haul away the corn. Stories about the bear who had tamed a man brought more than just onlookers, too. More farmers than usual came to Rack Miller to sell their corn, so they could see the sight, and more buyers went out of their way to come to buy, so there was maybe half again as much business as usual. At the end of the whole harvest season, there was Rack Miller with a ledger book showing a huge loss. He wouldn't be paid enough by the buyers to come close to making good on what he owed the farmers. He was ruined. He went through a few jugs of corn liquor and took some long walks, but by late October he'd given up all hope. One time his despair led him to point a pistol at his head and fire, but the powder for some reason wouldn't ignite, and when Rack tried to hang himself he couldn't tie a knot that didn't slip. Since he couldn't even succeed at killing himself, he finally gave up even that project and took off in the dead of night, abandoning mill and ledger and all. Well, he didn't mean to abandon it. He meant to burn it. But the fires he started kept blowing out, so that was yet another project he failed at. In the end, he left with the clothes on his back and 2 geese tucked under his arms, and they honked so much he turned them loose before he was out of town. When it was clear Rack wasn't just off on a holiday, the town's citizens and some of the more prominent farmers from round about met in Rack Miller's abandoned house and went over his ledger. What they learned there told them clear enough that Rack Miller was unlikely to return. They divided up the losses evenly among the farmers, and it turned out that nobody lost a thing. Oh, the farmers got paid less than Rack Miller's ledger showed, but they'd get a good deal more than they had in previous years, so it was still a good year for them. And when they got to inspecting the property, they found the ratchet mechanism and the scale, and then the picture was crystal clear. All in all, they decided they were well rid of Rack Miller, and a few folks had suspicions that it was that Alvin Smith and his half-black boy who'd turned the tables on this cheating Miller. They even tried to find out where he might be, to offer him the mill in gratitude. Someone had heard tell he came from Vigor Church up in Wabash, and a letter there did bring results, a letter in reply from Alvin's father. My boy thought you might make such an offer, and he asked me to give you a better suggestion. He says that since a man done such a bad job as Miller, maybe you'd be better off with a bear, especially if the bear has him a manservant who can keep the books." At first they laughed off the suggestion, but after a while they began to like it, and when they proposed it to Davy and the bear, they cottoned to it too. The bear got him all the corn he wanted without ever lifting a finger, except to perform a little for folks at harvest time, and in the winter he could sleep in a warm, dry place. The years he mated, the place was a little crowded with bear flesh, but the cubs were no trouble, and the mama bears, though a little suspicious, were mostly tolerant, especially because Davy was still a match for any of them, and could grin them into docility when the need arose. As for Davy, he kept true books and fixed the scale so it didn't ratchet any more, giving honest weight every time. As time went on, he was so well liked that folks talked about running him for mayor of Westville. He refused, of course, since he wasn't his own man. But he allowed as how, if they elected the bear, he'd be glad to serve as the bear's secretary and interpreter. And that's what they did. After a year or two of having a bear as mayor, they up and changed the name to Bearsville, and the town prospered. Years later, when Kennetuck joined the United States of America, it's not hard to guess who got elected to Congress from that part of the state, which is how it happened that for 7 terms of Congress, a bear put its hand on the Bible right along with the other congressmen, and then proceeded to sleep through every session it attended, while its clerk, one Davy Crockett, cast all its votes for it and gave all its speeches, every one of which ended with the sentence, "Or at least that's how it looks to one old grizzly bear."